Chapter 11 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 11. "That is an uncommonly pretty trading schooner, Bertha," Frank Mallett said, as he rose from his chair to get a better look at a craft that was passing along to the eastward. "I suppose she must be in the fruit trade, and must just have arrived from the Levant. I should not be surprised if she had been a yacht at one time. She is not carrying much sail, but she is going along fast. I think they would have done better if they had rigged her as a fore and aft schooner, instead of putting those heavy yards on the foremast. That broad band of white round her spoils her appearance. Her jib boom is unusually long, and she must carry a tremendous spread of canvas in light winds. I should think that she must be full up to the hatches, for she is very low in the water for a trader." The Osprey was lying in the outside tier of yachts off Cowes. The party that had been on board her for the regatta had broken up a week before, and only Lady Greendale and Bertha remained on board. The former had not been well for some days, and had had her maid down from town as soon as the cabins were empty. It had been proposed, indeed, that she and Bertha should return to town, but being unwilling to cut short the girl's pleasure, she said that she should do better on board than in London, and moreover she did not feel equal to travelling. She was attended by a doctor in Cowes, and the Osprey only took short sails each day, generally down to the Needles and back, or out to the Nab. "Yes, she is a nice-looking boat," Bertha agreed, "and if her sails were white and her ropes neat and trim, she would look like a yacht, except for those big yards." "Her skipper must be a lubber to have the ropes hanging about like that. Of course, he may have had bad weather in crossing the bay, but if he had any pride in the craft, he might at least have got her into a good deal better trim while coming in from the Needles. Still, all that could be remedied in an hour's work, and certainly she is as pretty a trader as ever I saw. How did your mother seem this afternoon, Bertha?" "About the same, I think. I don't feel at all anxious about her, because I have often seen her like this before. I think really, Frank, that she is quite well enough to go up to town, but she knows that I am enjoying myself so much that she does not like to take me away. I have no doubt that she will find herself better by Saturday, when, you know, we arranged some time back that we would go up. You won't be long before you come, will you?" "Certainly not. Directly you have landed, I shall take the Osprey to Gosport, and lay her up there. I need not stop to see that done. I can trust Hawkins to see her stripped and everything taken on shore, and of course the people at the yard are responsible for hauling her up. I shall probably be in town the same evening, but if you like, and think that your mother is only stopping for you, we will go across to Southampton at once." "Oh no, I am sure that she would not like that, and I don't want to lose my last 3 days here. Of course, when we get home at the end of next week, and you are settled down there too, you will be a great deal over at Greendale, but it won't be as it is here." "Not by a long way. However, we shall be able to look forward to the spring, Bertha, when I shall have you all to myself on board, and we shall go on a long cruise together, though I do think that it is ridiculous that I should have to wait until then." "Not at all ridiculous, sir. You say that you are perfectly happy, and everyone says that an engagement is the happiest time in one's life, and besides, it is partly your own fault. You have made me so fond of the Osprey that I have quite made up my mind that nothing could possibly be so nice as to spend our honeymoon on board her, and to go where we like, and to do as we like, without being bothered by meeting people one does not care for. And besides, if you should get tired of my company, we might ask Jack Harley and Amy to come to us for a month or so." "I don't think that it will be necessary for us to do that," he laughed. "Starting as we shall in the middle of March, we shan't find it too hot in the Mediterranean before we turn our head homewards, and I think we shall find plenty to amuse us between Gibraltar and Jaffa." "No, 3 months won't be too much, Frank. Tomorrow is the dinner at the club-house, isn't it?" "Yes, I should be sorry to miss that, for having only been just elected a member of the squadron, I should like to put in an appearance at the first set dinner." "Of course, Frank. I certainly should not like you to miss it." The next evening Frank went ashore to dine at the club. An hour and a half later a yacht's boat came off, "I have a note for Miss Greendale," the man in the stern said, as she came alongside. "I am to give it to her myself." Bertha was summoned, and much surprised, came on deck. The man handed up the note to her. She took it into the companion, where a light was burning. Her name and that of the yacht were in straggling handwriting that she scarcely recognized as Frank's. She tore it open. "My darling, I have had a nasty accident, having been knocked down just as I landed. I am at present at Dr. Madison's. I wish you would come ashore at once. It is nothing very serious, but if you did not see me you might think that it was. Don't agitate your mother, but bring Anna with you. The boat that brings this note will take you ashore." Bertha gave a little gasp, and then summoning up her courage, ran down into the cabin. "Mamma dear, you must spare me and Anna for half an hour. I have just had a note from Frank. He has been knocked down and hurt. He says that it is nothing very serious, and he only writes to me to come ashore, so that I can assure myself. I won't stop more than a quarter of an hour. If I find that he is worse than I expect, I will send Anna off to you with the message." Scarcely listening to what her mother said in reply, she ran into her cabin, told Anna to put on her hat and shawl to go ashore with her, and in a minute descended to the boat with her maid. It was a 4-oared gig, and the helmsman had taken his place in the stern behind them. Bertha sat cold and still without speaking. She was sure that Frank must be more seriously hurt than he had said, or he would have had himself taken off to the yacht instead of to the surgeon's. The shaky and almost illegible handwriting showed the difficulty he must have had in holding the pencil. The boat made its way through the fleet till it reached the shallow water which they had to cross on their way to the shore. Here, with the exception of a few small craft, the water was clear of yachts. Suddenly the long line of lights along the shore disappeared, and something thick, heavy, and soft fell over Bertha's head. An arm was thrown round her, and Anna pressed tightly against her. In vain she struggled. There was a faint, strange smell, and she lost consciousness. An hour passed without her return to the yacht, and Lady Greendale began to fear that she had found Frank too ill to leave, and had forgotten to send Anna back with the message. At last she touched the bell. "Will you tell the captain that I want to speak to him?" "Captain," she said, "I am much alarmed about Major Mullet. That boat that came off here an hour ago brought a note from my daughter saying that he had been hurt, and she went ashore with her maid to see him. She said that she would be back in a short time, and that if she found that he was badly hurt, she would send her maid back with a message to me. She has been gone for more than an hour, and I wish you would take a boat and go ashore, find out how the Major is, and bring me back word at once. He is at Dr. Madison's. You know the house." The skipper hurried away with a serious face. A little more than a minute after he had left the cabin, Lady Greendale heard the rattle of the blocks of the falls. The boat was little more than half an hour away. Lady Greendale, in her anxiety, had told the steward to let her know when it was coming alongside, and went up on deck to give the news as quickly as possible. "It is a rum affair altogether, my lady," Hawkins said, as he stepped on deck. "I went to the doctor's, and he has seen nothing whatever of the Major, and Miss Greendale and her maid have not been to his house at all." Lady Greendale stood for a moment speechless with surprise and consternation. "This is most extraordinary," she said at last. "What can it mean? You are sure that there is no mistake, Captain? It was to Dr. Madison's house she went." "Yes, my lady. There ain't no mistake about that. I have been there to fetch medicine for you 2 or 3 times. Besides, I saw the doctor myself." "Major Mullet must have been taken to some other doctor's," she said, "and must have made a mistake and put in the name of Dr. Madison. His house is some little distance from the club. There may be another doctor's nearer. What is to be done?" "I am sure I do not know, my lady," the captain said in perplexity. "Where can my daughter and her maid be?" Lady Greendale went on. "They went ashore to go to Dr. Madison's." "Perhaps, my lady, they might have heard as they went ashore that the Major was somewhere else, or some messenger might have been waiting at the landing stage to take them there direct." "That must be it, I suppose. But it is all very strange." I think the best thing, Captain, will be for you to go to the club. They are sure to know there about the accident, and where he is. You see, the landing stage is close to the club, and he might have been just going in when he was knocked down. By a carriage, I suppose. Like enough he is at the club still, my lady. At any rate, I will go there in the first place and find out. There is sure to be a crowd about the gates listening to the music. They have got a band over from Newport. So that if they do not know anything at the club, there are sure to be some people outside who saw the accident, and will know where the Major was taken. Anyhow, I won't come back without news. Even to Lady Greendale, anxious and alarmed as she was, it did not seem long before the steward came down with the news that the boat was just alongside. This time she was too agitated to go up. She heard someone come running down the companion, and a moment later, to her astonishment, Frank Maude himself came in. He looked pale and excited. "What is all this, Lady Greendale?" he exclaimed. "The skipper tells me that a letter came here saying that I had been hurt and taken to Dr. Madison's, and that Bertha and her maid went off at once and have not returned, though it is more than 2 hours since they went. I have not been hurt. I wrote no letter to Bertha, but was at dinner at the club when the skipper came for me. What is it all about?" "I don't know, Frank. I cannot even think," Lady Greendale said in an agitated voice. "What can it all mean, and where can Bertha be?" And she burst into tears. "I don't know. I can't think," Frank said slowly. He stood silent for a minute or two, and then went on. "I cannot suggest anything. I will go ashore at once. The waterman at our landing stage must have noticed if 2 ladies got out there. He could hardly have helped doing so, for it would be curious their coming ashore alone after dark. Then I will go to the other landing places and ask there. There are always boys hanging about to earn a few pence by taking care of boats. I will be back as soon as I can." The boat was still alongside, and the men stretched to their oars. In a very few minutes they were at the club landing stage. The waterman here declared that no ladies whatever, unaccompanied by gentlemen, had landed after dark. "I must have seen them, sir," he said, "for you see I go down to help out every party that arrives here. They must have gone to one of the other landing places." But at neither of these could he obtain any information. There were several boys at each of them who had been there for hours, and they were unanimous in declaring that no ladies had landed there after dark at all. He then walked up and down between the watch-house and the club. He had, when he landed, intended to go to the police office as soon as he had inquired at the landing stages, the natural impulse of an Englishman who has suffered loss or wrong. But the more he thought it over, the more inexpedient did such a course seem to him. It was highly improbable, indeed it seemed to him impossible, that they could do more than he had in the matter. The passage of 2 ladies through the crowded streets would scarcely have attracted the attention of anyone, and any idea of violence being used was out of the question. If they had landed, which he now regarded as very improbable, they must have at least gone willingly to the place where they believed they should find him, and unless every house in Cowes was searched from top to bottom, there was no chance of finding them, carefully hidden away as they would be. He could not see, therefore, that the police could at present be of any utility whatever. It might be necessary finally to obtain the aid of the police, but in that case it was Scotland Yard and not Cowes that the matter must be laid before, and even this should be only a last resort. For above all things it was necessary for Bertha's sake that the matter should be kept a profound secret, and, once in the hands of the police, it would be in all the papers the next day. If the aid of detectives was to be called in, it would be far better to put it into the hands of a private detective. Having made up his mind upon this point, he returned to the yacht. "I am sorry to say that I have no news," he said to Lady Greendale, who was lying on the couch, worn out with weeping. "I have ascertained almost beyond doubt that they did not land at the club stage or either of the other 2 landing places." "What can it be?" she sobbed. "What can have become of them?" "I am afraid that there is little doubt that they have been carried off," he replied. "I can see no other possible solution of it. But who can have done such a thing? Ah, that is another matter. I have been thinking it over and over, and there is only one man that I know capable of such a dastardly action. At present I won't mention his name, even to you, but I will soon be on his track. Do not give way, Lady Greendale. Even he is not capable of injuring her, and no doubt she will be restored to you safe and sound. But we shall need patience. Ah, there is a boat coming alongside." He ran up on deck. It proved, however, to be only a shore boat, bringing off George Lechmere, who, having met a comrade in the town, had asked leave to spend the evening with him. He was, of course, ignorant of all that had happened since he had left, and Frank told him. "I have no doubt whatever that she has been carried off," he said, "and there is only one man who could have done it." "That villain Carthew!" George Lechmere exclaimed. "Yes, he is the man I suspect, George. I heard this evening that he had been hit tremendously hard on the turf at Goodwood. He would think that if he could force Miss Greendale to marry him, it would retrieve his fortune, and would, moreover, satisfy his vindictive spirit for the manner in which she had rejected him, and in addition give him another triumph over me. That is it, sir. I have no doubt that that is it. But his yacht is not here. At least I have not seen her." "No, I am sure that she is not here. But I believe, for all that Miss Greendale must have been taken on board a yacht. They never would have dared to land her in Cowes. Of course, I made inquiries as a matter of form at the landing places, but as she knew the way to Dr. Madison's, and as the streets were full of people at the time she landed, they could never have attempted to use violence, especially as she had her maid with her. On the other hand, it would have been comparatively easy to manage it in the case of a yacht. They had but to row alongside, to seize and gag them before they had time to utter a cry, and then to carry them below. The Phantom is not here, at any rate was not here this afternoon, but there is no reason why Carthew should not have chartered a yacht for the purpose. Ask the skipper to come aft." "Captain," he said, when Hawkins came aft, "what men went ashore this afternoon?" "Harris and Williams and Marvell, sir. They went ashore in the dinghy, and Harris went to the doctor's for that medicine." "Ask them to come here." "Did any one speak to you, Harris," he went on, as the three men came aft, "while you were ashore today? I mean any one that you did not know?" "No, sir," the man said promptly. "Leastwise, the only chap that spoke to me was a gent as was standing on the steps by the watch-house as I went down to the boat, and he only says to me, 'I noticed you go into Dr. Madison's, my man. There was nothing the matter with my friend Major Malt, I hope?' 'No, sir,' says I, 'he is all right. I was just getting a bottle of medicine for an old lady on board.' That was all that passed between us." "Thank you, Harris. That is just what I wanted to know." After the men had gone forward again, he said to the captain, "I have a strong conviction, Hawkins, indeed, I am almost certain, that Miss Greendale has been carried off to one of the yachts here. But whether it is a large one or a small one I have not the slightest idea. The question is, what is to be done? It is past 11 now, and it is impossible to go round the fleet to make inquiries. Besides, the craft may have made off already. They would have been sure to have placed her in the outside tier, so as to get up anchor as soon as they had Miss Greendale on board." "We might get out the boat, sir, and lie off and see if any yachts set sail," the skipper suggested. "That would be of no use, Hawkins. You could not stop them. Even if you hailed to know what yacht it was, they might give you a false name." "One thing I have been thinking of that can be done. I wish, in the first place, that you would ask all the men if any one has noticed among the yacht sailors in the streets one with the name of the Phantom on his jersey. Some of them may have been paid off, for she has not been raced since Ryde. In any case, I want 2 of the men to go ashore, the first thing in the morning, and hang about all day, if necessary, in hopes of finding one of the Phantom's crew. If they do find one, bring him off at once, and tell him that he will be well paid for his trouble. By the way, you may as well ask Harris what the gentleman was like who spoke to him at the landing-place." He walked slowly backwards and forwards with George Lechmere, without exchanging a word, until in 5 minutes Hawkins returned. "It was a clean-shaven man who spoke to Harris, sir. He judged him to be about 40, He wore a sort of yachting dress, and he was rather short and thin. About the other matter, Rollins says that he noticed when he was ashore yesterday 2 of the Phantom's men strolling about. Being a Cowes man himself, he knew them both, but as they were not alone, he just passed the time of day and went on without stopping. Does he know where they live? I don't think it at all likely that they would be on leave now, or that he would find either of them at home tomorrow morning, but it is possible that he might do so. At any rate, it is worth trying. It is curious that 2 of them should be here when we have seen nothing of the Phantom since the race for the cup, unless, of course, her owner has laid her up, which is hardly likely. If she had been anywhere about here, she would have entered for the race yesterday. I will send Rollins and one of the other Cowes men ashore at 6 o'clock, Major. If they don't find the men, they are safe to be able to find out where they live. And tell them and the others, Hawkins, that on no account whatever is a word to be said on shore as to the disappearance of Miss Greendale. It is of great importance that no one should obtain the slightest hint of what has taken place. When the captain had again gone forward, Frank went down, and with some difficulty persuaded Lady Greendale to go to bed. "We can do nothing more tonight," he said. "You may well imagine that if I saw the least chance of doing any good, I should not be standing here, but nothing can be done till morning." Having seen her to the stateroom, he returned to the deck, where he had told George the Khmer to wait for him. "It is enough to drive one mad, George," he said as he joined him, "to think that somewhere among all those yachts Miss Greendale may be held a prisoner." "I can quite understand that, Major, by what I feel myself. I have seen so much of Miss Greendale, and she has always been so kind to me, knowing that you considered that I had saved your life, and knowing about that other thing, that I feel as if I could do anything for her. And I feel it all the more because it is a scoundrel I owed such a deep debt to before. But I hardly think that she can be on board one of the yachts here. I feel convinced that she is not, George. They could hardly keep her gagged all this time, and at night a scream would be heard, though the skylights were closed. No, sir, if she was put on board here, I feel sure that they would have got up sail at once. That is just what I feel. Likely enough they had the mainsail already up and the chain short, and directly the boat was up at the davits they would have got up the anchor and been off. They may be 20 miles away by this time, though whether east or west one has no means of even guessing. The wind is nearly due north, and they may have gone either way, or have made for Cherbourg or Havre. It depends partly upon her size. If she is a small craft, they can't get far beyond that range. If she is a large one, she may have gone anywhere. The worst of it is that unless we can get some clue as to her size, we can do absolutely nothing. A good many yachts went off today, both east and west, and by the end of the week the whole fleet will be scattered. And even if we do get the size of the yacht, I don't see that we can do anything unless we get her name too. If we could do that, we could act at once. I should run up to town, lay the case before the authorities at Scotland Yard, and get them to telegraph to every port in the kingdom that upon her putting in there the vessel was at once to be searched for 2 ladies who were believed to have been forcibly carried away in her. And have those on board arrested, I suppose, Major? Well, that would have to be thought over, George. Carthew could not be brought to punishment without the whole affair being made public. That is the thing above all others to be avoided. Yes, I see that, sir, and yet it seems hard that he should go off unpunished again. He would not go unpunished, you may be sure, Frank said grimly, for if the fellow ever showed his face in London again, I would thrash him to within an inch of his life. However, sure as I feel, it is possible that I am mistaken. Miss Greendale is known to be an only daughter, and an heiress, and some other impecunious scamp may have conceived the idea of making a bold stroke for her fortune. It is not likely, but it is possible. Until morning broke, the 2 men paced the deck together. Scarcely a word was spoken. Frank was in vain endeavoring to think what course had best be taken, if the search for the men of the Phantom turned out unavailing. George was brooding over the old wrong he had suffered, and longing to avenge that and the present one. "Thank God, the night is over," Frank said at last, and I have thoroughly tired myself. I have thought until I am stupid. Now, I will lie down on one of the sofas, and perhaps I may forget it all for a few hours." Sleep, however, did not come to him, and at 7 o'clock he was on deck again. "The men went ashore at 6, sir," the skipper said. "I expect they will be back again before long." 10 minutes later, the dinghy came out between two yachts ahead. "Rollins is not on board," the skipper said as they came close. "I told him to send off the instant they got any news whatever. That is Simpson in the stern." "Well, Simpson, what news?" Frank asked as she rowed alongside. "Well, sir, we have found out as how all the Phantom's crew are ashore. Some of the chaps told us that they came back a fortnight ago, the crew having been paid off. Rollins said that I'd better come off and tell you that. He has gone off to look one of them up, and bring him off in a shore boat. He knows where he lives, and I expect we shall have him alongside in a few minutes." "Do you think that is good news or bad, sir?" George Lecmere asked. "I think that it is bad rather than good," Frank said. "Before, it seemed to me that, whatever the craft was in which she was carried away, she would probably be transferred to the Phantom, which might be lying in Portland or in Dover, or be cruising outside the island, and if I had heard nothing of the Phantom I should have searched for her. However, I suppose that the scoundrel thought that he could not trust a crew of cowsmen to take part in a business like this. But we shall know more when Rollins comes off." In half an hour the shore boat came alongside, with Rollins and a sailor with the Phantom jersey on. "So you have all been paid off, my lad?" Frank said to the sailor as he stepped on deck. "Yes, sir. It all came sudden like. We had expected that she would be out for another month at least. However, as each man got a month's pay, we had nothing to grumble about, although it did seem strange that even the skipper should not have had a hint of what Mr. Carthew intended, till he called him into his cabin and paid him his money." "And where is she laid up?" "Well, sir, she is at Ostend. I don't know whether she is going to be hauled up there, or only dismantled and left to float in the dock. The governor told the skipper that he thought he might go to the Mediterranean in December, but that till then he should not be able to use her. It seemed a rum thing leaving her out there instead of having her hauled up at Southampton or Gosport, and especially that he should not have kept 2 or 3 of us on board in charge. But of course that was his affair. Mr. Carthew is rather a difficult gentleman to please, and very changeable like. We had all made sure that we were going to race here after winning the cup at Ryde, and indeed, after the race, he said as much to the skipper." "Has he anyone with him?" Frank asked. "Only one gentleman, sir. I don't know what his name was." "What was he like?" "He was a smallish man, and thin, and didn't wear no hair on his face." "Thank you. Here's a sovereign for your trouble." "That is something, at any rate, George," he went on, as the man was rowed away. "The whole proceeding is a very strange one, and you see the description of the man with Carthew exactly answers to that of the man who found out from the boat's crew that Dr. Madison was attending Lady Greendale. And now you see that it is quite possible that the Phantom is somewhat near, or was somewhat near, yesterday afternoon. Carthew may have hired a foreign crew, and sailed in her a couple of days after her own crew came over. Or he may have hired another craft, either abroad or here. At any rate, there is something to do. I will go up to town by the midday train, and then down to Dover, and across to Ostend tonight." "Begging your pardon, Major, could not you telegraph to the harbour master at Ostend, asking if the Phantom is there?" "I might do that, George, but if I go over there I may pick up some clue. I may find out what hotel he stopped at after the crew had left, and if so, whether he crossed to England or left by a train for France. There is no saying what information I may light on. You stay on board here. You can be of no use to me on the journey, and may be of use here. I will telegraph to you from Ostend. Possibly I may want the yacht to sail at once to Dover to meet me there, or you may have to go up to town to do something for me. Now I must go down and tell Lady Greendale as much as is necessary. It will of course be the best thing for her to go up to town with me, but if she is not well enough for that, of course she must stay on board." Lady Greendale had just come into the saloon when he went down. "I think I have got a clue, a very faint one," he said. "I am going up to town at once to follow it up. How are you feeling, Lady Greendale?" "I have a terrible headache, but that is nothing. Of course, I will go up with you." "But do you feel equal to it?" "Oh, yes, quite," she said feverishly. "What is your clue, Frank?" "Well, it concerns a yacht in which I believe Bertha has been carried off. At any rate, I feel so certain as to who had a hand in it, that I have no hesitation in telling you that it was Carthew." "Mr. Carthew! Impossible, Frank! He always seemed to me a particularly pleasant and gentlemanly man." "He might seem that, but I happen to know other things about him. He is an unmitigated scoundrel. Of course, not a word must be said about it, Lady Greendale. You see that for Bertha's sake we must work quietly. It would never do for the matter to get into the papers." "It would be too dreadful, Frank. I do think that it would kill me. I will trust it in your hands altogether. I have only one comfort in this dreadful affair, and that is that Bertha has Anna with her." "That is certainly a great comfort, and it is something in the man's favor that when he enticed her from the yacht with that forged letter, he suggested that she should bring her maid." End of chapter 11. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 12 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 12. Frank Mollett and Lady Greendale crossed to Southampton by the 12 o'clock boat, and arrived in London at 3. "I have been thinking," she said, as they went up, "that it will be better for me to stop in town. I shall have less difficulty in answering questions there than I should have at home. Every one is leaving now, and in another week there will be scarcely a soul in London, I know, and I shall keep down the front blinds, and no one will dream of my being there. I shall only have to mention to Bertha's own maid that my daughter has remained at Cowes, that I have left Anna with her, and that she can wait upon me until she returns. There will be another advantage in it. You can see me whenever you are in town. I shall get your letters a post quicker when you are away, and you can telegraph to me freely. Whereas, if you telegraph to Chippenham, whoever received the message there might mention its contents as curious to someone or other, and then, of course, it would become a matter of common gossip." Frank agreed that it would certainly be better, and more bearable than having to answer questions about Bertha to every visitor who called on her. He crossed that evening to Ostend, and at 10 o'clock next morning George Thruckmere received the following message: "Make inquiries as to small brigantine that looked like converted yacht. Had very large yards on foremast. I saw her pass Cowes on Tuesday afternoon. Let Hawkins go to Portsmouth and Southampton. Find out yourself whether she anchored between Osborne and Ryde. If not, inquire at Seaview whether she passed there going east. Telegraph result tomorrow morning to my chambers. Shall cross again tonight." Thruckmere had the gig at once lowered, and started, with 4 hands at the oars, eastward, while the captain went ashore in the dinghy to leave for Southampton by the next boat. The tide was against Thruckmere, who, keeping close and round the point, steered the boat along at the foot of the slopes of Osborne, and kept eastward until he reached the coast-guard station at the mouth of Wootton Creek. "Oh, yes, we noticed her," the boatswain in charge replied in answer to his question. "We saw her, as you say, on Tuesday afternoon, going east. We could not help noticing her, for she was something out of the way. We should not have thought so much of it if she had not come back again just before dusk the next day, and anchored a mile to the west. We kept a sharp lookout that night, thinking that she might be trying to smuggle some contraband ashore. But everything was quiet, and next morning she was gone. The man who was on watch said he thought that he made her out with his night-glass going east at about 11 o'clock, but it was a dark night, and it might have been a schooner yacht or a brig." "You don't happen to know whether she stopped at Ryde the first time she passed?" "Yes, having been all talking about her, we watched to see if she was going to anchor there, or keep on to the east. She lowered a boat as she passed, and 2 men landed. They threw her up into the wind and waited until the boat came off again. The men did not come back in her. They hoisted the boat up again and went east. She stopped off Seaview. Then she came back and sent the boat ashore, and 2 men went off in her. Of course, I can't say whether they were the same. It was as much as I could do to make out that there were 2 of them, though our glass is a pretty good one. Is there anything wrong about the craft?" "Not that I know of, but there was a good deal of curiosity about her among the yachts, she being an out-of-the-way sort of craft, and I fancy there were some bets about her. There was an idea that she was seen going west 2 days later, and the governor asked me to take the boat and find out whether she had been noticed here or at Ryde. Thank you very much for your information. I have no doubt that it will be sufficient to decide any bets there may be about her." So saying, he took his seat in the gig again, and rowed back to Osprey. The skipper returned in the evening. "No such craft has gone into Southampton or Portsmouth," he said, "so I have had my journey for nothing." "No, I don't think you have," George replied. "It is something to note that she is not in either of the ports now, and has been to neither of them." George returned in time to send off a full account of what he had learned from the coastguardsman by the mail that would be delivered in London that night. On his return to town the next morning, Frank found the letter awaiting him, and at 10 o'clock, after wiring to Hawkins and the steward to stock the yacht at once with provisions of all kinds for a long voyage, he went into the city and called upon the secretary at Lloyd's. After giving his name, he told him that he believed that a young lady had been carried off forcibly in the craft, which he minutely described, and that he was desirous of having a telegram sent to every signal station between Hull and the Land's End, asking if such a craft had passed. "Of course," he added, "I am ready to defray the expense of the telegrams and replies. She left the Solent late on Wednesday evening, and on Thursday would have been between Beachy Head and Dover, if she had gone that way, and yesterday up the Thames or somewhere between Harwich and Yarmouth." "Well, Major Malt, if you will sit down and write the telegram with the description that you have given, I will send it off at once. Then, if you will call again in an hour's time, I have no doubt all the answers will have come in." "Your craft has gone west," he said when Frank returned. "All the answers the other way are negative. St. Catherine says, 'Craft answering description was seen well out at sea on Thursday morning.' Portland noticed her in the afternoon, and she was off the start yesterday morning. The wind was light then, and the Lizard reports seeing her this morning. When abreast of them, she headed south, apparently making a departure, as she could be made out keeping that course as long as seen. These are the 4 telegrams, so I think that there can be little doubt that she has made for the Mediterranean." "Thank you very much indeed," Frank said. "Can you tell me if I have any chance of getting similar information from the south?" "You could get it from Finisterre if she passed within sight, but by her holding on as far west as the Lizard, instead of taking a departure from the start, it is likely that she will take a more westerly course, and then Cape St. Vincent is the first point where she is likely to be noticed. If not there, she would probably be observed at Tarifa, although, if she kept on the southern side of the straits, she might not be noticed. I should think that she would do so. She would not be likely to put into Gibraltar, although, from what you tell me, the owner would believe that no suspicion whatever of being concerned in this affair would be likely to rest upon him. But you must bear in mind that it is probable that, as a measure of precaution, he has painted out the white streak, sent down the yards, and converted her into a fore and aft schooner, in which case she would attract no attention whatever if she passed without making her number. I certainly think that they will convert her back into a schooner yacht, as otherwise there will be a difficulty about papers whenever she enters a port. There is one more thing I wish to ask you. You see, she might not turn into the Mediterranean. She might, for example, make for the West Indies, in which case she would be almost certain to touch at Madeira or Palmas. Or possibly at Tenerife, Major. Of course, we have an agent at each of these places, and I will gladly request them, if a brigantine or schooner looking like her puts in there, to find out if possible where she is bound for, and to let you know at, shall I say Gibraltar? I am afraid it is of no use trying to get the Portuguese authorities to arrest the ship or to search her. You see, to a certain extent, it is an extradition case. Still, I will ask them to get it done if possible, though I fear that it is quite beyond their power. Thank you very much indeed. It would be an immense thing only to find out that she has gone in that direction. Of course, she may not put in at any of these places, as she is sure to have provision for a long voyage. But at any rate I will wait at Gibraltar until I get the letters, unless I can get some clue that she has gone up the Mediterranean. Of course, if I don't hear of her at Cape St. Vincent or Tarifa, I shall try Ceuta and Tangier. If she goes up on the southern side of the straits, she may anchor off either, and send a boat in to get fresh meat and fruit. The Royal Mail and the mail down the African coast will start, one tomorrow, the other on Monday, and I will send letters by them to the islands. They are sure to get there before this craft that you are in search of, and our agents will be on the lookout for her. It may not be long before you hear from Madeira, but it may be some time before you get the other letters, as the craft may be anything between 3 weeks and 5 in getting there. Of course, I shall mention when she sailed, and they will not write until all chance of her having arrived is past. Would you kindly give me the addresses of your 3 agents? I will wait for the answer from Madeira, but I am afraid my patience will never hold out until the others can come. It will be giving the schooner a fearfully long start as it is, and as you may suppose, I shall be almost mad at having to wait and do nothing. The secretary wrote the 3 addresses, and, thanking him very warmly for his kindness and courtesy, Frank went out and dispatched a telegram to the skipper, telling him to engage 10 extra hands at once, and to buy muskets and cutlasses for the whole crew. I shall come down by the 12 o'clock train from town. Be at the steamboat pier to meet me. If all is ready, shall sail at once. Having dispatched this, he drove at once to Lady Greendale's, and told her that he had learnt that the craft in which Bertha had been carried off had sailed for the south, probably the Mediterranean, and that he should start that evening in pursuit. It may be a long chase, Lady Greendale, but never fear but that I will bring her back safely. It will be for you to decide whether you will continue to remain here, or go down into the country after a time. But of course, there is no occasion for you to make up your mind now. I must be off at once, for I have several things to do before I catch the 12 o'clock train. God bless you, Frank, she said. You are looking terribly worn and fagged. I shall be all right when I am once fairly off, he said. I have not had an hour's sleep for the last 2 nights, and not much the night before. At first the whole thing seemed hopeless. Now that I am fairly on the track and know what I have to do, I shall soon be all right again. I don't know what I should have done without you, Frank, and I do believe that you will succeed. I have no doubt about it, he said. So keep your courage up, Mother, for you know that you are almost that to me now. He kissed her affectionately, and then hurried downstairs and drove to his chambers. Here he packed a portmanteau with Indian suits and underclothing, took his pistol and rifle cases, drove to a gun-maker's in the Strand for a stock of ammunition, called at his bank, and cashed a cheque for £2,000, and then drove to Waterloo. Hawkins and George Thacmere were on the landing stage at Cowes. "How are things going on, Hawkins?" Frank asked as he came across the gangway. "All right, sir. I have had my hands pretty full, sir, since I got your second telegram. Thacmere saw to getting the arms. Of course, he could not help me as to hiring the hands. I think I have got 10 first-class men. A few of the yachts have paid off already, and I know something about all of those I have engaged. While I was ashore, the mate looked after getting on board and stowing the goods as they came alongside." "Quite right, Hawkins. Did you think of ammunition, George?" "Yes, Major. I was not likely to forget that. I got 25 muskets and cutlasses. Luckily they kept them at Pascal Akey's, for the use of steam yachts going out to the east, and they had ammunition too, so I got 50 rounds for each musket. It is not likely that we shall want to use that much, but it is best to be on the right side." "I think, sir," Hawkins said, "as it is going to be a long voyage, and as we have doubled our crew, that I had better get another mate. Purvis is a very good man, but he is no navigator, and we shall have to keep watches regularly. I met an old shipmate of mine just now who would be just the man. He commanded the Amphitrite for 10 years, and I know that he is a good navigator. He has been up in the Scotch waters since the spring, and was paid off last week. I told him that it might be that I could give him a berth as second mate, and he jumped at it." "By all means, Hawkins. Of course you will want an officer for each watch. You can find him without loss of time, I hope." "Yes, sir. I have told him to hang about outside the gate here, and I would give him an answer." Very well. When you have seen him, you will find me at Akey's. I have to go there to get a lot of charts. I have only those for British waters. George, do you see to getting these traps down to the boat? I shall be there in a quarter of an hour. Is there anything else that you can think of, or that you want yourself? Nothing, sir. When you go on board, you may as well get your traps in one of the spare cabins aft. You had better move too, Captain. You and one of the mates can have the stern cabin. For the present, the other mate can have yours, and the steward can sleep in the saloon. That will make more room for the extra hands forward. It will be a tight stow, sir, the captain said. I have ordered 10 more hammocks and hooks, but I doubt whether there will be room to sling them all. I am sure there won't, Hawkins. You had better put the hooks in the saloon beams, and swing 5 or 6 of the hammocks there. We can take the hooks out and stop up the holes when we don't need them any longer. We may be having hot weather before we have done, and I don't want the men crowded too closely forward. 20 minutes later, Frank came down to the boat with the skipper, carrying a large roll of charts, and the man with the handcart containing a bundle of jerseys and caps, and 50 white duck trousers. A large shore boat was alongside when they reached the Osprey. "Is this the last lot?" the captain asked the man in charge of the pile of casks and boxes with which it was filled. "Yes, sir. This is the last batch." "Get them on deck, Hawkins," Frank said, "and we can get them down and stowed when we are under sail. Get the anchor short at once, the sail covers off and the mainsail up. I don't want to lose a minute," he went on, turning to George Lechmere. "I know that an hour, or even a day, will make no material difference, but I am in a fever to be off." "Have you found out which way they have gone, Major?" "I have found out that they have sailed for the south, but whether for the Mediterranean or for the West Indies or South America, I have no idea. But I have some hopes of finding out by the time we get to Gibraltar." "And they have got a 3-day start of us?" "Yes. I can hardly believe that it is not more. It seems to me a fortnight since I went ashore to dine at the club. 3 days is a long start, and unless the change of rig has spoiled her, the Phantom is as fast, or very nearly as fast, as we are. We can't hope to catch her up, unless she stops for 2 or 3 days in the port, and that she is certain not to do. No, I don't think that there is any chance of our overtaking her until she has got to whatever may be her destination. Of course, what Carthew counts upon is that, in time, he will get Miss Greendale to consent to marry him. That is one reason why I think that he will not go up the Mediterranean. The further he takes her, the more hopeless the prospect will seem to her." "But she will never give in, Major," George Lechmere said, confidently. "I have no fear of that, no fear whatever, and we may be quite sure that as long as he thinks that he will be able to tire her out, he will show himself in his best light, and try to make everything as pleasant for her as is possible under the circumstances. It is only when he loses all hopes of her consenting willingly that he will show himself in his true light, and you know, George, he is scoundrel enough for anything. However, I consider that she is perfectly safe for a long time, and I hope to be alongside the craft long before he becomes desperate." Half an hour later the anchor was on the rail, and the Osprey started on her voyage. The tide being in her favor, she passed the Needles just as it was getting dark. The breeze fell very light, and, although every stitch of canvas was put on, she was still some miles east of Portland when morning broke. As the sun rose, the wind freshened a bit, and she moved faster through the water. The hands were mustered and divided into 2 watches, and the jerseys and red caps served out to the new hands. "You had better give them the whole of the duck trousers, to fit themselves from, Captain," Frank said. "There are assorted sizes, you know, and when they have suited themselves you can take the other 10 pairs into store. You and the mates will want some when we get into warmer climates." "Are we bound for the Mediterranean?" Hawkins asked. "To Gibraltar, to begin with. What we shall do afterwards will depend upon what news I get there. We may have to go round the world, for all I know." "Well, sir, I hope not, for your sake, and the young lady's, but as far as we are concerned, we would as lief go round the world as anything else, though she is not a very big craft for such a journey as that." "How long will the water tanks hold out?" "That is where the pinch will come in, sir. I reckon that at ordinary times we might make shift to go on for 3 weeks without filling up. But you see we have 20 hands instead of 10, and that will make all the difference. I did get 10 good-sized casks yesterday morning, and got them filled as well as the tanks. They are stowed away forward, but they won't improve her speed. They have brought her head down over 2 inches, but of course we shall use the water in them first. You had better bring them amidships, Captain, and stow them round the saloon skylight. Appearances are of no consequence whatever, and the great thing is to get her in her best sailing trim. If bad weather comes on, we must put half in the bow and half in the stern, where we can wedge them in tightly together. It would not do to risk having them rolling about the decks. Well then, he went on, seeing that the captain did not like the thought of having weight at each end of the yacht. If the weather gets bad, we will take the saloon skylight off and lower them down into it. I can eat my meals on deck, or in my stateroom. But the water we must keep. If we get a spell of headwinds or calms, we may be 3 weeks getting to Gibraltar. That would be a very good plan, sir, if you can do without the saloon, and don't mind its being littered up. Well, I hope we shan't get any bad weather until we get well across the bay, Hawkins. I don't mind the discomfort, but it would stop her speed. We want a wind that will just let us carry all our canvas. We can travel a deal faster so than we can in heavy weather, when we might be obliged to get down the greater part of our canvas, and perhaps to lie to. It looks like a strong crew, doesn't it? He went on, as he glanced forward. That it does, sir. A craft of this size can do well with more when she is racing. But for a crew, it is more than one wants. A good deal. And people would stare if we went into an English port. Still, I don't say that it is not an advantage to be strong-handed if we get heavy weather. And it makes light work of getting up sail or shifting it. And one wants to shift pretty often when he is trying to get high speed out of a craft. The wind continued fitful, and, in spite of having her racing sails, the Osprey's run to the start was a long one. It was not until 36 hours after getting up anchor that they were abreast of the lighthouse. I try to be patient, George, Mollett said, but it is enough to make a saint swear. We have lost 8 or 10 hours instead of making a gain, although we had the advantage of coming through the Needles Passage, while they had to go round at the back of the island to escape observation. Yes, sir, but you know we have often found that sometimes one, sometimes another, makes a gain in these shifty winds. Perhaps tomorrow we may be running along fast, and the Phantom be lying without a breath of wind. That is so, George. I will try to bear it in mind. There, you see, the skipper is taking the exact bearing of the lighthouse, and we shall soon be heading south. In 5 minutes the captain gave the order to the helmsman, and the craft was then laid on her new course. The wind is northing a bit, the skipper said, as, after giving the helmsman instructions, he came up to Frank. It has shifted 2 points round in the last half-hour, and you see we have got the boom off a bit. If it goes round a point more, we will get the square sail ready for hoisting. It will help her along rarely when the head sails cease to be of any good. Half an hour later the wind had gone round far enough for the square sail to be used to advantage, and it was accordingly hoisted. The captain then had the barrels brought aft, and ranged along each side of the bulwark. For 48 hours the Osprey maintained her speed, leaving all the sailing vessels she overtook far behind her, and keeping for hours abreast of a cargo steamer going in the same direction. She is bound for Finisterre, the skipper said, and we shall pass it some 30 miles to the west, so our courses will gradually draw apart. But we shall see her smoke anyhow, until we are pretty nigh abreast of the Cape. That is, if the wind holds as it is now. It is falling lighter this afternoon. 2 or 3 hours later the wind died away altogether. The square sail was got down, and the skipper then said, "I will get the topsail down too, sir. We can easily get it up again, and I will put a smaller jib on her. I don't at all think, by the look of the sky, that we are going to have a blow. The glass would have altered more if we were, but one never can tell. I would not risk the loss of a spar for anything." "I should think that you might put a couple of reefs in the mainsail, Hawkins." "Well, perhaps it would be the best, sir, for a puff that one thinks nothing of. one way or the other, when a craft has way, will take her over wonderfully when it catches her becalmed." Just as he had finished his dinner, the captain came down and asked Frank to come on deck. "There is a steamer bearing down on us. I can see both her side lights, and as she is coming in from the west, she may not notice our starboard light. It is burning all right, but one never can see these green lights. They are the deceivingest things at a distance. I have just sent down for the man to bring up the riding light, and as it is a first-rate one, if we put it on deck it will light up the mainsail. I have told them to bring up the big horn. That ought to waken them, if anything will." "How far is she off now, Hawkins?" "About 1.5 miles, Major. There are no signs of her altering her course, as she ought to have done by this time if she had made us out. You see, her head light shows up fair and square between her side lights, which shows that she is coming as near as possible on to us. I think that I had better light a blue light." Frank nodded. The blue light at once blazed out. "They ought to see that, if they are not all asleep," Frank said, as he looked up at the sails standing out white against the dark sky. "Set to work with that foghorn," the skipper said, and the man began to work the bells of a great foghorn, which uttered a roar that might have been heard on a still night many miles away. Again and again the roar broke out. "That has fetched them," the captain said. "She is starboarding her helm to go astern of us. There, we have lost her red light, so it is all right. How I should have liked to have been behind the lookout, or the officer of the watch, with a marline spike or a capstan bar. I will warrant that they would not have nodded when on watch again for a long time to come. Here she comes. She is closer than I thought she was. She will pass within 50 yards of the stern. It is lucky that we had that big horn, Major Malt, for if we had not woke them up when we did, she would have run us down to a certainty." As the steamer came along, scarcely more than a length astern of the yacht, a yell of execration broke from the sailors gathered forward. "That was a near shave, George," Frank Mullet said, when the steamer had passed. "It brought me out in a cold sweat at the thought that, if the Osprey were to be run down, there was an end to all chance of rescuing Bertha from that scoundrel's clutches. I don't know that I thought of myself at all. I am a good swimmer, and I suppose she would have stopped to pick us up. It was the Osprey I was thinking of. Even if every life on board had been saved, I don't see how we could have followed up the search without her." End of chapter 12. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 13 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 13. 3 hours later the breeze came. Frank was pacing up and down the deck when there was a slight creak above. He stopped and looked up. "Is that the breeze?" he asked the first mate, whose watch it was. "I think so, sir, though it may be just the heaving from a steamer somewhere. I don't feel any wind, not a breath from any quarter." There was another and more decided sound above. "There is no mistake this time," the mate said, as the boom which had been hanging amidships slowly swung over to port. "It's somewhere about the quarter that we expected it from, and coming as gently as a lamb." 5 minutes later there was sufficient breeze to cause her to heel over perceptibly as she moved quietly through the water. "Hands aft to shake out the reefs," the mate called. The order was repeated down the forecastle hatch by one of the 2 men on the lookout. The rest of the watch, who had been allowed to go below, tumbled up. The sailors hastened to untie the reef points. All were aware of the nature of the chase in which they were embarked. The whole crew were full of ardor. They felt it as a personal grievance that the young lady to whom their employer was engaged had not only been carried off, but carried off from the deck of the yacht. Moreover, she was very popular with them, as she had often asked them questions and chatted with them when at the helm or when she walked forward. She knew them all by name, and had several times come off from shore with a packet of tobacco for each man in her basket. She had been quick in learning to steer, and her desire to know everything about the yacht had pleased the sailors, who were all delighted when they learned of her engagement to the owner. The new hands, on learning the particulars, had naturally entered to some extent into the feeling of the others, and the alacrity with which every order was obeyed showed the interest felt in the chase. As soon as the reef points were untied, came the order, "Slack away the reef tackle, and see that the carrying will run easy. Now up with the throat halyard. That will do. Now the gaff a little more. Belay there. Now get that topsail up from the sail locker. We won't shift jibs just yet, until we see whether the breeze is going to freshen." It was not long before the increasing heel of the craft and rustle of water along her side told that she was traveling faster. "The wind is freeing her a bit, sir. It has shifted a good half-point in the last 10 minutes." "That is a comfort," Frank said. "You may as well heave the log. I should like to know how she is going before I turn in." 7 knots, sir," the mate reported. "That is pretty fair, considering how close-hauled she is." "Well, I will turn in now. Let me know if there is any change." At 5 o'clock, Frank was on deck again. Purvis was in charge of the watch now. "Good morning, sir," he said, touching his hat as Frank came up. "We are going to have a fine day, and the wind is likely to keep steady." "All right, Purvis. What speed were we going when you heaved the log?" 7½ sir. Perry tells me that she has been doing just that ever since the wind sprang up. I reckon that we are pretty well abreast of Finisterre now. We shall have the sun up in a few minutes, and I expect that it will come up behind the land. Lambert, go up to the cross tree and keep a sharp lookout as the sun comes up, and see if you can make land." "I can make out the land, sir," the sailor called down as soon as he reached the cross tree. "It stands well up. I should say that you can see it from deck." The mate and Frank walked further aft and looked out under the boom. The land was plainly visible against the glow of the sky. "There it is, sure enough," the mate said. "I looked over there before you came up and could not make it out, but the sky has brightened a lot in the last 10 minutes. I should say that it is about 25 miles away. It is a very bold coast, sir." "That is Finisterre over the quarter. You see the land breaks off suddenly there. We ought to have made out the light, but of course it is not very bright at this distance. And there was a slight mist on the water when I came up at 8 bells. I suppose in another 48 hours we shall not be far from the southern point of Portugal." "We shall be there or thereabouts by that time if the wind keeps the same strength and in the same quarter. That would make an uncommonly good run of it, considering that we were lying 24 hours becalmed. If it had not been for that, we should have been only 4 days from the start to St. Vincent." The mate's calculations turned out correct, and at 7 in the morning they anchored a mile off Cape St. Vincent. The gig was lowered, and Frank was rowed ashore, taking with him a signal book in which questions were given in several languages, including Spanish. He had purchased it at Cowes before starting. The signal officer was very polite, and fortunately understood a little English, so Frank managed, with the aid of the book, to make him understand his questions. No craft at all answering to the description had been noticed passing during the last 5 or 6 days. Certainly no yacht had passed. She might, of course, have gone by after dark. He showed Frank the record of the ships that had been sighted going east, and of those that had made their numbers as they passed. The Phantom was not among the latter, nor did the rig or approximate tonnage, as guessed, of any of the others, at all correspond with hers. After thanking the officer, Frank returned to his boat, and half an hour later the Osprey was again under way. At Ceuta, Tarifa, and Tangier there was a similar want of success. Such a craft might have passed, but if so, she was either too far away to be noted or had passed during the night. From Tangier he crossed to Gibraltar, and anchored among the shipping there. So far, everything had gone to confirm his theory that the Phantom would not go up the Mediterranean. Of course, she might have passed the 3 places, as well as St. Vincent, at night, or have kept so nearly in the middle of the strait as to pass without being remarked. Still, the chances were against it, and he regarded it as almost certain that she would have put into one or other of the African ports, as she passed them, for water, fresh meat, and fruit. It was 6 days after the Osprey passed St. Vincent before she anchored off Gibraltar. She had made her number as she came in, and in a short time the health officer came out in a boat. The visit was a formal one. The white ensign on her taffrail was in itself sufficient to show her character, and that she must have come straight from England, and the questions asked were few and brief. "We are 10 days out," Frank said. "We have touched at Tarifa, Ceuta, and Tangier, but that is all. The crew are all in good health. Here is a list of them if you wish to examine them." "As a matter of formality, it is better that it should be done," the health officer said. "I will order them to muster," Frank said, "and while they are doing so, will you come below and take a glass of wine? Can you tell me if a craft about this size, a schooner or brigantine, has put in here during the last fortnight? I don't know whether she is still flying yacht colors, or has gone into trade, but at any rate you could see at once that she had been a yacht." "Certainly no such craft has put in here, Major Mullet. Yours is the first yacht that has come round this season, and as I board every vessel that anchors here, I should certainly have noticed any trader that had formerly been a yacht. The decks and fittings would tell their story at once. Do you know her name?" "I don't know much about her," Frank said, "but a craft of that kind sailed from Cowes a day or two before I started, and, as I believe, for the Mediterranean. Being about our own size, and heavily sparred for a schooner, I was rather curious to know if I had beaten her. We did not make her out as we came along." "You must have passed her in the night, I should say, unless, as is likely enough, she did not put in but kept eastward." As Frank had touched at Gibraltar 3 times before, the place had no novelty for him. He, however, went ashore at once to make arrangements for filling up again with water. The steward and George Thekmere accompanied him into the town to purchase fresh meat, fruit, and vegetables. Frank then made his way to the post office. He was scarcely disappointed at finding that there was nothing for him as yet. The next 3 days he spent in wandering restlessly over the rock. As long as the Osprey was under way, and doing her best, he was able to curb his anxiety and impatience. But now that she was at anchor he felt absolutely unable to remain quietly on board. Several officers of his acquaintance came off to the Osprey, and he was invited to dine at their mess dinner every night. He, however, declined. "The fact is, my dear fellow," he said to each, "I am at present waiting with extreme anxiety for news of a most important nature, and until I get it, I am so restless and so confoundedly irritable that I am not fit to associate with anyone. When I look in here again, I hope that it will be all right, and then I shall be delighted to come to you, and have a chat over our Indian days, but at present I really am not up to it." His appearance was sufficient to testify that his plea was not a fictitious excuse. On the 4th day he found a letter awaiting him at the post office. He tore it open, and read: "Funchal, Madeira, August 30th. "Sir, at the request of Mr. Greenwood, I beg to inform you that a brigantine, precisely answering to the description given me, anchored in the roads here on the 21st. She only remained a few hours to take in water and stores. I was at the landing place when the master came on shore. He said that they had had a wonderfully fast voyage from England, having come from the Lizard under 7 days, and holding a leading wind all the way. She was flying the Belgian flag, and I learned from the Portuguese official who visited her that her papers were all in order, and that she had been purchased at Ostend from an Englishman only 3 weeks before, and had been named the Dragon. He did not remember what her English name had been. Most unfortunately, she had left a few hours before the mail steamer came in, bringing me the letter from Lloyd's. I do not know that I could, in any case, have stopped her, but I think that I could have got the officials to have searched her, and if the ladies had been on board, and had appealed to them for protection, I think the vessel would certainly have been detained, or, at any rate, the authorities would have insisted upon the ladies being set on shore. Her papers had the Cape as her destination, though this may, of course, have been only a blind. I regret much that I am unable to give you further information, beyond the fact that there were 2 male passengers on board. I shall be happy to reply to any communication I may receive from you." Frank hurried down to the landing place. "Lay out, men," he said. "I want to be under way in a quarter of an hour." The men bent to their oars, and the gig flew through the water. There was no one on shore, for Frank had given strict orders that no one was to land, of a morning, until he returned from the post office. "Get under way at once," he called to the captain, as soon as he came within hailing distance. There was an instant stir on board. Some of the men ran to the capstan. Others began to unlace the sail covers, while some gathered at the davits to hoist the boat up directly she came alongside. "I have news, lads," Frank said in a loud voice as he stepped on board. "She has touched at Madeira." There was a cheer from the men. It was something to know that a clue had been obtained, and in a wonderfully short time the Osprey was under way and heading for the point of the bay. "Then they did not stop them there, Major?" George Lechmere asked after Frank had stated the news. "No, the mail did not arrive with the letter in time for Lloyd's agent to act upon it. The Phantom had sailed some hours before. She is still under her square yards, and her name has been changed to the Dragon. She was there on the 21st, and the letter is dated the 30th. "And today is the 6th," George said, "so he has 15 days' start of us, besides the distance to Madeira. Yes, she must be among the West Indies long before we can hope to overtake her, there or at some South American port." "Then you have learnt for certain that she has gone that way, Major?" "It is not quite certain, but I have no doubt about it. Her papers say that she is bound for the Cape, which is quite enough to show me that she is not going there. I think it is the West Indies rather than South America, for if she went to any Brazilian port, or Montevideo, or Buenos Aires, she would be more likely to attract attention than she would in the West Indies, where there are scores of islands and places where she could cruise, or lie hidden as long as she liked. Yes, I have no doubt that is her destination. It is a nasty place to have to search, but sooner or later we ought to be able to find her. Fortunately, the negroes pretty nearly all speak English, Spanish, or French, and we shall have no difficulty in getting information wherever there is any information to be had." 4 days later, the Osprey anchored off Funchal. The dinghy at once put off the 6 water casks, and Frank was rowed ashore in the gig, and had a talk with his correspondent. The latter, however, could give him no more information than had been contained in his letter, except that the white streak had been painted out, and that the craft carried 14 hands, all of whom were foreigners. He could give no information as to whether she would be likely to touch at either the Canaries or the Cape de Verde Islands, but was inclined to think that she would not. "They took a very large stock of water on board," he said, "and a much larger amount of meat, vegetables, and fruit than they would have required had they intended to put in there. And meat is a good deal dearer here than it would be at St. Vincent, or even Tenerife. I should think from this that they had no intention of putting in there, though they might touch at St. Helena or Ascension, if they are really on their way to the Cape. But after what you tell me, I should think that your idea that they have made for the West Indies is the correct one. I should say that they were likely to lie up in some quiet and sheltered spot there, for it is the hurricane season now, and no one would be cruising about among the islands if he could help it. There are scores of places where he could lie in shelter, and no one be any the wiser, except perhaps negro villagers on the shore." "Yes, I should think that is what he would do," Frank agreed. "How long does the hurricane season last?" "The worst time is between the middle of September and the middle of November, but you cannot depend upon settled weather until the new year begins. Well, hurricane or no hurricane, I shall set out on the search as soon as I get over there." 2 hours later the Osprey was again on her way. The breeze was fresh and steady, and with her square sails set and her mizzen furled, she ran along at over 9 knots an hour. One day succeeded another, without there being the least occasion to make any shift in the canvas, and it was not until they were within a day's sail of Porto Rico that the wind dropped almost suddenly. Purvis at once ran below. "The glass has fallen a long way since I looked at it at breakfast," he said as he returned. "Then we are in for a blow," the skipper said. "I am new to these latitudes, but wherever you are, you know what to do when there is a sudden lull in the wind and a heavy fall on the glass. Now, lads, get her canvas off her. All down, Captain, every stitch. Andrews, do you and 2 others get down into the sail locker and bring up the storm jib, the small foresail, trysail, and storm mizzen. If it is a tornado, we shan't want to show much sail to it." "If we are going to have a tornado, Captain, I should recommend that you get the mainsail loose from the hoops, put the cover on, roll it up tightly to the gaff, and lash it to the bulwarks on one side, and get the boom off and lash it on the other side. That will be a very good plan. The lower we get the weight, the better." When this was done, the topmast was also sent down and lashed by the sail. The barrels, which were now all empty, were lowered down into the saloon, where the trysail was fastened to the hoops ready for hoisting, and all the reefs tied up. A triangular mizzen was then hoisted, and a storm jib. "We won't get up the foresail at present," the captain said. "I have reefed it right down, sir, but I won't hoist it until we have got the first blow over. You had better see that everything is well secured on deck, and if I were you, I would put the jibs in stops. We can break it out when we like, but from all accounts the first burst of these tornadoes is terrible. I should leave the mizzen on her. That will bring her head up to it, whichever way it comes, and she will lie to under that and the jib." "Yes, sir, but it is likely enough that we shall have to sail. I have been reading about the tornadoes. I picked up a book at Cowes the day we sailed, when I saw that you were ordering the charts of these seas, and have learnt what is the proper thing to do. The wind is from the southeast at present, which means the center of the hurricane lies to the southwest. If the wind comes more from the east, as long as we can sail we are to head northwest, or else lie to on the port tack. If it shifts more to the south, we are to lie to on the starboard tack." "That sounds all right, Hawkins. It is very easy to describe what ought to be done, but it is not so easy to do it when you are in a gale that is almost strong enough to take her mast out of her. I will tell you what I would do. I would break up a couple of those casks and nail the staves over the skylights, and then nail tarpaulins over them. I have no fear whatever about her weathering the gale, but I expect that for a bit we shall be more under water than above it. I see Perry is getting the 2 anchors below. That will help to ease her. At any rate, she will be a good fighting trim. I think we began none too soon. There is a thick mist over the sky, and it looks as dark as pitch ahead." "There is only one thing more, sir," and the captain shouted. "All hands get the boats on deck, and see that they are lashed firmly. Will you see to getting in the davits out of the sockets, Purvis, and getting them below?" "I ought to have done that before," he went on apologetically, "but I did not think of it. However, with such a strong crew it won't take 5 minutes, and we have got that and something to spare, I think." "You have got the bowsprit reefed, Hawkins?" "Yes, sir, full reefed." "There is only one thing more that I can suggest. I fancy that these tornadoes begin with heavy lightning. Get those wire topmast stays, and twist them tightly round the shrouds and lash them there, leaving the ends to drop a fathom or 2 in the water. In that way I don't think that we need be afraid of the lightning. If it strikes us it will run down the wire shrouds, and then straight into the water." In 5 minutes all was in readiness, the boats securely lashed on deck, the davits down below, and the lightning protectors tied tightly to the wire shrouds. "Now, Captain, I think we have done all that we can do. What are you doing now?" "I am running a lifeline right round her, sir. It may save more than one life if the seas make a sweep of her." "You are right, Captain. These 18-inch bulwarks are no great protection." 4 sailors speedily lashed a 3-inch rope 4 feet above the deck, from the forestay round the shrouds and aft to the mizzen, hove as tight as they could get it, and then fastened. While this was being done, one of the mates cut up a piece of 2-inch rope into several foot lengths, and gave one to each of the men and officers, including Frank and George Lechmere. "If you tie the middle of that round your chest under the arms, you will have the 2 ends ready to lash yourself to windward when it gets bad. A couple of twists round anything will keep you safe, however much water may come over her." "Do you mean to stay on deck, sir?" the skipper asked. "You won't be able to do any good, and the fewer hands there are on deck, the less there will be to be anxious about. I shall only keep 4 hands forward, after the first burst is over, and they will be lashed to the shrouds. Purvis will be there with them. Perry and Andrews will take the helm, and I shall stay with them. We have battened the forehatch down. One of the men will be in the after cabin, and if I want to hoist the trysail or make any change, I shall give 3 knocks, and that will be a signal for them to send half a dozen hands up. They will come through the saloon and up the companion. We shan't be able to open the forehatch." Very well, skipper. I will go down when the hands do. We are going to have it soon." It was now indeed so dark that he could scarcely see the face of the man he was speaking to. "I really think, Captain, that I should send some of them down below at once. If a flash of lightning were to strike the mast, it would probably go down the shrouds harmlessly, but might do frightful damage among the men, crowded as they are up here, or it might blind some of them. Besides, the weight forward is no trifle." "I think that you are right, sir," and, raising his voice, the captain shouted, "All hands below, except the 4 men told off. Go down by the companion." "Would you mind their stopping in the saloon, sir? It would make her more lively than if they all went down into the forecastle." "Certainly not, Captain," and accordingly the men were ordered to remain in the saloon. "You can light your pipes there, my lads," Frank said as they went down, "and make yourselves as comfortable as you can." The last man had scarcely disappeared when the captain said, "Look there, Major Malt," and looking up, Frank saw a ball of phosphorescent light, some 18 inches in diameter, upon the masthead. "Plenty of electricity about," he said cheerfully. "If they are all as harmless as that, it won't hurt us." But as he ceased speaking there was a crash of thunder overhead that made the whole vessel quiver, and at the same instant a flash of lightning so vivid that for a moment or two Frank felt absolutely blinded. Without a moment's intermission, flash followed flash, while the crashes of thunder were incessant. "I think that plan of yours has saved the ship, sir," the captain said, when after 5 minutes the lightning ceased as suddenly as it had begun. "I am sure that a score of those flashes struck the mast, and yet no damage has been done to it, so far as I could see by the last flash. Are you all right there, Purvis?" "All right," the mate replied. "Scared a bit, I fancy. I know I am myself, but none the worse for it." "It is coming now, sir," the captain said. "Listen." Frank could hear a low moaning noise, rapidly growing louder, and then he saw a white line on the water coming along with extraordinary velocity. "Hard down with the helm, Perry," the captain said. "Hard down it is, sir." "Hold on all!" the captain shouted. A few seconds later the gale struck them. The yacht shook as if in a collision, and heeled over till the water was half up her deck. Then the weight of her lead ballast told, and as the pressure on the mizzen did its work, she gradually came up to the wind, getting on to an almost even keel as she did so. "Break out the jib and haul on the weather sheet," the captain shouted. Purvis was expecting this, and although he did not hear the words above the howl of the storm, at once obeyed the order. "There she is, sir, lying to like a duck," the skipper shouted in Frank's ear, "and none the worse for it. An ordinary craft would have turned turtle, but I have seen her as far over when she has been racing." "Well, I will go below now, Hawkins," Frank shouted back. "It is enough to blow the hair off one's head. Come down, George, with me. You can be of no use here." End of chapter 13. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 14 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 14. For 8 hours the Osprey struggled with the storm. The sea swept over her decks, and the dinghy was smashed into fragments, but the yacht rode with far greater ease than an ordinary vessel would have done, as, save for her bare mast, the wind had no hold upon her. There were no spars with the weight of furled sails to catch the wind and hold her down. She was in perfect trim, and her sharp bows met the waves like a wedge, and suffered them to glide past her with scarce a shock, while the added buoyancy gained by reefing the bowsprit and getting the anchors below lifted her over seas that, as they approached, seemed as if they would make a clean sweep over her. From time to time Frank went up for a few minutes, lashing himself to the runner to windward. The 3 men at the helm were all sitting up, lashed to cleats, and sheltering themselves as far as they could by the bulwarks. Movement toward them was impossible. Beyond a wave of the hand, no communication could be held. Frank could not have ventured out had he not, before going down below for the first time, stretched a rope across the deck in front of the companion, so that before going out he obtained a firm grasp of it, and was, by its assistance, able to reach the side safely. Each time he went out, 4 of the crew from below followed him and relieved those lashed to the shrouds forward. The skipper was carrying out the plan he had decided on, and the foresail was hoisted a few feet, the Osprey by its aid gradually edging her way out from the center of the tornado. The hands, as they came down, received a stiff glass of grog, and were told to turn in at once. 2 hours after the storm broke, Purvis came down for a few minutes. "She is doing splendidly, sir," he said. "I would not have believed it if I had not seen it, that any craft of her size could have gone through such a sea as this and shipped so little water. We have had a few big uns come on board, but in general she goes over them like a duck. It is hard work forward. You have got to keep your back to it, for you can hardly get your breath if you face it. If it was not for the lashings, it would blow you right away. I have been at sea in gales that we thought were big ones, but nothing like this. Of course, with our heavy ballast and bare poles, she don't lie over much. It is the sea and not the wind that affects her, and her low freeboard is all in her favor. But I believe a ship with a high side and yards and top hamper would be blown down on her beam ends and kept there. Do you think that it blows as hard as it did, Purvis?" "There ain't much difference, sir, but I do think there ain't quite so much weight in it. I expect we are working our way out of it. We have been twice round the compass. It is lucky we had not got down among the islands before we caught it. I would not give much for our chances if we had been there, for these gales gradually wear themselves out as they get farther from the islands." In 6 hours the weather had so far moderated that they were able to hoist the reefed foresail, and 2 hours later the trysail was set with all the reefs in. These were shaken out in a short time, the wind dying away fast. Half the crew had turned into their hammocks some time before, and the regular watch was now set. The motion of the ship, however, was very violent, for there was a heavy tumbling sea still on, the waves having no general direction, but tossing in confused masses and coming on to the deck, now on one side, now on the other. At midnight Frank also turned in his clothes, but he was soon up again, for the motion of the yacht was so violent that he found it next to impossible to keep from being jerked out of his berth. The first mate had had 4 hours off duty, and had just come up again to relieve the captain. "It is lucky, sir, that all our gear is nearly new," he said, "for if it had not been, this rolling would have taken the mast out of her. The strain on the shrouds each time that she gets chucked over must be tremendous. It would have been better, for this sort of work, if we had had 10 feet taken off that stick before we started." "Well, just for the present it would have been better, sir, but even if we had had time I would not have done it. We should not have much chance of overhauling the Phantom if we clipped our wings." In another 2 hours the sea had sensibly moderated. Frank again went down, and this time was able to go to sleep. When he went on deck the sun was some way up, the mainsail was set, and the reefs had been shaken out. "This is a change for the better, Captain." "It is indeed, sir. I think that we have reason to be proud of the craft. She has gone through a tornado without having suffered the slightest damage, except the loss of the dinghy. I shall be getting the topmast up in another hour. You see, I've got her No. 2 jib on her and shifted the mizzen, but she is still a bit too lively to make it safe to get up the spar. Like as not, if we did, it would snap off before we could get the stays taut." "I am terribly anxious about the Phantom," Frank said, "and only trust that she was in a snug harbor on the lee side of one of the islands." "I hope so, sir. I was thinking of her lots of times when the gale was at its height. If she was, as you say, in a good port, she would be right enough. Of course, if she was out she would run for the nearest shelter. If she had no more wind than we had before it came on, she had not much chance of doing that." "That is true enough, sir, but you see, the glass gave us notice 3 hours before we caught it. Besides, they certainly took native pilots on board as soon as they got out here, and these must have got them into some safe place at the first sign of a gale." "Yes, they must certainly have had a pilot on board," Frank agreed, "and there is every ground to hope that they were snugly at anchor. They were 3 weeks ahead of us, and must know that it is the hurricane season as well as we do. It is likely that the first thing they did on their arrival was to search for some quiet spot where they could lie up safely till the bad season was over. Late on the following afternoon land was seen ahead. "There is Puerto Rico, sir. It may not be quite our nearest point to make, but there are no islands lying outside it, so that it was safer to make for it than for places where the islands seem to be as thick as peas." "Yes, and for the same reason it is likely that Carthew made for it. Of course, naturally we should have both gone for either Barbados or Antigua or Barbuda, the most northern of the Leeward Islands, but he would not do so if he intends to keep his Belgian colours flying. And indeed, it would seem curious that two English gentlemen should be cruising about in a Belgian trader. You may take it that he is certain to put into a port for water and vegetables, just as we have to do. There seem to be at least half a dozen on this side of the island. He may have gone into any of them, but he would be most likely to choose a small place. However, at one or other of them we are likely to get news, and the first thing for us to do is to get a good black pilot who can talk some English as well as Spanish. It is likely we shall have to take 3 or 4 of them before we have done. A man here might know of the Virgin Islands, and perhaps most of the Leeward Islands, but he might not know anything east, west, or north of San Domingo. We should certainly want another pilot for the Bahamas, and a third for Cuba and the islands round it, which can be counted almost by the 100. Then again, none of these would know the islands fringing almost the whole of the coast from Honduras to Trinidad. However, I hope we shall not have to search them. There is an ample cruising ground and any number of hiding places without having to go so far out of the world as that. At any rate, at present he is not likely to have gone far, and I think that he will either have sought some secluded shelter among the Virgin Islands, or on the coast of San Domingo. When within a few miles of Puerto Rico, they lay to for the night, and the next morning coasted westward and dropped anchor in the port of San Juan de Puerto Rico. A quarter of an hour after dropping anchor, the port officials came on board. The inspection of the ship's papers was a short formality, the white ensign and the general appearance of the craft showing her at once to be an English yacht, and as she had only touched at Madeira on her way from Gibraltar, and all on board were in good health, she was at once given Perique. "The first thing to do is to get an interpreter," Frank said, as he was rowed to shore, accompanied by George Lechmere. "The Secretary of Lloyd's gave me a list of their agents all over the world. It is a Spanish firm here, and it is probable that none of them speaks English. But if so, I have no doubt that by aid of this signal book I shall be able to make them understand what I want. I have a circular letter of introduction from Lloyd's secretary." He had no difficulty in discovering the place of business of Señor Juan Cordovo, and on sending in his card and the letter of introduction, was at once shown into an inner office. He was received with grave courtesy by the merchant, who, on learning that he did not speak Spanish, touched a bell on his table. A clerk entered, to whom he spoke a few words. The young man then turned to Frank and said, "I speak English, sir. Señor Cordova wishes me to assure you that all he has is at your disposal, and that he will be happy to assist you in any way that you may point out. Please assure Señor Cordova of my high consideration and gratitude for his offer. Will you inform him that I intend to cruise for some time among the islands, and that I desire to obtain the services of an interpreter, speaking English and Spanish, and if he possesses some knowledge of French, so much better." The reply was translated to the merchant, who conversed with the interpreter for 2 or 3 minutes. The latter then turned to Frank. "I have a brother, señor, who, like myself, speaks the 3 languages. He is at present out of employment, and would, I am sure, be very glad to engage himself to you as your interpreter." "That would be the very thing," Frank said. "Does he live in the town?" "Yes, señor. I could fetch him here in a few minutes, if Señor Cordovo will permit me to do so." The merchant at once granted the clerk's request. "Will you tell Señor Cordovo," Frank said, "that I do not wish to occupy his valuable time, and that I will return here in a quarter of an hour." The merchant, however, through the clerk, assured Frank that he would not hear of his leaving, and producing a box of cigars, begged him to seat himself until the arrival of the interpreter. He then said something else to the clerk, and the latter asked Frank if he wanted any supplies for the yacht, as his employer acted as agent for shipping. "Certainly," Frank said, glad to have the opportunity of repaying the civility shown him. "I require fresh meat, fruit, and vegetables, sufficient for 25 persons. I shall also be glad if he will arrange for boats to take off water. My barrels and tanks are nearly empty, and I shall want a supply of about 1,000 gallons." While the clerk was absent, Frank, with the assistance of the signal book, kept up a somewhat disjointed conversation with the Spaniard. The clerk was, however, away but a few minutes, and returned with his brother, an intelligent-looking young fellow of 17 or 18. He did not speak English quite as well as the clerk, but sufficiently well for all purposes. Frank asked him his terms, which seemed to him ridiculously low, and a bargain was forthwith arranged. "Will you ask Senor Cordova if any other English yacht has been here during the past 3 weeks or a month? I have a friend on board one, and I fancy that she is cruising out here also." The merchant replied that no English yacht had touched at the port for some months, and that such visits were extremely rare. He assured him that the stores ordered would be alongside in the course of the afternoon, and expressed his regret when Frank declined his invitation to stay with him for a day or two at his country house. After renewed thanks, Frank took his departure with his new interpreter, whose name was Pedro. George Lechmere was waiting at the corner of the street. "I have arranged everything satisfactorily, George. This young man is coming with me as interpreter, and as he speaks both French and Spanish, we shall get on well in future." "When will you be ready to come on board, Pedro?" "In half an hour, senor." "You will find my boat at the quay. Take your things down to it. It is a white boat with a British flag at the stern. But I don't want you to go off yet. I have 2 things I want you to do before you go. In the first place, I want a pilot. I want one who knows the Virgin Islands well, and also the coast of San Domingo." "There will be no difficulty about that, senor." "In the second place, I want to find out from the boatmen at the quays whether a Belgian schooner of 70 or 80 tons have touched here during the last month. She carries large yards on her foremast, and is a very fast-looking craft. She was at one time an English yacht. If she called here, I wish to know whether she sailed east or west, and if possible to obtain an idea as to her destination." "There was such a vessel here, senor, for I noticed her myself. She only remained a few hours, while her boats took off water and vegetables. I happened to notice her, for having nothing to do, I was down at the quays, and the boatmen were talking about her, she being a craft such as is seldom seen now. Some of the old men said that she reminded them of the privateers in the Great War. I went down to the boats when they first came ashore. The men only spoke French, and they paid me $1 to go round with them to make the purchases. They took them, and also the water, off in their own boats, which surprised me, for they were very handsome boats, much more handsome than I have seen in any ship that ever came here. I said that it would cost them but a very small sum to send the barrels off in the native boats, but they insisted upon taking them themselves. I don't know which way they sailed, because I went home as soon as they went away from the quay, but the boatmen will be able to tell me." He went away and talked with some of the negro boatmen, and soon returned, saying that she sailed westward. "At what time did she sail?" "It was just getting dark, senor, for they said that they could scarcely make her out, but she certainly went west." "Well, all you have to do now, Pedro, is to hire a pilot. Get the best man that you can find. I want one who knows every foot of the Virgin Islands. We are going there first. It does not matter so much about his knowing San Domingo, for as we shall probably come back here, we can put him ashore and get another pilot, specially for San Domingo. Be sure you get the best man that you can find, whatever his terms are. We will be back again here in half an hour." "That is satisfactory indeed, George," Frank went on, as they turned away. "Of course, strongly as we believed that he might be here, there was no absolute certainty about it, for he might have gone to the South American ports, or even have headed for the Gulf of Florida. You see, he is not only here, but came to the very island we thought that he would most likely make for. As for his going west, no doubt that was merely a ruse. He did not get up anchor until it was getting so dark that he would be able in the course of half an hour to change his course, and make for the Virgin Islands without fear of being observed. I don't suppose that they have any idea whatever of being followed, but they take every precaution in their power to cover up their traces. You notice, of course, their anxiety that no shore boat should go off to them. Well, George, we have succeeded so well, thus far, that I feel confident that we shall overhaul them before long. As far as one can see on the chart, most of these Virgin Islands are mere rocks, and the number we shall have to search will not be very great, and if the pilot really knows his business, he ought to be able to take us to every inlet where they would be likely to anchor. Pedro was awaiting them when they returned to the boat, and was accompanied by a big negro, who, by the grin on his good-natured face, was evidently highly satisfied with the bargain that he had made. "This is the man, senor," Pedro said. "I met one of the port officers I know, and he told me that he was considered to be the best pilot in the island. He speaks a little English. Most of the pilots do, for several of the Virgin Islands belong to your people. And, of course, when he goes down to the Windward Islands—" "The Windward Islands?" Frank repeated. "Why, they are not anywhere near here." "I should have said the Leeward Islands, senor. The English call them so, but we and the Danes and the Dutch all call them the Windward Islands." "Oh, I understand. What is your name, my man?" "Dominique, sar. Me talk English very well. Me take you to any port you want to go. Me know all the rocks and shoals. Very plenty dey is, but Dominique knows every one of them." "That is all right. You are just the man I want. Well, are you ready to go on board at once?" "Me ready in an hour, sir. Go home now. Say good-bye to wife and pickaninnies. Pedro just tell me that boat go off with water in 1-2 hours. Dominique go off with him. Me like $5 to give wife to buy things while me am away." "All right, Dominique, here you are. Now don't you miss the boat, or we shall quarrel at starting, and I shall send ashore at once and engage someone else." "Dominique come, sir, that for sure. Me good man, always keep promise." "Well, here's another couple of dollars, Dominique. That is a present. You give that to the wife, and tell her to buy something for the pickaninnies with it." So saying, Frank, George Lechmere, and Pedro stepped on board the boat, while the pilot walked off, his black face beaming with satisfaction. He came off duly with the last water boat, and while the contents of the barrels were being transferred to the tanks, for now that the long run was accomplished, there was no longer any necessity for carrying a greater supply than these could hold. Frank had a talk with him. "Now, Dominic, this is, you know, a yacht cruising about on pleasure." "Yes, sir, me know that." "At the same time," Frank went on, "we have an object in view. Just at present we want to find that schooner or brigantine that put in here nearly a month ago. She carried a heavy spread of canvas on her yards, and lay very low in the water." The pilot nodded. "Me remember him, sir. Could not make out the craft nohow. Some people says she pirate, but there ain't no pirates now." "That is so, Dominic. Still, there may be reasons sometimes for wanting to overhaul a vessel, and I have such a reason. What it is of no consequence. Pedro tells me that when she got under sail she went west, but as it was just dark when she sailed, she may very well have turned as soon as she was hidden from sight and have gone east, and it seems to me likely that she would, in the first place, have made for one of the Virgin Islands." "It depends, sar, upon the trade that he wanted to do. Not much trade there, sar. The trade is done at Tortola, that English island, and at St. Thomas or Santa Cruz, them Danish islands. All the others do little trade." "Yes, Dominique, but I don't think that she wants to trade at all. What she wants to do is to lie up quietly where she would not be noticed." "Plenty of places in the islands for that, sir." "Did they take a pilot here?" Dominique shook his head. "No, sir. Several offers, but no take. If want to hide, they no want pilot from here. They take up a fisherman among the islands, to show dem good place. But plenty of places much better in San Domingo or Cuba. Why they stop Virgin Islands? Little places, many got no water, no food, no nothing but bare rock." "I think that they would go in there, because, as the hurricane season had begun when they got here, they would think it better to run into the port." "Hurricane not bad here, sir. Very bad down at what English call Leeward Islands. Have them sometimes here, not very often. Had one 4 days ago. One of the worst me remember. We not likely to have another this year." "That is satisfactory, Dominic. We got caught in it the other day, and I don't want to meet another." "Well, you understand what I want. To begin with, to search all the places a vessel that did not want to attract notice would be likely to lie up in. We want to question people as to whether she has been seen, and if we don't find her, to hear whether, when last seen, she was sailing in the direction of the Leeward Islands or going west." "Me find out, sir," the negro said confidently. "Someone sure to have seen her." "Well, you had better come below. I've got a chart, and you shall mark all the islands where there are any bays that she would be likely to take shelter in, and we can then see the order in which we had better take them." This was a little beyond Dominic's English, but Pedro explained it to him, and at Frank's request went below with him, Frank telling Hawkins to weigh anchor as soon as the tanks were filled and the stores were on board. He had, before he came off, returned to Senor Cordova and paid for all the things supplied. Going through the islands, one by one, Dominic made a cross against all that possessed harbors or inlets, that would each have to be examined. "Tortola is the least likely of the places for them to go," Frank said, "as it is a British island." "Not many people there, sir. Most people in town. The rest of island rock. All hills broken up. Many good harbors." "What is its size, Dominic?" 12 miles long, sir. 2 miles wide." "Well, that is not a great deal to search, if we have to examine every inch of the coast. How many people are there?" 200-300 white men. They live in the town most all. 2,000-3,000 blacks." "Well, we will begin with the others. I should think that in a fortnight we ought to be able to do them all." The next 12 days were occupied in a fruitless search. Every fishing boat was overhauled and questioned, and Frank and Pedro went ashore to every group of huts. The only fact that they learned was that a schooner answering to the description had been seen some time before. The information respecting her was, however, very vague, for some asserted that she was sailing one way, some another, and Frank concluded that she had cruised about for some days before deciding where to lie up. It was at Tortola that they first gained any useful information. Many vessels had, during the last 6 weeks, entered one or other of the deep creeks, and one of them had laid up for nearly a month in a narrow inlet with but 1 or 2 negro huts on shore. It was undoubtedly the Phantom, or rather the Dragon, for the negroes had noticed that name on her stern. She had sailed on the day after the hurricane, and, as they learned from shore villages at other points, had gone west. "Well, it is a comfort to think that even if we had sailed direct here from Puerto Rico, we should not have caught her," Frank said to George Lickmere. "She had left here 2 days before we got there. I suppose they have someone on board who had been in the islands before, for certainly the harbors are the best in the group. No doubt they got some fishermen to bring them into the creek. Well, there is nothing to do but to turn her head west. It is but 48 hours' sail to San Domingo, and I fancy that it is likely that he will have stopped there. You see on the chart that there are numberless bays, and there would be no fear of questions being asked by the blacks. If we don't find him there, we must try Cuba, but San Domingo is by far the most likely place for him to choose for its headquarters, and there are at least 4 biggish rivers he could sail up, besides a score of smaller ones. I should say that we had better try the south and west first. The coast is a great deal more indented there than it is to the north. There seem to be any number of creeks and bays. I should think that he would be likely to make one of these his headquarters, and spend his time cruising about." Although Dominic professed a thorough knowledge of the coast of San Domingo and Haiti, Frank could see that he was not so absolutely certain as he was of the Virgin Islands, and he told him to land at villages as he passed along, and bring fishermen off acquainted with the waters in their locality. "Dat am de safest way for shore, sir," Dominic said. "Dis child know de coast very well, can pilot ship into town of San Domingo, or any other port that ships go to, but he could not say for certain where all de rocks and shoals are along places where de ships never go in." 3 days later, the Osprey, after sailing along the northern shore, arrived at Puerto Rico, and, passing through the Mona Channel, between that island and San Domingo, dropped anchor in the port of the capital. Dominique went ashore with Pedro, and spent some hours in boarding coasting craft and questioning negroes whether they had seen the brigantine. Several of them had noticed her. She had been cruising off the coast, and had put in at the mouth of the Nieve and at Jacmel on the south coast of Haiti. They heard of her, too, in the deep bay at the west of the island between Capes de Marie and La Mauve. Some had seen her sailing one way, some another. She had evidently been, as Frank had expected, cruising about. Pedro put down the dates of the times at which she had been seen, but negroes are very vague as to time, and beyond the fact that some had seen her about a week before, while in other cases it was nearer a fortnight, he could ascertain nothing with certainty. So far as he could learn, she had only put into 3 ports, although the coasters he boarded came from some 20 different localities. "I fancy that it is as I expected," Frank said. "They have one regular headquarters to which they return frequently. It may be some very secluded spot. It may be up one of these small rivers marked on the chart. There are a score of them between Cape La Mauve and here. She does not seem to have been seen as far east as this. Of course she has not put in here, because there are some 8 or 10 foreign ships here now. Every one of these 20 rivers has plenty of water for vessels of her draught for some miles up. I fancy our best chance will be to meet her cruising." "The worst of that would be, Major," George Lechmere said, "that she would know us, and if she sails as well as she used to do, we should not catch her before night came on, if she had 7 or 8 miles start, especially if we both have the wind aft." "That is just what I am afraid of. I have no doubt that we could beat her easily, working to windward in her present rig, but I am by no means certain that she could not run away from us if we were both free. And if she once recognized us, there is no saying where she might go to after she had shaken us off. Certainly she would not stay in these waters. The question is, how can we disguise ourselves? If we took down our mizzen and dirtied the rest of our sails, it would not be much of a disguise. Nothing but a yacht carries anything like as big a mainsail as ours, and our big jib and foresail, and the straight bowsprit would tell the tale. Of course, we could fasten some wooden battens along her side, and stretch canvas over them, and paint it black, and so raise her side 3 feet. But even then the narrowness of her hull, seen end on as it would be, in comparison to the height of the mast and the spread of canvas, would strike Carthew at once. We could follow his example, sir, and make her into a brig. I dare say we could get it done in a week. That might spoil her sailing, and as soon as he found that we were in chase of him, he would at once suspect that something was wrong. That would, of all things, be the worst, especially if he found, which would be just as likely as not, that he had the legs of us. I believe the most certain way of all would be to search for her in the boats. If we were to paint the gig black, so that it would not attract attention, give a coating of gray paint to the oars, and hire a black crew, we could coast along and stop at every village, and search every bay, and row far enough up each river to find some village or hut where we could learn whether the Phantom has been in the habit of going up there. It would take some time, of course, but it might be a good deal of time saved in the long run. We could do a great deal of sailing. The gig stands well up to canvas when the crew are sitting in the bottom, and we could fit her out with a native rig. From here to Cape La Mauve, following the indentations, must be somewhere between 500 and 600 miles, perhaps more than that. The breeze is regular, and with the sail we ought to make from 40 to 50 miles a day, say 40, so that in 3 weeks we should thoroughly have searched the coast, even allowing for putting in 3 or 4 times a day to make inquiries. The yacht must follow, keeping a few miles astern. At any rate, she must not pass us. At night when she anchors, she must have 2 headlights, one at the crosstrees and one at the topmast head. I shall be on the lookout for her, and we will take some blue lights and some red lights with us. Every night I will burn a blue light, say at 9 o'clock. A man in the crosstrees will make it out 20 miles away, and that will tell them where I am, and that I don't want them. If I burn a red light, it will be a signal for the yacht to come and pick me up. Then you will go in the boat yourself, Major? Yes, I must be doing something. I shall take Pedro with me, and perhaps Dominic. We can get another pilot here. Dominic is a shrewd fellow, and can get more out of the negroes than Pedro can. Certainly that will be the best plan, and will avoid the necessity of spoiling the yacht's speed, which may be of vital importance to us at a critical moment. Call Dominic down. I will send him ashore at once with Pedro, to get hold of a good pilot and 4 good negro boatmen and a native sail. I think that is all we want. End of chapter 14. Read by Grace Zoe. Chapter 15 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Zoe. Chapter 15. As soon as the dinghy, with Dominic and Pedro, had left the side of the yacht, the captain, by Frank's orders, set 4 men to work to paint the gig black, while others gave a coat of dull lead color to the varnished oars. The order was received with much surprise by the men, who audibly expressed their regret at seeing their brightly varnished boat and oars thus disfigured. After about 3 hours on shore, the dinghy returned loaded with fruit and vegetables, which Pedro had purchased, and a native mast and sail. The former was at once cut so as to step in the gig. The sail was hoisted, and was then taken in hand by one of the crew, who was a fair sailmaker, to be altered so as to stand flatter. Half an hour later the new pilot and 4 powerful negroes came alongside in a shore boat. It was now late in the afternoon, so the start was postponed until the next morning. A few other arrangements were made as to signaling, and it was settled that if Frank showed a red light, a rocket should be sent up from the yacht, to show that the signal had been observed, and that they were getting up sail. They were to keep their lights up, so that Frank could make them out as they came up, and put off to meet them. George Lechmere saw to the preparations for victualling the gig. 2 large hampers of fresh provisions were placed on board, and 2 4.5-gallon kegs of water. A bundle of rugs was placed in the stern sheets, and the boat's flagstaff was fixed in its place in the stern. The yard of the sail was at night to be lashed from the mast to the staff, at a height of 4 feet above the gunwale, and across this the sail was to be thrown to act as a tent. A kettle, frying-pan, plates, knives, and forks were put in forward, and a box of signal lights under the seat aft. Canisters of tea, sugar, coffee, and all necessaries had been stowed away in the hamper, together with a plentiful supply of tobacco, and a bag of 28 pounds of flour, wrapped up in tarpaulin, was placed under one of the thwarts. As soon as it was daylight, anchor was got up, and when the yacht had sailed for 7 or 8 miles to the west, the gig was lowered, and the 4 black boatmen took their places in her. Frank took the rudder lines, and Dominic sat near him. The sail was then hoisted, and as the wind was light, the boatmen got out their oars and shot ahead of the Osprey, directing their course obliquely towards the shore. It was not necessary to land at the coast villages here, as it was morally certain that the Phantom had not touched anywhere within 20 or 30 miles of San Domingo, and she would hardly have entered any of the narrow rivers at night. Nevertheless, they did not pass any of these without rowing up them. When some native huts were reached, Dominic closely questioned the negroes. The pilot had by this time been informed of the cause of their search for the Phantom, which had, until they left San Domingo, been a profound mystery to him. Frank, however, being now fully convinced both of the negro's trustworthiness and of his readiness to do all in his power to assist, thought it as well to confide in him, and when they were together in the boat, informed him that the brigantine they were searching for had carried off a young lady and her maid from England. "That man must be a rascal," the negro said angrily. "What do he want that lady for, sar? He love her very much?" "No, Dominic, what he loves is her fortune. She is rich. He has gambled away a fine property, and wants her money to set him on his legs again." "Very bad fellow, dat," the pilot said, shaking his head earnestly. "Ought to be hung, dat chap. Dominic do all he can to help you, sar. Do more now for you and dat young lady. we find him for sure. You think there will be any fighting, sir? I think it is likely that he will show fight when we come up with him. But you see, I have a very strong crew, and I have arms for them all. That good. Me wonder often why you have so many men. Nothing for half of them to do. Now me understand. Well, sir, if there be any fighting, you see me fight. You give me cutlass. Me fight like devil. Thank you, Dominic, Frank said warmly, though with some difficulty repressing a smile. I shall count on you if we have to use force. As far as I am concerned, I own that I should prefer that they did resist, for I should like nothing better than to stand face to face with that villain, each of us armed with a cutlass. If he know you here, he go up river. Get plenty of black men fight for him. Black fellow very foolish. Give him little present he fight. I had not thought of that, Dominic. Yes, if he has made some creek his headquarters, he might, as you say, get the people to take his side by giving them presents. That is, if he knew that we were here. However, at present he cannot dream that we are after him, and if we can but come upon him unawares, we shall make short work of him. No news whatever was obtained of the schooner, until the headland of La Catarina was passed. But at the large village of Azua, they learned that she had anchored for a night in the bay 5 days before. She had been seen to sail out, and certainly had not turned into the river Niova. Touching at every village and exploring every inlet, Frank continued his course until, after rounding the bold promontory of La Beata, he reached the bay at the head of which stands Jacmel. Every 2 or 3 days they had communicated with the Osprey and slept on board her, leaving her at anchor with her sails down until they had gone some 10 miles in advance. She had at times been obliged to keep at some distance from the shore, owing to the dangers from rocks and shoals. The pilot on board would have taken her through, but Frank was unwilling to encounter any risk unless absolutely necessary. At Jacmel he learned that the schooner had put in there a fortnight before, but neither there nor at any point after leaving Azua had she been seen since that time. She had sailed west. The next night, after looking in at Bainet, some 20 miles beyond Jacmel, Frank rejoined the Osprey. The gig was hoisted up, and they sailed round the point of Gravois, the coast intervening being so rocky and dangerous that, although there was a passage through the shoals to the town of St. Louis, Frank felt certain that the schooner would not be in there. The coast from here to Cape Dame Marie was high and precipitous, with no indentations where a ship could lie concealed, and the voyage was continued in the yacht as far as this cape. They were now at the entrance of the great bay of Henty. I take it as pretty certain, Frank said, as he, George Lechmere, the skipper, and Dominique bent over the chart, that the schooner is somewhere in this bay. She has certainly not made her headquarters anywhere along the south coast. In the first place, she has seldom been seen, and in the second, we have examined it thoroughly. Therefore, I take it that she is somewhere here, unless, of course, she has sailed for Cuba. But I don't see why she should have done that. The coast there is a good deal more dangerous than that of San Domingo. He could not want a better place for cruising about than this bay. You see, it is about 90 miles across the mouth, and over 100 to Port-au-Prince, with indentations and harbors all round, and with the island of Genarve, some 40 miles long, to run behind in the center. He could get everything he wants at Port-au-Prince, or at Petit Gove, which looks a good-sized place. I should say in the first place that we could not do better than run down at night to the island of Genarve, and anchor close under it. From there we shall see him if he comes out of Port-au-Prince or Petit Gove, whichever side he may take, and by getting on to an elevated spot, have a view of pretty nearly the whole bay. Looking at it at present, the 2 most likely spots for him to make his headquarters are, in that very sheltered inlet behind the point of Halle on the north side, or in the equally sheltered bay and inlet under the Bec de Marsouin on the south. From Genarve, we ought to be able to see him coming out of either of them. It is not above 25 miles from the island to the bec de Marsouin, and 40 to the point of Halle. We might not see him come out from there, but we should soon make him out if he were coming down from Port-au-Prince." It was agreed that this was the best plan to adopt. It might lead to their sighting the schooner in a day or two, while to row around the bay and search every inlet in it would take them a fortnight. From Dinard, too, a 40-mile sail in the gig would take them into Port-au-Prince, which the brigantine might possibly have made its headquarters. Accordingly, after waiting until nightfall, they got up sail, and anchored at 6 in the morning in a small bay in the island of Dinard. Here they would not be likely to attract the notice of any ship passing up to Port-au-Prince, unless, which was very unlikely, one came along close to the shore. As soon as the anchor was dropped, both boats rowed to shore. Frank, George Lecmere, Pedro, and 4 sailors, with a basket of provisions, started at once for the highest point in the island, some 4 miles distant. Dominic went along the shore with 2 sailors, to make inquiries at any villages they came to. On reaching the top of the hill, Frank saw that, as he had expected, it commanded an extensive view over the bay on each side of the island, which was but some 6 miles across. A village could be seen on the northern shore, some 3 miles distant, and to this Pedro, with one of the sailors, was at once dispatched. Both parties rejoined Frank soon after midday. The schooner had been noticed passing the island several times, but much more often on the southern side than on the northern. The negroes on that side were all agreed that she generally kept on the southern side of the passage, and that more than once she had been seen coming from the south shore, and passing the western point of the island on her way north. "That looks as if she came from Petit Gove, or the bay of Metaquain, or that under the bec de Marsouin," Frank said. "Dat is it, sar," Dominic agreed. "If she want to go north side of bay from Port-au-Prince, she would have gone either side of island. I expect she lie under de bec. Fine, safe place dat. No town there. Plenty of wood all round, and villages where she get fruit and vegetables. Sure to be little stream where she can get water." The watch was maintained until sunset, but although a powerful telescope had been brought up, no vessel at all, corresponding to the appearance of the brigantine, was made out. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Frank was again at the lookout, and scarcely had he turned his telescope to the south shore than he saw the brigantine come out from behind the bec de Marsouin and head towards the west. The wind was blowing from that quarter, and after a few minutes' deliberation, Frank told the men to follow him, and dashed down the hill. In half an hour he reached the shore opposite the yacht, and at his shout the dinghy, which was lying at her stern, at once rowed ashore. "Get up the anchor, captain, and make sail. I have seen her. She has just come out from the beck, and is making west. As the wind is against her, it seems to me that he would never choose that direction to cruise in unless he was starting for Cuba, and I dare not let the opportunity slip. If he once gets clear away, we may have months of work before we find him again, and as the wind now is, I am sure that we can overhaul him long before he can make Cuba. Indeed, as we lie, we are nearer to that coast than he is, and can certainly cut him off." In 5 minutes the Osprey was under way, with all sails set. The wind was nearly due west, and as Cuba lay to the north of that point, she had an advantage that quite counterbalanced that gained by the start the Phantom had obtained. In 2 hours, the lookout at the head of the mast shouted down that he could perceive the brigantine's topsail. "She is sailing in towards the land on that side," he said. "She has evidently made a tack out, and is now on the starboard tack again." "It will be a long leg and a short one with her, sir," the skipper said. "I think that if we were in her place, we could just manage to lay our course along the coast. But with those square yards of hers, she cannot go as close to the wind as we can. As it is, we can lay our course to cut her off." "It would be rather a close pinch to do so before she gets to the head of the bay," Frank said. "Yes, sir, and I don't suppose that we shall overhaul her before that, but we certainly shan't be far behind her by the time she gets there. I think that we shall cut her off if the wind holds as it does now, At any rate, if she should get there first, we should certainly lie between her and Cuba, and she will have either to run back, or to round the Cape, or to run east or south. I wish the wind would freshen, but I fancy that it is more likely to die away. Still, she is walking along well at present." Even Frank, anxious as he was, could not but feel satisfied as he looked at the water glancing past her side. She was heeling well over, and the rustle of water at her bow could be heard where they were standing, near the tiller. Andrews, the best helmsman on board the yacht, held the tiller rope, and Perry was standing beside him. From time to time Frank went up to the cross-trees. "We are drawing in upon her fast," he said, "but she is travelling well, too. Much better than I should have thought she would have done with that rig. I think she has got a better wind than we have. She has only made one short tack in for the last 2 hours." The captain's prognostication as to the wind was verified, and to Frank's intense annoyance it gradually died away, and headed them so much that they could no longer lie their course. "What shall we do, sir? Shall we hold across to the south shore and work along by it, as the schooner is doing, or shall we go about at once?" "Go about at once, Hawkins. You see, we can see her topsails from the deck, and of course she can see ours. I don't suppose she has paid any attention to us yet, and if we stand away on the other tack, we shall soon drop her altogether. While if we hold on, she will, when we reach that shore, be 3 or 4 miles behind us. Of course she will have a full view of us." They sailed on the port tack for an hour, and then came round again. The brigantine could no longer be seen from the deck, and could only just be made out from the cross-trees. "I think on this tack," the skipper said, as he stood by the compass after she had gone round, "we shall make the point, and I think that we shall make it ahead of her." "I think so too, Hawkins. What pace is she going now?" "Not much more than 4 knots, sir." "My only fear is that we shan't get near her before it is dark." "I think we have plenty of time for that, sir. You see, we got up anchor at 6:30, and it is just 12 o'clock now. Another 5 hours should take us up to her if the wind holds at this." By 2 o'clock the topsails of the brigantine could be again made out from the deck. She was still working along shore, and was on their port bow. "Another 3 hours, and we shall be alongside of her," the skipper said, "and if I am not mistaken, we shall come out ahead of her." "There is one advantage in the course we are taking, Hawkins. Viewing us, as she will, pretty nearly end on till we get nearly abreast of her, she won't be able to make out our rig clearly." By 4 o'clock they were within 5 miles of the brigantine. The wind then freshened, and laying her course as she did, while the brigantine was obliged to make frequent tacks, the Osprey ran down fast towards her. "They must have their eyes on us by this time," the captain said. "Though they cannot be sure that it is the Osprey, they can see that she is a yawl of over 100 tons, and as they cannot doubt that we are chasing them, they won't be long in guessing who we are. Shall we get the arms up, sir?" "Yes, you may as well do so. The muskets can be loaded and laid by the bulwarks, but they are not to be touched until I give the order. No doubt they also are armed. I am anxious not to fire a shot if it can be helped, and once alongside we are strong enough to overpower them with our cutlasses only. With the 5 blacks we are now double their strength, and even Carthew may see the uselessness of offering any resistance." They ran down until they were within a mile of the shore, not being now more than a beam off the brigantine. 2 female figures had some time before been made out on her deck, but they had now disappeared. It was evident that the Osprey was being closely watched by those on board the brigantine. Presently 2 or 3 men were seen to run aft. "They are going to tack again, sir. If they do, they will come right out to us." Frank made no reply, but stood with his glass fixed on the brigantine. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Round with her, Hawkins!" "Up with your helm, Andrews! Hard up, man!" the skipper shouted, as he himself ran to slack out the main sheet. 4 men ran aft to assist him. "That will do," he said, as she fell off fast from the wind. "Now then, gather in the main sheet, ready for a jibe. Slack off the starboard runner. A couple of hands aft and get the square sail out of the locker. Mr. Purvis, get the yard across her. Lower her down ready for the sail, and see that the braces and guys are all right. Now in with the sheets, lad, handsomely. That will do. That is it. Over she goes. Slack out the sheets steadily. She is round to, Frank said, as the boom went off nearly square. We have gained, and she is not more than half a mile away. The maneuver had, in fact, brought the yachts nearer to each other. Both had their booms over to starboard. "Quick with that square sail!" Frank shouted. "She is drawing away from us fast." 2 minutes later the square sail was hoisted, and the foot boomed out on the port side. Every eye was now fixed on the brigantine, but to their disappointment they saw that she was still, though very much more slowly, drawing ahead. "That is just what I feared," Frank said, in a tone of deep vexation. "With those big yards I was certain that she would leave us when running ahead before the wind. However, there is no fear of our leaving her. What are we doing now? 7 knots?" "About that, sir, and she is doing a knot better." "What do you think that she will do now, Hawkins?" "I don't see what she has got to do, sir. If she were to get 5 miles ahead of us, and then haul her wind, she would know that she could not go away from us, for we should be to windward, and we are evidently a good bit faster than she is when we are both close hauled. The only other thing that I can see for her to do is to run straight on to Port-au-Prince. At the rate we are going now, she would be in soon after daylight tomorrow. We should be 7 or 8 miles astern of her, and he might think that we should not venture to board her there." "I don't think that he should rely on that, Hawkins. Now that he knows who we are, he will guess that we shall stick at nothing. What I am afraid of is that he will lower a boat and row Miss Greendale and her maid ashore. He might do it either there, or, what would be much more likely, row ashore to some quiet place during the night, take his friend and 2 or 3 of his men with him, and leave the rest to sail her to Port-au-Prince." "I don't think that the wind is going to hold," the skipper said, looking astern. "I reckon that it will drop, as it generally does, at sunset. It is not blowing so hard now as it did just before we wore round." In half an hour, indeed, it fell so light that the Osprey was standing through the water only at 3½ knots an hour. The light wind suited the Phantom, with her great sail spread. She had now increased her lead to 1.5 miles, and was evidently leaving them fast. "There is only one thing to be done, George. We must board them in boats." "I am ready, Major, but it will be a rather risky business." Frank looked at him in surprise. "I don't mean for us, sir," George said with a smile, "but for Miss Greendale. You may be sure that those fellows will fight hard, and as we come up behind we shall get it hot. Now, sir, if anything happens to you, you must remember that the Osprey will be as good as useless towards helping her. You, as her owner, might be able to justify what we are doing. But if you were gone, there would be no one to take the lead. Carthew would only have to sail into Port-au-Prince and denounce us as pirates. I hear from the pilot that these blacks have got some armed ships, and they might sink us as soon as we came into the harbor, and then there would be an end to any chance of Miss Greendale getting her liberty." "That is true enough, George, but I think that it must be risked. Now that he knows we are here, he has nothing to do but to send her ashore under the charge of his friend and 2 or 3 of the sailors, and take her up into the hills. Or he might go with her himself, which is perhaps more likely. Then, when we came up with her at Port-au-Prince, the skipper would simply deny that there had ever been any ladies on board, and would swear that he had only carried out 2 gentlemen passengers, as his papers would show, and might declare that he had landed them at Puerto Rico. Of course, they are certain to fight now, for they can do so without risk, as they can swear that they took us for a pirate." "How many do you think that the gig will carry, Hawkins?" "Well, sir, you might put 9 in her. You brought 10 off at Southampton, but if you remember, it put her very low in the water, and we should run a good deal heavier than your party then." "Yes, I think we had better take only 9. If we overload her, she will row so heavily that we shall be a long time overhauling them." "I am not quite sure that we shall overhaul them anyhow, sir. Look at those clouds coming over the hills. They are traveling fast, and I should say that we are likely to have a squall. No doubt they get them here pretty often with such high land all round. Well, we must chance that, Hawkins. If one does come, you must pick us up as we come along. I agree with you. It does look as if we should have a squall. It may not be anything very serious, but anyhow, if it comes, it will take her along a great deal faster than we can row. Purvis, I suppose that the dinghy will carry 7? Yes, she will do that easily. Very well, we can but try. That will give 16 of us, which is about their strength. You must remain on board. Purvis shall command the dinghy. Lechmere will go with me. Pick out 13 hands. You and Perry can manage with 7 and the 5 negroes, but keep a sharp lookout for that squall. Remember that you will have very short warning. We are only a mile from the shore, and as it is coming down from the hills, you may not see it on the water until it is quite close to you. The boats were lowered, and the men, armed with musket and cutlass, took their places. Frank and George Lechmere each had a cutlass and a revolver buckled to the waist. "Now give way, lads," Frank said. "She is about 2 miles ahead of us, and we ought to overtake her in half an hour." It was now getting dusk, the light fading out suddenly as the clouds spread over the sky. Frank's last orders to the skipper before leaving were, "Edge her in, Hawkins, until you are dead astern of the brigantine. Then, if the squall comes down before we reach her, we shall be right in your track. I have put a lighted lantern into the stern sheets of each boat, sir, and have thrown a bit of sailcloth over them, so that if she leaves you behind, and you hold it up, there won't be any fear of our missing you." The men rowed hard, but the gig had to stop frequently to let the dinghy come up. They gained, however, fast upon the brig, and in half an hour were but a few hundred yards astern. Then came a hail from the brigantine in French. "Keep off, or we will sink you." No reply was made. They were but 200 yards away when there were 2 bright flashes from the stern of the brigantine, and a shower of bullets splashed round the boats. There were 2 or 3 cries of pain, and George Lechmere felt Frank give a sudden start. "Are you hit, sir?" "I have got a bullet in my left shoulder, George, but it is of no consequence." "Row on, lads," he shouted. "We shall be alongside before they have time to load again." "I never thought of their having guns, though," he went on, as the men recovered from their surprise, and dashed on again with a cheer. "By the sharp crack they must be brass. I suppose he picked up a couple of small guns at Ostend, thinking that they might be useful to him in these waters." A splattering fire of musketry now broke out from the brigantine. They had lessened their distance by half when they saw the brigantine, without apparent cause, heel over. Farther and farther she went until her lee rail was under water. The firing instantly ceased, and there were loud shouts on board. Then, as she came up into the wind, the square yards were let fall, and the crew ran up the ratlines to secure the sails. Simultaneously the foresail came down. Then her head paid off again, and she darted away like an arrow from the boats. These, however, had ceased rowing. Frank, as he saw the brigantine bowing over, had shouted to Purvis to put the boat's head to the wind, doing the same himself. A few seconds afterwards the squall struck them with such force that some of the oars were wrenched from the hands of the men, who were unprepared for the attack. "Steady, men, steady!" Frank shouted. "It won't last long. Keep on rowing, so as to hold the boat where you are, till the yacht comes along. It won't be many minutes before she is here." In little over a quarter of an hour she was seen approaching, and Frank saw that, in spite of the efforts of the men at the oars, the boats had been blown some distance to leeward. However, as soon as the lanterns were held up, the Osprey altered her course, and the captain, taking her still further to leeward, threw her head up to the wind until they rowed alongside her. Frank had by this time learned that one of the men in the bow had been killed, and that 3 besides himself had been wounded. 2 were wounded on board the dinghy. "So they have got some guns," the skipper said, as they climbed on deck. "No one hurt, I hope?" "There is 1 killed, I am sorry to say, and 5 wounded," Frank replied, "but none of them seriously. I have got a bullet in my shoulder, but that is of no great consequence. So you got through it all right?" "Yes, sir. It looked so nasty that I got the square sail off her and the topsail on deck before it struck us. And as we ran the foresail down just as it came, we were all right, and only just got the water on deck. It was as well, though, that we were lying becalmed. As it was, she jumped away directly she felt it. I was just able to see the brigantine, and it seemed to me that she had a narrow escape of turning turtle. Yes, they were too much occupied with us to be keeping a sharp lookout at the sky, and if it had been a little stronger, it would have been a close case with her. Thank God that it was no worse. Can you make her out still?" "Yes, sir. I can see her plainly enough with my glasses." In a quarter of an hour the strength of the squall was spent. The wind then veered round to its former quarter, taking the Osprey along at the rate of some 5 knots an hour. The wounded were now attended to. George Lechmere found that the ball had broken Frank's collarbone and gone out behind. Both he and Frank had had sufficient experience to know what should be done, and after bathing the wound, and with the assistance of 2 sailors, who pulled the arm into its place, George applied some splints to the broken bone to keep it firm, and then bandaged it in the arm. One of the sailors had a wound in the cheek, the ball in its passage carrying off part of the ear. One of the men sitting in the bow had a broken arm, but only one of the others was seriously hurt. Frank went on deck again as soon as his shoulder was bandaged and his left arm strapped tightly to his side. "I suppose that she is still gaining on us, Hawkins?" "Yes, she is dropping us. I reckon she has gone fast, sir, fully half a knot, though we have got all sails set." "There is one comfort," Frank said. "The coast from here as far as the beck is so precipitous that they won't have a chance of putting the boat ashore until they get past that point, and by the time they are there, daylight will have broken." End of chapter 15. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 16 of The Queen's Cup by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 16. The stars were bright, and with the aid of a night glass, the brigantine was kept in sight, the sailors relieving each other at the masthead every half hour. Frank would have stayed on deck all night, had not George Lechmere persuaded him to go below. "Look here, Major," he said. "It is like enough that we may have a stiff bit of fighting tomorrow. Now we know that those fellows have guns, though they may be but 2 or 3 pounders, and it is clear that it is not going to be altogether such a one-sided job as we looked for. You have had a long day already, sir. You have got an ugly wound, and if you don't lie down and keep yourself quiet, you won't be fit to do your share in any fighting tomorrow, and I reckon that you would like to be in the front of this skirmish. You know in India wounds inflamed very soon if one did not keep quiet with them, and I expect that it is just the same here. It is not as if you could do any good on deck. The men are just as anxious to catch that brigantine as you are. They were hot enough before, but now that one of their mates has been killed, and 5 or 6 wounded, I believe that they would go round the world rather than let her slip through their hands. I shall be up and down all night, Major, and the captain and both mates will be up too, and I promise that we will let you know if there is anything to tell you." "Well, I will lie down, George, but I know that I shall get no sleep. Still, perhaps, it will be better for me to keep my arm quite quiet." He was already without his coat, for that had been cut from the neck down to the wrist, to enable George to get at the wound. He kicked off his light canvas shoes, and George helped him to lie down in his berth. "You will be sure to let me know if she changes her course or anything." "I promise you that I will come straight down, Major." 3/4 of an hour later, George stole noiselessly down and peeped into the stateroom. He had turned down the swinging lamp before he went up, but there was enough light to enable him to see that his master had fallen off to sleep. He took the news up to Hawkins, who at once gave orders that no noise whatever was to be made. The men still moved about the deck, but all went barefooted. "The wind keeps just the same," Hawkins said. "I can't make it more than 3 1/2 knots through the water. I would give a year's pay if it would go round dead ahead of us, and we should soon pick her up then. As it is, she keeps crawling away. However, we can make her out, on such a night as this, a good deal further than she is likely to get before morning. Besides, we shall be having the moon up soon, and as we are steering pretty nearly east, it will show her up famously. Now, I will give you the same advice that you gave the governor. You had much better lie down for a bit. Purvis has gone down for a sleep. Perry will go down when he comes up at 12, and I shall get an hour or two myself later on. I won't go down, George said, but I will bring a couple of blankets up and lie down aft. I promised the Major that I would let him know if there was any change in the wind, or in the brigantine's course, so wake me directly there is anything to tell him. I have put his bell within reach. I have no doubt I shall hear it through that open skylight if he rings, but if not, wake me at once. All right, trust us for that. Twice during the night George got up and went below. The first time Frank had not moved. The second, he found that the tumbler of lime juice and water on the table at the side of the bunk was nearly half emptied, and that his master had again gone off to sleep and was breathing quietly and regularly. "He is going on all right," he said to Hawkins when he went up. "There is no fever yet, anyhow, for he has drunk only half that glass of lime juice. If he had been feverish, he would not have stopped until he had got to the bottom of it." When George next awoke, the morning was breaking. "Anything new?" he asked Purvis, who was now at the tiller. "Nothing whatever. The governor has not rung his bell. The wind is just as it was, neither better nor worse, and the brigantine is 8 miles ahead of us." George went forward to have a look at her. "I think I had better wake him," he said to himself. "He will have had 9 hours of it, and he won't like it if I don't let him know that it is daylight. I will get 2 or 3 fresh limes squeezed, and then go in to him." This time Frank opened his eyes as he entered. "Morning is breaking, Major, and everything is as it was. I hope that you are feeling better for your sleep. Let me help you up. Here is a tumbler of fresh lime juice." "I feel right enough, George. I can scarcely believe that it is morning. How I have slept, and I fancied that I should not have gone off at all." Drinking off the lime juice, Frank at once followed the Khmer on deck, and after a word or two with Purvis, hurried forward. "She is a long way ahead," he said, with a tone of disappointment. "The mate reckoned it between 7 and 8 miles, Major." "How far is she from the beck?" "I don't know, sir. I did not ask Purvis." Frank went aft and repeated the question. "I fancy that is the beck, the furthermost point that we can see," Purvis said, "and I reckon that she is about halfway to it." "Keep her a point or two out, Purvis. The line of shore is pretty straight beyond that, and I want, of all things, not to lose sight of her for a moment. I would give a good deal to know what she is going to do. I cannot think that she is going to try to go round the southeast point of the island, for if she were, she would have laid her head that way before." The Osprey edged out until they opened the line of coast beyond the headland, and then kept her course again. There was a trifle more wind as the sun rose higher, and the yacht went fully a knot faster through the water. In less than 2 hours the brigantine was abreast of the headland. Presently Frank exclaimed, "She is hauling in her wind." "That she is, sir," Hawkins, who had just come on deck, exclaimed. "She surely cannot be going to run into the bay." "She can be going to do nothing else," Frank said. "What on earth does she mean by it? No doubt that scoundrel is going to land with Miss Greendale. But why should he leave the Phantom at our mercy, when he could have sent her on to Port-au-Prince?" "I cannot think what he's doing, sir, but he must have some game on, or he would never act like that. Of course he may have arranged to go with the lady to some place up in the hills, but why should he sacrifice the yacht?" "It is a rum start anyhow, and I cannot make head or tail of it. Of course you will capture her, sir?" "I don't know, Hawkins. It is one thing to attack her when she has Miss Greendale on board, but if she has gone ashore, it would be very like an act of piracy." "Yes, sir, But then you see they fired into our boat and killed one of our men and wounded you and 4 or 5 others. That is right enough, Hawkins, but we cannot deny that they did it in self-defense. Of course, we know that they must have recognized us and knew what our errand was, but her captain and crew would be ready to swear that they didn't, and that they were convinced by our actions that we were pirates. At any rate, you may be sure that the blacks would retain both craft, and that we should be held prisoners for some considerable time, while Miss Greendale would be a captive in the hands of Carthew. I should attack the brigantine if I knew her to be on board, and should be justified in doing so, even if it costs a dozen lives to capture her. But I don't think I should be justified in risking a single life in attacking the brigantine if she were not on board. To do so would, in the first place, be a distinct act of piracy, and in the second, if we got possession of the brigantine, we should have gained nothing by it. We might burn her, sir. Yes, we might, and run the risk of being hung for it. We might take her into Port-au-Prince, but we have no absolute evidence against her. We could not swear that we had positive knowledge that Miss Greendale was on board, and certain as I am that the female figures I made out on the deck were she and her maid, they were very much too far away to recognize them, and the skipper might swear that they were 2 negresses to whom he was giving a passage. Moreover, if I took the brigantine, I should only cut off Carthew's escape in that direction. His power over Miss Greendale would be just as great, if he had her up among those mountains among the blacks, as it was when he had her on board. I can see that I have made a horrible mess of the whole business, and that is the only thing that I can see. Yesterday I thought it was the best thing to start on a direct chase, as it seemed absolutely certain to me that we should overhaul and capture her. Now I see that it was the worst thing I could have done, and that I ought to have waited until I could take her in the bay. But you see, Major, said George Lechmere, who was standing by, if we had gone on searching with the boat before we had made an examination of the whole bay, there would be no knowing where she had gone, and it might have been months before we could have got fairly on her track again. No, we acted for the best, but things have turned out badly, and I feel more hopelessly at sea as to what we had better do next than I have done since the day I got to Ostend. At any rate, there is nothing to be done until we have got a fair sight of the brigantine. It seemed to all on board that the Osprey had never sailed so sluggishly as she did for the next hour and a half. As they expected, no craft was to be seen on the waters of the bay as they rounded the point. But Dominic and the other pilot had been closely questioned, and both asserted that at the upper end of the bay there was a branch that curved round. "Like that, sir," the latter said, half closing his little finger. Progress up the bay was so slow that the boats were lowered, and the yacht was towed to the mouth of the curved branch. Here they were completely landlocked, and the breeze died away altogether. "How long has this been, Jake?" Frank asked the second pilot in French. 2 miles, sir. Perhaps 2 miles and a half. Deep water everywhere? Plenty of water. Can anchor close to shore. Country boats run in here very often if bad weather comes on. Foreign ships never come here. They always run on to the town. You told us that there were a few huts at the end. Yes, sir. There is a village there, 2 others near. The crew had all armed themselves, and the muskets were again placed ready for use. You had better go round, Hawkins, Frank said, and tell them that on no account is a shot to be fired unless I give orders. Tell the men that I am just as anxious to fight as they are, and that if they give us a shadow of excuse, we will board them. I went round among the men half an hour ago, sir, and told them how the land lay, and Lechmere has been doing the same. They all want to fight, but I have made them see that it might be a very awkward business for us all. The men in the boats were told to take it easy, and it was the best part of an hour before they saw, on turning the last bend, the brigantine lying at anchor a little more than 1/4 of a mile away. "She looks full of men," Frank exclaimed, as he turned his glasses upon her. "Yes, sir," said the captain, who was using a powerful telescope. They are blacks. There must be 50 of them beside the crew, and as far as I can see, most of them are armed." "That explains why he came in here, Hawkins. They have been using this place for the last 3 weeks, and no doubt have made good friends with the negroes. I dare say Carthew has spent his money freely on them. Well, this settles it. We would attack them at sea without hesitation, however many blacks there might be on board. But to do so now would be the height of folly. 5 of our men are certainly not fit for fighting, so that their strength in whites is nearly equal to ours. They have got those 2 little cannon, which would probably reduce our number a bit before we got alongside, and with 50 blacks to help them, it is very doubtful whether we should be able to take them by boarding. Certainly we could not do so without very heavy loss. We will anchor about 250 yards outside her. As long as she lies quiet there, we will leave her alone. If she tries to make off, we will board her at once. Anchor with the kedge. That will hold her here. Have a buoy on the cable, and have it ready to slip at a moment's notice, and the sails all ready to hoist." "Easy rowing," the captain called to the men in the boats, "and come alongside. We have plenty of way on her to take up a berth." In 2 or 3 minutes the anchor was dropped and the sails lowered. "Now I will row across to her," Frank said, "and tell them that I don't want to attack them, but I am determined to search the craft." "No, Major," George Lickmere said firmly. "We are not going to let you throw away your life, and you have no right to do it. At any rate, not until after Miss Greendale is rescued. You may be sure of one thing, that Carthew has left orders before going on shore that you are to be shot if you come within range. He will know that if you are killed, there will be an end of the trouble. I will go myself, sir." Frank made no answer for a minute or 2. Then he said, "In that case, you would be shot instead of me. If Carthew is on shore, as I feel sure he is, the others won't know you from me. I agree with you that I cannot afford to risk my life just now, and yet we must search that brigantine." "Me go, sar," Dominique, who was standing by, said suddenly. "Me take 2 black fellows in dinghy. They no fire at us. Me go there, tell captain that you no want to have to kill him and all his crew, but that you got to search that craft. If he let search be made, then no harm come of it. If he say no, then we take yacht alongside and kill every man Jack. Say that white sailors all furious, because they fire at us yesterday, and want bad to have fight." "Very well, Dominic. It can do no harm anyhow, and as I feel sure that the lady has been taken ashore, I don't see why they should refuse." Accordingly, Dominic called to 2 of the negro boatmen to get into the dinghy, and took his seat in the stern. When the boat was halfway between the 2 vessels, there was a hail in French. "What do you want? If you come nearer, we will fire." "What want to fire for?" Dominic shouted back. "Me pilot. Me no capture ship, single-handed. Me want to speak to captain." It was evident the answer was understood, for no reply came for a minute or 2. "Well, come along then." The words could be heard perfectly on board the yacht. "The skipper talks English, George." "I thought that he would do so. Carthew was sure to have shipped someone who could understand him. I don't suppose his French is any better than mine." The dinghy was rowed to within 10 yards of the brigantine. "Now, what message have you brought me from that pirate?" "Him no pirate at all. You know that very well, Massa Captain. That English yacht. Anyone see that with half an eye. The gentleman there says you have a lady on board that has been carried off." "Then he is a liar," the Belgian said. "There is no woman on board at all." "Well, sar, that am a matter of opinion. English gentlemen think that you have. You say no. That prove very easy. The gentleman say he wants to search ship. If, as you say, she is no here, then of course no reason for you to say no to that. If on the other hand you say no, then he quite sure he right, and he come and search whether you like it or no. Then there big fight. Very strong crew on board that yacht, plenty guns, men all very savage, 'cause you kill one of their fellows last night. They want to fight bad, and if they come they kill many. What the use of that, sir? Why say won't let search, if lady not here? Nothing to fight about. But if you not let us see she not here, then we board the ship, and when we take her, we burn her." The Belgian stood for 2 or 3 minutes without answering. They had seen that there were 2 or 23 men on board the Osprey, and they were by no means sure that this was the entire number. There were 3 blacks, and there might be a number of them lying down behind the bulwarks or kept below. The issue of a fight seemed to him doubtful. He was by no means sure that his men would fight hard in a cause in which they had no personal interest, and as for the blacks, they would not count for much in a hand-to-hand fight with English sailors. He had received no orders as to what to do in such a contingency. Presently he turned to 3 of his men and said in French, "Go to that stern cabin, and see that there is nothing about that would show that it has been occupied. They have asked to search us. Let them come and find nothing. Things will go quietly. If not, they say they will attack us and kill every man on board and burn the ship. And as we do not know how many men they may have on board, and as they can do us no harm by looking round, if there is nothing for them to find, we had best let them do it. But mind, the orders hold good. If the owner of that troublesome craft comes alongside, you are to pour in a volley and kill him and the sailors with him. That will make so many less to fight, if it comes to fighting. But the owner tells me that if he is once killed, there will be an end of it." He then went to the side and said to Dominic, "There is nothing for you to find here. We are an honest trader, and there is nothing worth a pirate's stealing. But in order to show you that I am speaking the truth, I have no objection to 2 hands coming on board and going through her. We have nothing to hide." Dominic rowed back to the yacht. "They will let her be searched, sir." "I thought they would," Frank said, "and of course that is a sign that there is no one there." "I will go, sir," the skipper said, "as we agreed. He would give anything to get rid of you, and you might be met with a volley when you came alongside. And now there ain't no use in running risks. If they have been told what you are like, they cannot mistake me for you. You are pretty near a foot taller, and you are better than 10 years younger, and I haven't any hair on my face. I will go through her. I am sure the lady ain't there, or they would not let me. Still, I will make sure. There are no hiding places in a yacht where anyone could be stowed away, and of course she is, like us, chock full of ballast up to the floor. I shan't be many minutes about it, sir. Dominic may as well go with me. He can stay on deck while I go below, and may pick up something from the black fellows there. You may as well take him, Hawkins, but you may be very sure that they won't give him a chance to speak to anyone." The captain stepped into the boat and was rowed to the yacht. He and Dominic stepped onto the deck and were lost sight of among the blacks. In 10 minutes they appeared at the gangway again and stepped into their boat. Another minute, and she was alongside the Osprey. "Of course you found nothing, Hawkins?" "Nothing whatever, sir. Anything the lady may have left behind had been stowed away in lockers. I looked about to see if I could sight a bit of ribbon, or some other woman's fallal, but they had gone over it carefully. 2 of the other state cabins had been occupied. There were men's clothes hanging there. Of course, I looked into every cupboard where as much as a child could have been stowed away, and looked around the forecastle. Anyhow, there is no woman there now." Dominic had to go round with me. The captain evidently did not want to give him a chance of speaking to anyone. The mate and 2 of the sailors posted themselves at the gangway, so that the 2 blacks should not be able to talk to the niggers on board. "And now, sir, what is to be done next?" "We will go below and talk it over, Captain. You come down too, George. Yes, and Dominic. He may be useful. Now, Hawkins," he went on, when they had taken their seats at the table, "of course, I have been thinking it over all the morning, and I have come to the conclusion that our only chance now is to fight them with their own weapons. As long as we lie here, there is no chance whatever of Miss Greendale being brought on board again, so the chase now has got to be carried on land. If we go to work the right way, there is no reason why we should not be able to trace her. I propose to take Lecmere and Dominic and 4 black boatmen. If we stay in our faces a little, and put on a pair of duck trousers, white shirts, red sashes, and these broad straw hats I bought at San Domingo. We shall look just like the half-caste planters we saw on the streets there. I should take Pedro, too, but you will want him to translate anything you have to say to Jake. I propose that as soon as it is dark tonight, we muffle the oars of the dinghy, and row away and land lower down, say a mile or so, and then make off up into the hills before tomorrow morning. Dominic will try to find out something by inquiring at some of the huts of the blacks. They are not likely to know, but if he offers them a handsome reward to obtain news for him, they will go down to the villages and ferret out something. The people there would not be likely to know where they have been taken, but they would be able to point out the direction in which they went on starting. Then we could follow that up and inquire again. We might take a couple of the villagers with us. Belonging here, they would have more chance of getting news from other blacks than strangers would have. Don't you think, sir, that it would be as well to have 4 or 5 men with you? Hawkins said. There is no doubt this fellow that you are after is a desperate chap, and he may have got a strong body of these blacks as a guard. He might suspect that, after having pursued him all this way, you might try to follow him on land. You could put the men in hiding somewhere every day while you were making inquiries, and they would be mighty handy if it came to fighting, which it seems to me it is pretty sure to do before you see the lady off. Well, perhaps it would be best, Hawkins. And, as you say, by keeping them hid all day, I don't see that they could increase our difficulties. But then, you see, you will want all your hands here, for if the brigantine sails, whether by night or day, you are to sail too, and to keep close to her wherever she goes. It is not likely that Carthew and Miss Greendale will be on board, but he may very well send orders down to the brigantine to get up the anchor. He would know that we should stick to her, as Miss Greendale might have been taken on board again at night. In that way he would get rid of us from here, and would calculate that we should get tired of following the brigantine in time, or that she would be able to give us the slip, and would then make for some place where he could join her again. So my orders to you will be to stick to her, but not to interfere with her in any way, unless, by any chance, you should discover that Miss Greendale is really on board. In that case, I authorize you to board and capture her. They won't have the blacks on board, and as the wounded are going on all right, and 3 of them, anyhow, will be able to lend a hand in a couple of days, you will be a match for them, especially as they will soon make up their minds that you don't mean to attack them, and you will get a chance of running alongside and taking them by surprise. Well, sir, I think that we can do that with 4 hands less than we have now. You see, there are 19, and the 2 mates and myself. Say 2 of the wounded won't be able to lend a hand. That makes us 20, to say nothing of Jake and Pedro. So, even if you took 4 hands, we should be pretty even in numbers, and if our men could not each whip 2 Belgians, they had better give up the sea. Yes, I have no doubt that they could do that, and were it not for Carthew and his friend, I would not hesitate to take 8 men. I don't know about the other, but you may be sure that Carthew will fight hard. He is playing a desperate game. Still, I think that I might take 4, especially as I think the chance of Miss Greendale's being brought on board, until he believes that we have left these waters, is very small. Very well, then, that is settled. The 5 blacks, like me and myself, and 4 of the sailors, will make a strong party. Serve muskets and cutlasses out to the blacks, and the same, with the brace of pistols, to each of the hands that go with us. While we are away, let 2 of the men dress up in my white duck shirts and jackets, and in white straw hats. Let them always keep aft, and sit about in the deck chairs, and always go down below by the main companion. That will make them think that I am still on board, while if there is no one on the deck aft, they will soon guess that we have landed. You understand all that we have been saying, Dominic? Me understand, sir, and take him very good plan. Me sure to find out which way dat rascal have gone. Plenty of black fellows glad to earn $2 to guide us. They no money here. $2 big sum to them. All right, Dominic, but we won't stick at $2. If it were necessary, I would pay 200 cheerfully for news. We find dem without that, the black said confidently. Not good offer too much. If black man offered $2, he berry glad. If offered 20, he begin to say to himself, "Dis berry good affair. Perhaps someone else give 40." There is something in that, Dominic. Anyhow, I shall leave that part of the business to you. As a rule, I shall keep in hiding with the boatmen and sailors all day. I shall be no good for asking questions, for I don't know much French, and the dialect the negroes of these islands speak is beyond me altogether. I cannot understand the boatmen at all. Black men here bad, sir, not like dem in the other islands. Here they think themselves better than white men. Very ignorant fellows, sir. Most of dem lost religion, and go back to fetish. Very bad, dat. All sorts of bad things in dat affair. Kill children and women to make fetish. Bad people, sir, and they are worse here than at San Domingo. There was nothing to do all day but to sit on deck and watch the brigantine. Most of the blacks had been landed, and only 3 or 4 sailors remained on watch on deck. Frank and George Lechmere, in their broad straw hats, sat and smoked in the deck chairs, the former's eyes wandering over the mountains, as if in search of something that might point out Bertha's hiding place. The hills were for the most part covered with trees, with here and there a little clearing and a patch of cultivated ground, with 2 or 3 huts in the center. With the glasses, solitary huts could be seen, half hidden by trees, here and there, and an occasional little wreath of light smoke curling up showed that there were others entirely hidden in the forest. "Don't you think, Major," George Lechmere said, after a long pause, "that it would be a good thing to have the gig every night at some point agreed on, such as the spot where we land? You see, sir, there is no saying what may happen. We may have to make a running fight of it, and it would be very handy to have the boat to fall back upon." "Yes, I think that a good idea, George. I will tell Hawkins to send it ashore, say at 10 o'clock every night. There is no chance whatever of our being down before that. They are sure to have taken her a long distance up the hills, and though, of course, one cannot say at present, it is pretty certain that we shall have to attack after dark. It is important that we should land where there is some sort of a path. I noticed 1 or 2 such places as we came along. We may as well get into the dinghy and row down and choose a spot now. Of course, they will be watching for the brigantine, but when they see the same number that went come back again, they will suppose that we have only gone for a row, or perhaps to get a shot at anything we come across. We may as well take a couple of guns with us." A mile down the inlet they came upon just the spot they were searching for. The shore was level for a few yards from the water's edge, and from here there was a well-marked path going up the slope behind. "We will fix upon this spot, George. It will be easy for the boats to find it in the dark, from that big tree close to the water's edge. Now we will paddle about for half an hour before we go back." An hour later they returned to the yacht, and George began at once to make arrangements for the landing. End of chapter 16. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 17 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 17. I should keep watch, and watch regularly, Hawkins. I do not say that it is likely, but it is quite possible that they may make an attempt to surprise us, cut all our throats, and then sink the Osprey. He might attack with his boats, and with a lot of native craft. At any rate, it is worth while keeping half the crew always on deck. Be sure and light the cabin as usual. They would suspect that I was away if they did not see the saloon skylights lit up. There is no saying when I may be back. It may be 3 nights, it may be 6, or, for all that I know, it may be longer than that. You may be sure that if I get a clue, I shall follow it up wherever it leads me. The strictest silence was maintained among the men. The 2 men at the oars were told to row very slowly, and above all things to avoid splashing. The boat was exceedingly low in the water, much too low for safety except in perfectly calm water, as, including the 2 men at the oars, there were 13 on board. Frank had thought it, however, inadvisable to take the dinghy also, for this was lying behind the stern, and it might have been noticed had they pulled her up to the gangway. The gig had been purposely left on the side hidden from the brigantine, and as they rowed away pains were taken to keep the yacht in a line with her. They held on this course, indeed, until they were close in to the shore, and then kept in under its shelter until the curve hid them altogether. "Be very careful as you row back, lads, and go very slowly. A ripple on this smooth water might very well be noticed by them, even if they could not make out a boat." "Aye, aye, sir, we will be careful." They had brought a lantern with them, covered with canvas, except for a few inches in front. "Me take him, sir, and go first," Dominic said. "Then if we meet anyone, you all stop quiet, and me go on and talk with them." Frank followed Dominic, George keeping beside him, where there was room for two to walk abreast, at other times falling just behind. Then came the sailors, and the 4 black boatmen were in the rear. They had been told that, in case they were halted and heard Dominic in conversation, they were to pass quietly through the others and be ready to join him and help him if necessary. With the exception of Dominic, Frank, and George Lechmere, all carried muskets. The pilot declined to take one. "Me neber fired off gun in my life, sir. Me more afraid of gun than of those rascals. Dominic fight with sword. Dat plenty good for him." The path mounted the hill until they were, as Frank thought, some 300 feet above the water. Here the ground was cultivated, and after walking for 10 minutes they saw 2 or 3 lights in front. "You stop here, sir," Dominic said, handing the lantern to Frank. "Me go on and see how best get round the village. Must not be seen here. If native boat come in at night, sure to go up to end of water and land at village there." The negroes soon returned, and said that the cultivated land extended on both sides of the village, and there was no difficulty in crossing it. The village was passed quietly, and when it was once well behind them they came down upon the path again, which was much larger and better marked than it had been before. After following it for half a mile they came upon a road, which led obliquely up from the water, and ran somewhat inland. "This is no doubt the road from the village at the head of the arm of the bay. They have probably come along here, though they may have turned more directly into the hills. That is the first point to find out, Dominic." "Yes, sir. Next village we see, me go in with 2 of the boatmen and ask a few questions." Following the path along for another few hundred yards, they saw a road ahead of them. Here they halted, and 2 of the blacks handed over their muskets and cutlasses to the care of the sailors. Dominic also left his cutlass behind him, and as he went on gave instructions to his 2 companions. "Now look here," he said in Negro French. "Don't you say much. I will do the talking, but just say a word or 2 if they ask questions. Mind, we 3 belong to the brigantine. I am the pilot. The captain has given me a message to send to his friends who have gone up into the hills. He asked me to take it, but I am not sure about the way. I am ready to pay well for a guide. I expect that they will say that the ladies came along, but that they do not know how they went afterwards. Then we ask him to come as guide, and promise to pay him very well." By this time they were close to the hut, which, as Dominic assured himself before knocking at the door, stood alone. There was an old man and woman inside, and a boy of about 17. Dominic took off his hat as he entered, and said in French, "Excuse me for disturbing you so late. I am the pilot of a vessel now in the bay, and have been sent by the captain to carry an important message to a gentleman who landed with another and 2 ladies and some armed men. He did not give me sufficient directions to find him, and I thought that if they passed along here, you might be able to put me in the way." "They came along here between 11 and 12, I think. We saw them," the old man said, "and we heard afterwards that the ladies were being taken away because the ship was, they thought, going to be attacked by a pirate that had followed them. The people from the villages went to help fight, for the gentleman had bought many things and had paid well for them, and each man was promised $1 if there was no fighting. and $4 if they helped beat off the pirate. Yes, that was so, Dominic said, but it seems that it was a mistake. Still, we had cause for alarm, for the other vessel followed us strangely. However, it is all explained now, and I have been sent with this message, because the captain thought that if he sent a white sailor, they would not give him the information. Do you know, Sebastian? The old man asked his son. Yes, they turned off to the right 2 miles further on. Look here, boy, Dominic said. We were promised $20 if we took the message straight. Now, if you will go with us and find out, we will give you 5 of them. As we are strangers to the people here, they might not answer our questions, but if you go and say that you have to carry the message, no doubt they will tell you which way they have gone. The lad jumped up. I will go with you, he said, but perhaps when we get there you will not give me the money. Look here, Dominic said, taking $3 from his pocket. I will leave these with your father, and will hand you the other 2 as soon as we get within sight of the place where they are. The lad was quite satisfied. $5 was more than he could earn by 2 months' work. As soon as they went out, Dominic whispered to one of the boatmen to go back and tell Frank what had taken place, and to beg him to follow at some distance behind. Whenever they took a fresh turning, one of the boatmen would always be left till he came up. Frank had some difficulty in understanding the boatman's French, and it was rather by his gestures than his words that he gathered his meaning. As soon as the message was given, the negro hurried on until he overtook Dominic. I am sorry now that we did not bring Pedro, Frank said. However, I think we made out what he had to say. Dominic has got someone to go with him to do the questioning, as he arranged with me, and he will leave one or other of the men every time he turns off from the road he is following. That will be a very good arrangement. So far we have been most fortunate. We know now that we are following them, and it will be hard if we don't manage to keep the clue, now that we have once got hold of it. When they came to the road that branched off to the right, the other boatman was waiting. He pointed up the road and then ran on silently ahead. No fresh turn was made for a long distance. Twice they were stopped by one of the blacks, who managed to inform them that Dominic and the guide were making inquiries at a hut ahead. The road had now become a mere track, and was continually mounting. Other tracks had branched off, leading, Frank supposed, to small hill villages. After going some 10 miles, the lad told Dominic that it was useless for him to go further, for that there were no more huts near the track. Beyond the fact that the 2 women were on horseback when they passed the last hut, nothing was learned there. It is of no use to go further, the guide said. There are no houses near here to inquire at, and there are 3 or 4 more paths that turn off from here. We must stop until morning, and then I will go on alone and make inquiries of shepherds and cottagers. But you see, I thought that we should find them tonight. If I work all day tomorrow, I shall expect $3 more. You shall have them, Dominic said. Here is my blanket. I will share one with one of my boatmen. The lad at once lay down and pulled the blanket over his head. As soon as he did so, Dominic motioned to the 2 boatmen to do the same, and then went back along the track until he met Frank's party. As the hills were for the most part covered with trees almost up to their summits, Frank and his party had only to turn a short distance off from the path, on receiving Dominic's news that the guide had stopped. It is 1:30, Frank said, holding the lantern, which the pilot had left with him, to his watch. We shall get 4 hours' sleep. You had better serve a tot of grog all round, George. It will keep out the damp night air. One of the blacks was carrying a basket, and each of the men had brought a water bottle and pannikin. Put some water in it, lads, Frank said, and it would be a good thing to eat a bit of biscuit with it. Dominic had told Frank that the guide had made some remark about the 2 blacks dropping behind so often, and the latter took out his handkerchief, tore it into 8 pieces, and gave it to him. Wherever you turn off, Dominic, drop one of these pieces on the path. That will be quite sufficient. Yes, sir, but you see, we don't know when we start up path, whether it be right path or no. We go up one. If find dat it not de one day go, then come back again and try another. What we to do? After thanking for some little time, Frank suggested that Dominic's best way would be to tell the guide that he was footsore, and that as several paths would have to be searched, he and one of the men would sit down there. The other would accompany the boy and bring down word when the right path had been discovered. As soon as it became light, Frank, without rousing the men, went out into the path and moved cautiously up it. He had but just started when he saw Dominic coming towards him. "All right, sar. Boy gone on. He hunt about. When he find, he send Sam back to fetch me. The others stay with him." "Oh, you have sent both with him?" "Yes, sar. Me thought it better. If only one man go, when he come back, boy could talk to people. Perhaps talk too much, so sent both men." "That was the best plan, no doubt," Frank agreed. "I will join the men and remain there until you come for me." "That best thing, sir. People might come along. Better they not see you." It was 12 o'clock before Dominic joined the waiting group in the wood. "They have been a long time finding the track, Dominic." "Yes, sar, very long time. They try 4 tracks, all wrong. Then they try 'nother. Sam say boy tell him try that last, because bad track. Lead over hills, to place where O.B. man live. Black fellow no like to go there. Bad men there. Steal children away. Make sacrifice to fetish. All people here believe that O.B. man very strong. They send presents to him to make rain or to kill enemy, but they no like go near him themselves. There was a hut a little up that road. Party went by there yesterday. No more houses on road. Sam say boy wait there till he bring me back to him. Then go home. Not like to go further. Say can't miss way that path. Lead straight to O.B. man's place. Fetish on road strike people dead that go dar without leave of O.B. man." "That will suit us well altogether," Frank said. "How far is it to where the guide is?" 1½ hours' walk." "Then we will be off at once." All were glad to be on the move again, and in spite of the heat they proceeded at a rapid pace until the boatman, Sam, said that they were close to the spot where he had left his companions with the guide. The rest then entered the wood, and Dominic went on with the boatman. 10 minutes later, a young negro came down the path. They had no doubt that it was the guide. Dominic arrived 2 or 3 minutes later. "I suppose that was the guide that went down," Frank said, as he stepped out. "Dat him, sir," he said. "Quite sure path go to O.B. man's place. It was miles away in center of hills. I pretend want him to go on. He said no go for $1,000. So me pay him his money, and he go back. He tell me no use hunt for friends if O.B. man had not given dem leave to go and see him. Then the fetish changed dem all into snakes. If he gib leave, and not know dat me and other 2 men were friends, then the fetish change us into snakes." "Well, there is one comfort, Dominic. We shall be able to march boldly along without being afraid of meeting anyone." "Yes, sir. Sam be a little frightened, but not much. Not believe much in San Domingo about fetish. Dey better than these Haiti people. Still Sam not like it." "I suppose you told him that he was a fool, Dominic." "Yes, sir. Me tell him, too, that white man think nothing of O.B. man. Hang him by neck if he tries fetish against dem." Having picked up Sam, they proceeded at a brisk pace along the path, Frank leading the way with George Lechmere. "You see," he said, "Carthew must have been uneasy in his mind all along. I have no doubt that directly he put into the bay, and decided to make this his headquarters, he set about preparing some place where he could carry them off to, and where there would be very little chance of their being traced. Down at the village by the water he heard of this O.B. man. He has evidently great power in this part of the island. These fellows are all great rascals, and Carthew may have either gone or sent to him, and made arrangements that he and a party should, if necessary, be allowed to establish a camp in the valley where this fellow lives, of course promising him a handsome present. He could have chosen no safer place. Following hard as we have done on his track, we have obtained a clue, but it is not probable that any of the natives whom Dominic has questioned has the smallest idea that the party were going towards this fetish man's place. In fact, the only man that could know it was the negro at that last hut, and you may be sure that were he questioned by any searching party, he would not dare to give any information that might excite the anger of this man. It is likely enough that this fellow has a gang of men with him, bound to him partly by interest and partly by superstitious fears. We shall probably have to reckon with these fellows in addition to Carthew's own force. He seems to have taken 10 or 12 of the blacks from the village with him. They would have no fear of going when he told them that he was under the special protection of the fetish man. Then, you see, he has 4 of his own sailors, his friend and himself, so that we have an equal number of white men and 5 negroes against his 10 or 12 and the fetish man's gang. However, I hope that we shall have the advantage of a surprise. If so, I think we may feel pretty confident that we shall, at any rate, in the first place, carry off Miss Greendale and her maid. The danger won't be in the attack, but in the retreat. That Obi fellow may raise the whole country against us. There is one thing. The population is scanty up here, and it won't be until we get down towards the lower ground that they will be able to muster strongly enough to be really formidable. But we may have to fight hard to get down to the boats. You see, it is a 20 miles march. We shan't be able to go very fast, for, although Miss Greendale and her maid might keep up well for some distance, they would be worn out long before we got to the shore, while the blackfellows would be able to travel by other paths, and to arouse the villagers as they went, and make it very hot indeed for us. There is one thing. We shall have the advantage of darkness, Major, and in the woods it would be difficult for them to know how fast we are going. We might strike off into other paths, and if necessary, carry Miss Greendale and her maid. We could make a couple of litters for them, and with 4 to a litter, could travel along at a good rate of speed. In another 3 hours, they found that the path was descending into a deep and narrow valley. On the way, they passed many of the fetish signs, so terrible to the negro's imagination. Pieces of blue strings, with feathers and rags attached to them, were stretched across the path. Clumps of feathers hung suspended from the trees. Flat stones, with berries, shells, and crooked pieces of wood, were nailed against the trunk of the trees. At first, the 4 negro boatmen showed signs of terror on approaching these mysterious symbols, and grew pale with fright when Frank broke the strings that barred the path. But when they saw that no evil resulted from the audacious act, and that no avenging bolt fell upon his head, they mustered up courage, and in time even grinned as the sailors made jeering remarks at the mysterious emblems. As soon as they began to descend into the valley, and it was evident that they were nearing their destination, Frank halted. "Now, Dominic, do you object to go down and find out all about it? I am quite ready to go, but you are less likely to be noticed than I am. There is no hurry, for we don't wish to move until within an hour of sunset, or perhaps 2 hours. There is no fear of our meeting with any interruption until we get back to the point where we started this morning, and it would be as well, therefore, to be back there just before dark. Me go, sir, me strip, dat best, not seem so easy among de trees." "Quite right, Dominic. What we want to find out is the exact position of the camp and the hut, for no doubt they built a hut of some sort, where Miss Greendale is, and see how we can best get as close to it as possible. Then it would be as well to find out what sort of village this Obi man has got, and how many men it probably contains. But don't risk anything to do this. Our object is to surprise Carthew's camp, and we must take our chance as to the blacks. If you were seen, and an alarm given, Carthew might carry Miss Greendale off again. So don't mind about the Obi village, unless you are sure that you can obtain a view of it without risk of being seen." "Me manage dat, sir," the negro said confidently. "Dey not on de lookout. Me crawl up among de trees and see everything. No fear whatsomever." Dominic stripped and started down the path, while the rest retired into the shelter of the trees. An anxious 2 hours passed, the party listening intently for any sound that might tell of Dominic's being discovered. All, however, remained quiet, except that they were once or twice startled by the loud beating of a drum, and the deep blasts from the fetish horn. At the end of that time there was a general exclamation of relief, as Dominic stepped in from among the trees. "Well, Dominic, what have you found?" Frank exclaimed as he started to his feet. "Me found everything, sir. First come the village, not very big, 20 or 30 men there. Then 100 yards further, 3 huts stand. They new huts, but not built last night. Leaves all dead, built 8 or 10 days ago. Me crawl on stomach among the trees and lay and watch. In the further hut 2 white lady. They come in and out. They talk together. The others not go near them. Next hut to them, 20, 30 yards away, 2 white men. They sit on log and smoke cigar. In the next hut, 4 white sailor. Then a little distance away, 12 black fellows sit round fire and cook food. Plenty of goats down in valley. Good gardens and lots of bananas." "How did the white ladies seem?" "Not seem anything particular, sir. They never look in the direction of others. Just talk together very quiet. Me see their lips move, but hear no voice. Hear the voice of men quite plain." "How close can we get without being seen?" "About 50 yards, sir. Huts put near stream under big trees. Trees not tick just dar. Little way lower down, banana trees run down the edge upstream. If we can get round the village on that side without being seen, can go through bananas, then dash across the stream and run for the ladies. Can get there before the others. Besides, if they run that way, we shoot them down." "Thank God, that is all satisfactory," Frank said. "But it is hard having to wait here another 5 hours before doing anything." "We are ready to go and pitch into them at once, sir," one of the sailors said. "You have only to say the word." "Thank you, lads, but we must wait till within an hour or 2 of sunset. I expect that we shall have to fight our way back, and we shall want darkness to help us. It would be folly to risk anything, just as success seems certain after these months of searching. Still, it is hard to have to wait. It is getting on to 12 o'clock. You had better get that basket out and have your dinners." The next 4 hours seemed to him interminable. The sailors and negroes had gone to sleep as soon as they had finished their meal and smoked a pipe. Frank moved about restlessly, sometimes smoking in short, sharp puffs, sometimes letting his pipe go out every minute and relighting it mechanically, and constantly consulting his watch. At last he sat down on a fallen tree and remained there without making the slightest motion until George Lechmere said, "I think it is time now, Major." "Thank goodness for that, George. I made up my mind that I would not look at my watch again until it was time. Now, lads, before we start, listen to my final orders. If we are discovered as we go past the village, we shall turn off at once and make straight for the camp. Don't waste a shot on the blacks. They are not likely to have time to gather to oppose us, but cut down anyone that gets in your way. When we are through the village, make straight to the farthest hut. Don't fire a shot till we have got between that and the next, and then go straight at Carthew and his gang. If I should fall, Lechmere will take the command. If he too should fall, you are to gather round the ladies and fight your way down to the landing place. Take Dominic's advice as to paths, and so on. He and his men know a good deal better than you do. But remember, the great duty is to take the ladies on board safe. The moment you get them there, tell the captain my orders are that you are to man the 2 boats, row straight at the brigantine, drive the crew overboard and sink her. Then you are to sail for England with Miss Greendale. The brigantine must be sunk, for if Carthew gets down there, he will fill her with blacks and sail in pursuit. And as there is not much difference in speed between the 2 boats, she might overtake you if you carried away anything. You must get rid of her before you sail. What have you got there, George? 2 stretchers, Major. Dominic and I have been making them for the last 2 hours. We can leave them here, sir, by the side of the path, and pick them up as we come along back. A couple of minutes later the party started. They followed the path down until nearly at the bottom of the hill. Here the trees grew thinner, and Dominic, who was leading, turned to the right. They made their way noiselessly through the wood, Dominic taking them a much wider circuit round the village than he himself had made, and bringing them out from the trees at the lower end of the plantation of bananas. Hitherto they had been walking in single file, but Frank now passed along the order for them to close up. "Keep together as well as you can," he said, when they were assembled, "and mind how you pass between the trees. If you set these big trees waving, it might be noticed at once." Very cautiously they stole forward until they reached the edge by the stream. Frank looked through the trees. 4 white sailors were lying on the ground smoking in front of their hut. Carthew and his companion were stretched in 2 hammocks hung from the tree under which their hut stood. Bertha and her maid had retired into their bower. "Now, lads," he said, as with his revolver in his right hand he prepared for the rush. "Don't cheer, but run silently forward. The moment they catch sight of us you can give a cheer. Now!" And he sprang forward into the stream, which was but ankle deep. The splash, as the whole party followed him, at once attracted the attention of the sailors, who leaped to their feet with a shout and ran into their hut, while at the same moment Carthew and his companions sprang from their hammocks, paused for a moment in surprise at the men rushing towards them, and then also ran into their hut, Carthew shouting to the blacks to take to their arms. "Go straight at them, George!" Frank shouted, running himself directly towards the nearest hut, just as Bertha, startled at the noise, came to its entrance. She stood for an instant in astonishment, then with a scream of joy ran a step or 2 and fell forward into his arms. "Thank God, I have found you at last," he said. "Wait here a moment, darling. I will be back directly. Go into the hut until I come." But Bertha was too overpowered with surprise and delight to heed his words, and Frank handed her to her maid, who had run out behind her. "Take her in," he said, as he carried her to the entrance of the hut, "and stay there until I come again." Then he ran after his party. A wild hubbub had burst forth. Muskets and pistols were cracking. Carthew, as he ran out of the hut, discharged his pistol at the sailors, but in his surprise and excitement missed them, and before he had time to level another, George Lechmere bounded upon him, and with a shout of "This is for Martha Bennet," brought his cutlass down upon his head. He fell like a log, and at the same moment one of the sailors shot his companion. Then they dashed against the Belgian sailors, who had been joined by the blacks. "Give them a volley, lads!" George shouted. The 4 sailors fired, as a moment later did the boatmen, and then cutlass in hand rushed upon them. Just as they reached them Frank arrived. There was but a moment's resistance. 2 of the sailors had fallen under the volley, a 3rd was cut down, and the 4th, as well as the blacks, fled towards the village. Here the obi drum was beating fiercely. "Load again, lads!" Frank shouted. "2 of you come back with me." He ran with them back to the end hut, but Bertha had now recovered from her first shock. "Come, darling," he said. "There is not a moment to lose. We must get out of this as soon as we can. Come along, Anna. Thompson, do you look after her. I will see to Miss Greendale." Just as they reached the others, a volley was fired from the village by the blacks of Carthew's party, who were armed with muskets. Then they, with 30 other negroes, rushed out with loud shouts. "Don't fire until they are close," Frank shouted. "Now let them have it." The volley poured into them, at but 10 paces distance, had a deadly effect. The blacks paused for a moment, and the rescuing party, led by George Lechmere and Dominic, rushed at them. The sailors' pistols cracked out, and then they charged, cutlass in hand. For a moment the blacks stood, but the fierce attack was too much for them, and they again fled to the village. "Stop, Dominic!" Frank shouted, for the big pilot, who had already cut down 3 of his opponents, was hotly pursuing them. "We must make for the path at once." End of chapter 17. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 18 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 18. In a couple of minutes they had gained the path. "Anyone hurt?" Frank asked. One of the boatmen had an arm broken by a bullet, and 2 of the sailors had received spear wounds at the hands of the villagers. They were not serious, however, and leaving George Lecmere to cover the rear, they started up the path, Dominic, as usual, leading the way, Frank following behind him with Bertha, who had hitherto not spoken a word. "Am I dreaming?" she asked now, in a tone of bewilderment. "Is it really you, Frank?" "You are not dreaming, dear, and it is certainly I, Frank Mullet. Now tell me how you got on." "As well as might be, Frank, but it was a terrible time. Please do not talk about it yet. But how is it that you are here? It seems a miracle. Oh, how ill you are looking, and your arm is in a sling too." "That is nothing," he said, "merely a broken collarbone. As to my looking ill, you must remember I have had almost as anxious a time as you." "Then it was the Osprey after all," she exclaimed suddenly, "that we saw the last day that we were out sailing. We were on deck, and I was not noticing. I did not notice much then, when Anna said to me, 'That looks like an English yacht, miss. I am sure Mr. Carthew thinks she is chasing us.' Then I got up and looked round. I could not see for certain, but it did look like a yacht, and I thought that it was about the size of the Osprey. Those two men were standing with their backs to us, looking at it through their glasses, and Carthew happened to turn round and saw me standing up, and at once said, 'You must go below. I believe that is a pirate chasing us.' I said that it was nothing to me if it was. One pirate was just as good as another. Then he said that if I would not go down, he should be obliged to use force, and called 4 men aft. So, as it was of no use resisting, we went down. Presently we felt that the course had been changed. Late in the evening we heard them fire the 2 guns, and then some musket shots. Later on the man came down and told us that the pirates had tried to take us in their boats, and that they had beaten them off, and that there was no further danger. But for all that, I could see that he was troubled. That was when I was hit, dear. We had not reckoned on the 2 guns, and with only the gig and dinghy, with 1 man killed and 5 of us wounded, it was too stiff a business, though we should have persevered. But that squall came down on us from the hills, and the Phantom, moreover, left us standing still. We believed that we should come up with the schooner in the morning." "But how did you come here, Frank? How did you know where we had been taken?" "It is a long story, dear. We started in pursuit 4 days after you had been carried off. I will tell you all about it when we get safe again on board the yacht. I am afraid we shall have some trouble yet. Now, if you are quite recovered from your surprise, do you feel equal to hurrying on? Every moment is of importance." "Oh, yes," she said. "He will be after us." "He won't," Frank said. "George Lecmere cut him down. Whether he killed him or not I cannot say, but I don't fancy anyhow that he will be able to take up the chase. It is that rascally Obi man I am afraid of. He has great power over the people, and may raise the whole country to attack us. I am ready to run as fast as you like, Frank. We may as well go at a trot for a bit." Then raising his voice, he said, "We will go at double, lads, now. Put your arm on my shoulder, Bertha, and we can fancy that we are going to waltz." "I feel so happy that I want to cry, Frank," she said as they started. "Don't do that until you get on board the Osprey." As they passed the spot where they had halted, George Lecmere told 2 of the blacks to pick up the stretchers and carry them along. They were merely 2 light poles, with the wattle work formed of giant creepers worked for some 6 feet in length between them. "What are those for?" Bertha asked as she passed them. "Those are to carry you and Anna along when you get exhausted. It is 20 miles to the coast, you know. I feel as if I could walk any distance to get on board the Osprey again." "I have no doubt that you have the spirit, Bertha, but I question whether you have the strength, especially after being over 3 months without any exercise at all. I felt it myself yesterday, although we did little more than 10 miles. "Oh, but then you have been wounded, and you do look so ill, Frank." "I dare say the wound had a little to do with it," he said, "but of course the climate is trying too, though it is cooler up on the hills than it is in the bay. Now, Frank, the first question of all is, how is my mother? What did she do when I was missing? It must have been awful for her. Of course, it was a terrible anxiety, Bertha, but she bore it better than would be expected, especially as she had not been well before. It troubled me more, Frank, than even my own affairs. As soon as I had time to think at all, I could not imagine what she would do, and the only comfort was that she had you to look after her. No doubt it was a comfort, dear, that she had someone to lean upon a little. Halt! He broke off suddenly, as there was the sound of a stick breaking among the trees close by. Stand to your arms, men, and gather closely. Bertha, do you and Anna take your place in the center, and please lie down. I cannot do that, Frank, she said positively. Here you are, all risking your lives for us, and now you want me to put myself quite safe while you are all in danger. I want to be able to fight, Bertha, free of anxiety, and to be able to devote my whole attention to the work. This I can't do if I know that you are exposed to bullets. Well, I can't lie down anyhow, Frank, but Anna and I will crouch down if you say that we must when they begin to fire. They were silent for 2 or 3 minutes, and no sounds were heard in the wood. We shall be attacked sooner or later, Frank said quietly to the men. We will take to the trees on our right if we are attacked from the left, and to those on the left if they come at us from the right. If we are attacked on both sides at once, take to the right. George, do you and Harrison and Jones get behind trees next to the path. It will be your business to prevent anyone from passing on that side. I, with the other 2, will take post behind trees facing the other way. The 4 boatmen with Dominic will shelter themselves in the bushes between us, with Miss Greendale and her maid in the middle. They will be the reserve, and if a rush is made from either side, they will at once advance and beat it back. You understand, Dominic? Me understand, sir. If those fellows come, we charge at them. These fellows no used to shot, sir. Better give muskets to others. We do best with our swords. That is the best plan. You take one of the muskets, George, and give one to Harrison. The 2 men on my side had better have the others, as I can't use one. You understand, lads. These will be spare arms. Keep them in reserve, if possible, so as to check the fellows when they make a rush. Now do you all understand? You explain it to your men, Dominic. Now we will go on again, and at the double. It will be as much as those fellows can do to keep up with us in this thick wood. 10 minutes passed. Then there was a loud shout and the blowing of a deep horn on their left, followed by a yell from the wood on both sides. To the right! Frank shouted, and the party ran in among the trees. Get in among that undergrowth with Anna, he said to Bertha. Gather there, Dominic, with your men. We shall want you directly. They are sure to make a rush at first. Now, lads, one of you take that tree, the other the one to the right, and he placed himself behind one between them. On glancing round, he saw that George had already posted his 2 men, and had taken up his station between them. All hands kneel down, he said. These bushes will hide us from their sight. If we stand up, we may be hit by shots from behind. A moment later there was a general discharge of firearms around them, and then some 40 negroes rushed at them. On your feet now, men, Frank shouted. Take steady aim and bring down a man with each shot. A cheer broke from the sailors. 4 shots were fired from Frank's side, and 5 from George Lechmere's, and with them came the cracks of Frank's revolver, followed almost directly afterwards by those of the pistols carried by the men, and George Lechmere's revolver. Scarce a shot missed. 10 of the negroes fell, and those attacking from the right turned and bolted among the trees. The negroes on the left, however, inspired by the roaring of the horns and the shrieking yells of the Obi man, came on with greater determination, and dashed across the path. Now, Dominic, at them! Frank shouted, as with the 2 sailors he rushed across. The numbers now were not very uneven. Of the 20 negroes on that side, 5 had fallen under the musketry and pistol fire, and 2 others were wounded, and as Frank's party and the blacks fell upon them, they hesitated. The struggle was not doubtful for a moment. 6 of the negroes were cut down, and the rest fled. Don't pursue them, men, Frank shouted, and the sailors at once drew off. But Dominic and his black boatmen still pursued hotly, overtaking and cutting down 3 more of their assailants. "All is over for the present," Frank said, going to the spot where Bertha and Anna were crouching. "Not one of us is hurt, as far as I know, and we have accounted for 16 or 17 of these rascals." Bertha got up. She was a little pale, but perfectly calm and quiet. "It is horrid, being hidden like that when you are all fighting, Frank," she said reproachfully. "We were hidden too, till they came at us," he said, "and very lucky it was, for some of us would probably have been hit, bad shots though they are." "No, Frank, not before all these men," she remonstrated. "What do I care for the men?" he laughed. "Do you think if they had their sweethearts with them, they would mind who was looking on? There, I must be content with that for the present. We must push on again." Dominic had returned now with his men, and the party started again at a trot, as soon as the firearms had all been reloaded. "We shan't have any more trouble, shall we?" Bertha asked. "Not for the present," he said. "We have fairly routed the blacks who came here with you, and the villagers, and they certainly won't attack us again until they are largely reinforced, which they cannot be until we get down towards the sea, for there are no villages of any size in the hills." After keeping up the pace for a mile, Frank ordered the men to drop into a walk again. "Now, Frank, about my mother," Bertha asked again, as soon as she had got her breath, and Frank related all that had taken place up to the time that the Osprey sailed. "Then she is all alone in town? It must be terrible for her, waiting there without any news of me. It is a pity that she did not go home. It would not have mattered about me, and it would have been so much better for her among her old friends. They would all have sympathized with her so much." "I quite agreed with her, Bertha, and I think still that it was better that she should stay in London. I am sure the sympathy would do her harm rather than good. As it is, now she will be kept up by the belief that she is doing all in her power for you, by saving you from the hideous amount of talk and chatter there would be if this affair was known." "Of course it would be horrid, Frank, and perhaps you are right, but it must be an awful trial." "I have done all I could to set her mind at rest," Frank said. "I wrote to her directly I arrived at Gibraltar, and again as soon as I got the letter from Madeira saying that the brigantine had touched there. I wrote from Madeira again with what news I could pick up, and again from Puerto Rico, from the Virgin Islands, and from San Domingo. Of course, from there I was able to say that the scent was getting hot, and that I had no doubt I should not be long before I fell in with the brigantine. Then I sent another letter from Jacmel. That seems to me a long time ago, for we have done so much since, but it is not more than 10 days back. We will post another letter the first time that we touch anywhere, on the off chance of its going home by a mail steamer and getting there before us." "It was wonderful, your finding out that I had been carried off in the Phantom. That was what troubled me most, except about Mother. I did not see how you could guess that the brigantine we had both noticed the day before was the Phantom. I felt sure that you would suspect who it was, but I could not see how you would connect the two together." "You see, I did not guess it at first," he replied. "I felt sure that it was Carthy from the first minute when I found that you had not landed, and it was just the luck of finding out that the Phantom's crew had returned, and that they had been paid off at Ostend, that put me on the track. Of course, directly I heard that she had been altered and turned into a brigantine, I felt sure that she was the craft that we had noticed, and as soon as I learned through Lloyd's that she had sailed south from the Lizard, I felt certain that she must have gone up the Mediterranean or to the West Indies. I felt sure it was the latter. However, it was a great relief when I got a letter from Lloyd's agent at Madeira, telling me that the brigantine had touched there, and I felt certain that I should hear of you, either here or at one of the South American ports." They kept on until they reached the hut at the point where the path forked. It was found to be empty. "Open the basket," Frank said. "We must have a meal before we go further. We have come about half the distance. Now, Bertha, there is the bay you see, and it is all downhill, which is a comfort. Do you feel tired, dear?" "Not tired," she said, "but my feet are aching a bit. You see, I had thin deck shoes on when we were hurried ashore, and they are not good for walking long distances in." "Well, we will have a quarter of an hour's rest," he said. "It is getting dark fast, and by the time we go on it will be night, and will be a great deal cooler than it has been." "I can go on at once if you like," she said. "No, dear, there is no use in hurrying. We may as well stop half an hour as a quarter. Don't you hear that?" The girl listened. "It is a horn, is it not?" she asked after a pause. "Yes, I can hear it in half a dozen directions," he said. "That scoundrel of an Obi man is down there ahead of us, and that unearthly row he and his followers are making will rouse up all the villagers within hearing. We will try to give him the slip. I intend to take the path we came by for 4 or 5 miles, and then to strike off by one to the right, and hit the main road to Port-au-Prince, a good bit to the east of where we quitted it. The country is all cultivated there, and we will strike down towards the bay and make our way through the fields. And if we have luck, we may be able to get down to the place where the gig will be waiting for us without meeting any of them. Oh, I do hope there will be no more fighting, Frank. You may not all get off as well as you did last time." "We must take our chance of that, dear. At any rate, the country will be open, and we shall be able to keep in a solid body, and I have no doubt that we shall be able to beat them off. Could we not go down to the shore and get a boat somewhere and row to the yacht?" "Yes, we might manage that, perhaps. That is a capital idea, Bertha. There is a place called Nipes, 12 or 14 miles east of our inlet. It won't be very much farther to go, for we have been bearing eastward all the way here. Making sure that we shall go straight for the yacht, they will gather in that direction first, and won't think of giving the alarm so far east. There was a path, if I remember right, that came up from that direction a quarter of a mile further on. We will turn off by it." As soon as the meal was over, they started again. They found the path Frank had spoken of, and followed it down until they came among trees. Then Dominic lighted his lantern again. For a time the two women kept on traveling, but after 5 miles Bertha was compelled to stop and take off her shoes altogether. For 2 miles further she refused the offers to carry her, but at last was forced to own that she could go no further. The 2 litters were at once brought up, and the 4 sailors, Dominic, and the 3 uninjured boatmen, lifted them and went along at a trot, George Lechmere leading the way with the lantern. The weight of the girls, divided between 4 strong men, was a mere trifle, and they now made much more rapid progress than they had before, and in 3/4 of an hour arrived at Nipes. As they got to the little town, Bertha and Anna got out and walked, so as to attract as little attention as possible among the negroes in the street. Dominic answered all questions, stating that they were a party belonging to a ship in Marsouin Bay, that they had been on a sporting expedition over the hills and had lost their way, and now wanted a boat to take them back. As soon as they reached the strand, half a dozen were offered to them. Dominic chose the one that looked the fastest. He told the boatman that the ladies were very tired, and they wanted to get back as soon as possible, and he must therefore engage 10 men to row, as the wind was so slight as to be useless. As he did not haggle about terms, the bargain was speedily concluded, and in a few minutes they put off. The men, animated by the handsome rate of pay they were to receive, rowed hard, and in a little over 2 hours they entered the inlet at the end of which the Osprey was lying. As they neared the end, the boatmen were surprised at seeing a large number of people with torches on the rising ground, and something like panic seized them when they heard the Obi horn sounding. They dropped their oars at once. "Tell them to row on, Dominic," Frank said, "and to keep close along the opposite side. Tell them that if they don't do so, we will shoot them. No, tell them that we will chuck them overboard and row on ourselves." "There is the place where we landed," Frank said presently to Bertha. The men had resumed their rowing. "Just under where you see that clump of torches. Ah, there is our boat," he broke off suddenly, as it appeared in the line of the reflection of the torches on the water. It was half a mile away, lying a few hundred yards from shore. He took out the dog whistle that he used when coming down to the landing stage to summon the boat from the yacht, and blew it. There was a stir in the boat, and a moment later it was speeding towards them. "Row on, Dominic. She will pick us up in no time." And long before they reached the Osprey, the gig was alongside. "Thank God that you are back, sir!" they cried as they came abreast. "We have been in terrible anxiety about you. Have you succeeded, sir? Don't cheer. I want to get back to the yacht before they know that we are here. Yes, thank God, I have succeeded. Miss Greendale and her maid are on board." A low cheer, which even his order could not entirely suppress, came from the 3 men in the boat. The mate was himself rowing the stroke. "We did not dare bring any more hands, sir," he said. "There has been such a hubbub on shore for the last hour and a half that we thought it likely that they and the Phantom's people might be going to attack us. We rowed to the landing at 10 o'clock, as you ordered us. But in a short time a party of men came along close to the water, and as soon as they saw us they opened fire on us, and we had to row off sharp. We have been lying off here since. We did not see how you could get down through that lot, but we thought it better to wait. I did think there was just a hope that you might make your way down to the coast somewhere else, and come on in a shore boat. Well, here we are, sir." As he spoke, they came alongside the Osprey. "Is it you, sir?" Hawkins said eagerly. "Look here, lads," Frank replied, standing up. "Above all things, I don't want any cheering, or any noise whatever. I don't want them to know that we have got on board. I know that you will all rejoice with me, for I have brought off Miss Greendale, and none of our party except one of the boatmen has been wounded in any way seriously." There was a murmur of deep satisfaction from the crew. As Bertha stepped on deck, the men crowded round with low exclamations of, "God bless you, miss! This is a good day indeed for us." Bertha, in reply to the greeting, shook hands all round. "I see you have not put out the lights in the cabin yet, Hawkins. I will just go down with Miss Greendale and see that she is comfortable, and then I will come up again." "Oh, Frank!" the girl exclaimed, bursting into tears as they entered the saloon. "This is happiness indeed. I feel at home already." Frank remained with her for 3 or 4 minutes. "Now, dear, take possession of your old cabin again. No doubt Anna is there already. She had better share it with you. Now I must go up and finish with the Phantom at once. Do not be afraid. I shall take them by surprise, and there will be very little fighting." And without waiting for remonstrance, he hurried on deck. "Are the men armed, Hawkins?" "That they are, sir. We have been expecting an attack every minute. There have been 3 or 4 shore boats going off to the brigantine within the last quarter of an hour." "I'm going to be beforehand with them, Hawkins." "They've got both those guns pointing this way, sir." "I'm not coming from this way to attack them, Hawkins. I'm going to put all hands in that native craft I came in, row off a little distance from this side, then make a circuit and come down on the other side of them. I will leave George Lechmere here with 4 men, with 3 muskets apiece, so that if they should start before we get there, they can keep them off until we arrive. If I can get a few of the boatmen to enlist, I will do so." He spoke to Dominic, who went to the side and asked, "If any of you are disposed to stop here to guard the craft for a quarter of an hour, in case she is attacked, the gentlemen here will pay $20 a man, but remember that you may have to fight." The whole crew rose. $20 was a fortune to them. "Come on board, then," Dominic said. "I don't know whether these fellows are to be trusted, George, but I hope you won't be attacked. Keep these 15 muskets for yourselves. Put 4 apiece by the bulwarks, and station yourselves by them. Keep your eyes on these boatmen. Put the oars of the boat handy for them, and let them arm themselves with them. If you are attacked, an oar is not a bad weapon for repelling boarders." "All right, Major. I will station 2 of them between each of us." By this time the captain had picked out the 4 men that were to remain, and have the rest drawn up in readiness to get into the boat. "Get in quietly, lads," Frank said. 10 of you man the arms. We will put an end to the Phantom's wanderings tonight." "That we will, sir," was the hearty rejoinder of the men. Frank took the tiller, and they rowed straight away from the Osprey for 100 yards, when Frank steered towards the right bank, where there were no torches, and where all was quiet. The brigantine could be seen plainly, standing up against the glare of the torches on the other side. They rowed 300 or 400 yards beyond her, then taking a turn, approached her on the side opposite to that facing the Osprey. 3 native boats, like their own, were lying beside her, and there was a crowd of men on her deck. Frank brought her round alongside of these boats. He had already ordered that firearms were not to be used in the first place. "I don't want to kill any of these blacks," he said. "They have nothing to do with the affair, and they believe us to be pirates. I expect that we shall get on board unnoticed. Then with a cheer go at them with the flat of your cutlasses. You can use the edge on the whites if they resist. But I expect that the blacks will all jump overboard in a panic, and that then the whites, seeing that they are outnumbered, will surrender." No one indeed noticed them. There was a great hubbub and confusion, and the captain was endeavoring to get them into something like order, when suddenly there was a loud cheer, and Frank's party fell upon them. Yells of terror rose as the sailors, Dominic and his blacks, sprang among them, striking heavily with the flat of their cutlasses, and the sailors using their fists freely. Frank had brought with him a heavy belaying pin, and used it with great effect. The blacks, in the panic, fell over each other, and rushing to the side jumped overboard, some into their boats, and some into the water. The white sailors, carried away by the stampede, and separated from each other, were unable to act. The captain, drawing a brace of pistols from his belt, fired one shot, but before he could fire another, Frank hurled the iron belaying pin at him. It struck him in the face, and he fell insensible. The Belgian sailors, seeing themselves altogether outnumbered, and without a leader, threw down their arms. "Tie their hands and feet," Frank ordered, "and bundle them into one of the native boats." 2 of these had pushed off and lay 50 yards away, and the sea was dotted with the heads of swimmers making towards them. The Belgian sailors were placed in the other boat. "Put their captain in too," Frank said. "He will come round presently. Now 4 of you jump into our boat and cast her off. Captain, will you look about for the oil and pour it over all the beds, but don't set them on fire until I give the order. Now, lads, 2 of you run below, and get the cushions off the starboard sofa. Purvis, get the skylight open on the port side, and wheel the 2 guns round, and point them down into the cabin. I will train them myself on the same spot just at the back of that seat. They might come off and extinguish the fire, though I don't think they will. But we will make sure by blowing a hole through her side under the waterline." 5 minutes were sufficient to make the preparations, and the captain came up and reported that all was ready. "I have heaped up all the bedding on the floor, sir, and poured plenty of oil over it," he said. "Very well, then, take 2 men aft, and begin there and work your way forward, and finish with the forecastle hammocks. You can begin at once." In a minute there was a glare of light through the stern cabin skylight, while almost at the same moment a dense cloud of smoke poured up the companion. Then the light shone up through the bull's eyes on deck of the other staterooms. Then the captain and the 2 hands ran through the saloon forward. Frank went to the forecastle hatch, and stooping down, saw the captain apply the fire to a great heap of bedding. "That will do, Hawkins," he said. "Come up at once with the men, or you will be suffocated down there." They ran up on deck, and a minute later a volume of flame burst out through the hatch. Frank went to the guns, and lighting 2 matches gave one to Hawkins. "Now," he said, "both together." The 2 reports were blended in one, and as the smoke cleared away, Frank could see, by the cabin lamp that was still burning, a spurt of water shooting up from a ragged hole at the back of the sofa. Fired at such a short distance, the bullets with which the guns were crammed had struck like solid shot. "Into the boats, men!" Frank shouted. "Shall we take these chaps off with us, sir?" the captain said. "They will be keepsakes." "All right, Hawkins, in with them." The tongue of fire leaping up from the forecastle, followed by the discharge of the guns, had been the first intimation to those on the Osprey of what had happened. Bertha and her maid ran up on deck at the sound of the cannon. "What is that?" the former asked in alarm. "It is all right, Miss Greendale," George Lechmere said, leaving the side and coming up to her. "The Major has captured the brigantine almost without fighting. There was only one pistol shot fired. I did not hear a single clash of a sword, and the blacks on board jumped straight into the water. I was just coming to call you as you came up. The brigantine is well on fire, you see." "But I thought I heard the cannon." "Yes, the Major has fired them down the skylight, so as to make sure of her. Do you see, miss? They are putting the guns in the boat now. They will be back here in a few minutes." By the time the boat came alongside, the flames from the after skylight had lit the mainsail and were running up the rigging. A minute later they burst out from the companion and the skylight. "Thank God it is all over, Frank," Bertha said, as they stood together watching the sight. The inlet was now lit up from side to side. On shore a state of wild excitement prevailed. The boats had reached the shore, and the negroes there had rushed down to hear what had taken place, and to inquire after friends. Above the yells and shouts of the frenzied negroes sounded the deep roar of the horns and the angry beating of the obi drums. Numbers of torch-bearers were among the crowd, and although nearly half a mile away, the scene could be perfectly made out from the yacht. The boatmen had received their promised pay as soon as Frank had reached the yacht, and had taken their places in their boat. But Dominic told Frank that they would not go till the Osprey sailed, as they were afraid of being pursued and attacked by the villagers' boats if they did so. End of chapter 18. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 19 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Sylvie. Chapter 19. As Frank stood gazing at the scene, George Lechmere touched him. Frank, looking round, saw that he wished to speak to him privately. "What is it, George?" he asked, when he had stepped a few paces from Bertha. "Look there, Major," George said, handing him a field-glass. "I thought I had settled old scores with him, but the devil has looked after his own." "You don't mean to say, George, that it is Carthew again?" "It is he, sure enough, sir. I would have sworn that I had done for him. If I had thought there had been the slightest doubt about it, I would have put a pistol ball through his head." Frank raised the glass to his eye. Just where the torches were thickest, he could make out a man's figure raised above the heads of the rest. He was supported on a litter. His head was swathed with bandages. He had raised himself into a sitting position, supported by one arm, while he waved the other passionately. He was evidently haranguing the crowd. As Frank looked, he saw the figure sink down. Then there was a deep roll of the drum, and a fantastic-looking figure, daubed as it seemed with paint and wearing a huge mask, appeared in his place. The drum and the horns were silent, and the shouting of the negroes was at once hushed. This man, too, harangued the crowd, and when he ceased there was a loud yell and a general movement among the throng. At that moment Hawkins came up. "The chain is up and down, sir. Shall I make sail? The wind is very light, but I think that it is enough to take her out." "Yes, make sail, Hawkins, as quickly as you can. I am afraid that those fellows are coming out to attack us, and I don't want to kill any of the poor devils. There is a small boat coming out from the shore towards that craft. The white sailors are on board, and we shall have them on us too." "Up with the anchor!" Hawkins shouted. "Make sail at once. Look sharp, my hearties. Work with a will, or we shall have those niggers on us again." Never was sail made on the Osprey more quickly, and by the time that the anchor was apeak all the lower sails were set. "Shall I tell the blacks to tow their boat behind us?" Hawkins asked Frank as the yacht began to steal through the water. "No, let them tow alongside, Hawkins. I don't suppose the people ashore know that we have a native boat with us. If they did, they would be sure that it came from Nipes, and it might set up a feud and cost them their lives, especially as that Obi scoundrel is concerned in the affair." Then he moved away to George Lechmere. "Don't say a word about that fellow Carthew," he said. "Miss Greendale thinks he is killed, and it is just as well that she should continue to think that she is safe from him in the future." So far as she is concerned, I think that is true. But I would not answer for you, Major. You have ruined his plans and burned his yacht, and as long as he lives, he will never forgive you. Well, it is of no use to worry about it now, George, but I expect that we shall hear more about him some day. What are they doing, Frank? Bertha asked, as he rejoined her. I think that they are getting into the boats again. Yes, I fancy they are going to try to take us, but they have no more chance of doing so than they have of flying. The Obi man has worked them up to a state of frenzy, but it will evaporate pretty quickly when they get within range of our muskets. But we have got the cannon on board, have we not? Yes, but we did not bring off any ammunition with us. It was the men's idea to bring them as a trophy. However, I have plenty of powder and can load them with bullets, but I certainly won't use them if it can be possibly avoided. I have no grudge against the poor fellows who have been told that we are desperate pirates, and who are only doing what they believe to be a meritorious action in trying to capture us. In a few minutes 6 boats put out from the shore. The Osprey was not going through the water more than 2 miles an hour, though she had every stitch of canvas spread. Frank had the guns taken aft and loaded. As the boats came within the circle of the light of the burning yacht, it could be seen that they were crowded with men, who encouraged themselves with defiant yells and shouts, which excited the derision of the Osprey's crew. When they got within a quarter of a mile, they opened a fusillade of musketry, but the balls dropped in the water some distance astern of the yacht. As the boats came nearer, however, they began to drop round her. "Sit down behind the bulwarks," Frank said. "They are not good shots, but a stray ball might come on board, and there is no use running risks." By this time he had persuaded Bertha to go below. The boats rowed on until some 70 or 80 yards off the Osprey. The shouting had gradually died away, for the silence on board the yacht oppressed them. There was something unnatural about it, and their superstitious fear of the Obi man disappeared before their dread of the unknown. As if affected simultaneously by the disquietude of their companions, the rowers all stopped work at the same moment. Dominic had already received instructions, and at once hailed them in French. "If you value your lives, turn back. We have the guns of the brigantine. They are crammed with bullets and are pointed at you. The owner has but to give the word, and you will all be blown to pieces. He is a good man, and wishes you no harm. We have come here not to quarrel with you poor ignorant black fellows, but to rescue 2 ladies the villain that ship belongs to had carried off. Therefore, go away back to your wives and families while you are able to, for if you come but 1 foot nearer, not one of you will live to return." The news that the Osprey had the cannon from the brigantine on board came like a thunderbolt upon the negroes. The prospect of a fight with the men who had so easily captured the brigantine was unpleasant enough, but that they were also to encounter cannon was altogether too much for them, and a general shout of "Don't fire! We go back!" rose from the boats. For a minute or two they lay motionless, afraid even to dip an oar in the water, lest it should bring down a storm upon them. But as the Osprey glided slowly away, the rearmost boat began to turn round. The others followed her example, and they were soon rowing back even more rapidly than they had come. "You can cast off that boat, Hawkins, as soon as we are out into the bay," Frank said, and then went down below. "Our troubles are all over at last, dear, and we can have a quiet talk," he said. "As I expected, the negroes lost heart as soon as they came near, and the threat of a round of grape from the guns finally settled them. They are off for home, and we shall hear no more of them. Now you had best be off to bed at once. You have had a terrible day of it, and it is just 2 o'clock. Ah, that is right," he broke off, as the steward entered, carrying a tray with tea things. "I had forgotten all about that necessity. You had better call Anna in. She must want a cup too, poor girl." "Yes, I should like a cup of tea," Bertha said, as she sat down to the tray. "But I really don't feel so tired as you would think." "You will feel it all the more afterwards, I am afraid," Frank replied. "The excitement has kept you up." "Yes, we felt dreadfully tired, didn't we, Anna, before we gave up? But the 2 hours' row in the boat, and all this excitement here, have made me almost forget it. It seems to me now quite impossible that it can be only about 9 hours since you rushed out so suddenly with your men. It seems to me quite far off, further than many things do that happened a week ago. And please to remember that your advice to go to bed is quite as seasonable in your case as in mine." When he had seen them leave the saloon, Frank went on deck for a last look round. "I don't think that there is a chance of anything happening before morning, Hawkins, but you will of course keep a sharp lookout and let me know." "I will look out, sir. I have sent the 4 hands who were with you down to their berths, as soon as the niggers turned back. Luckmere has turned in too." "Is the wind freshening at all?" "Not yet, sir. I don't suppose that we shall get more than we have now till day begins to break. Still, we are crawling on and shall be out in the bay in another quarter of an hour." When Frank got up at sunrise, he found that the yacht was just rounding the point of the bay. He looked behind. No boat was in view. "Nothing moving, I see," he said, as the first mate, who was in charge, came up. "We have not seen a thing on the water, sir." "I hardly expected that there would be. It is probable that, as soon as the boats got back, Carthew sent his skipper or mate off with a couple of the men to Port-au-Prince, to lay a complaint for piracy against me. But even if they got horses, it would take them a couple of days to get there. That is, if they are not much better riders than the majority of sailors are. Then it is likely that there would be some time lost in formalities, and even if there was a government steamer lying in the port, it would take her a long time to get up steam. Moreover, I am by no means sure that even Carthew would venture on such an impudent thing as that. It is certain that we should get into a bad scrape for boarding and burning a vessel in Haytian waters, but that is all the harm he could do us. The British consul would certainly be more likely to believe the story of the owner of a Royal Squadron yacht, backed by that of her captain, mates, and crew, and by Miss Greendown, her maid, than the tale of the owner of a vessel that could give no satisfactory explanation for being here. Besides, he will know that before a steamer could start in chase we should be certainly 2 or perhaps 3 days away, and whether we should make for Jamaica or Bermuda, or round the northwestern point of the bay, and then for England, he could have no clue whatever. How shall I lay her course, sir? The wind has freshened already, and we are slipping through the water at a good 4 knots now. We will keep along this side, as far as the point, at any rate. If Carthew has sent for a steamer, he is likely to have ordered a man down to this headland to see which course we are taking. When we have got so far that we cannot be made out from there, we shall sail north for Cape La Mole. I think it would be safe enough to lay our course at once, but I do not wish to run the slightest risk that can be avoided." The wind continued to freshen, and to Frank's satisfaction they were, when Bertha came on deck at 8 o'clock, running along the coast at 7 knots an hour. "Have you slept well?" he asked, as he took her hand. "Yes, I thought when I lay down that it would be impossible for me to sleep at all. It had been such a wonderful day. It was all so strange, so sudden, and so happy. And just as I was thinking so, I suppose I dropped off and slept till Anna woke me 3/4 of an hour ago, and told me what time it was." "Frank, I did not say anything yesterday, not even a single word of thanks for all that you have done for me. But you know very well that it was not because I did not feel it, but because if I had said anything at all I should have broken down, and that was the very thing that I knew I ought not to do. But you know, don't you, that I shall have all my life to prove how thankful I am." "I know, dear, and between us surely nothing need be said. I am as thankful that I have been the means of saving you, as you can be that I was almost miraculously enabled to follow your track so successfully." "Breakfast is ready, sir," the steward announced from the companion. "Coming, steward." "I have told them, Bertha, to lay for 3. I thought that it would be pleasanter for you to have Anna with you at meals, as I suppose she has taken them with you since you were carried off." "Thank you," she said gratefully. "It won't be quite so nice for you, I know, but perhaps it will be better." "Well, Anna, you are looking very well," Frank said as he sat down. "You must officiate with the coffee, Bertha. I will see after the eatables." Yes, Anna does look well, Bertha said. She has borne up capitally, ever since the first 2 days. We have had all our meals together in our cabin. Miss Greendale has been a great deal braver than I have, sir, Anna said quietly. She has been wonderfully brave, and though she is very good to say that I have borne up well, I know very well that I have not been as brave as I ought, and I could not help breaking down and crying sometimes, for I did think that we should never get home again. Except carrying you away, Carthew did not behave altogether so badly, Bertha. No, the first day that we got on board, he told me that I was to stay there until I consented to marry him. I told him that in that case I should become a permanent resident on board, but that sooner or later I should be rescued. He only said then that he hoped that I would change my mind in time. He admitted that his conduct had been inexcusable, but that his love for me had driven him to it, and that he had only won me as many a knight had won a bride before now. At first I made sure that, when we put into a port, I should be able somehow to make my condition known, but I realized for the first time what it was going to be when I saw us stand off the Lizard and lay her head for the south. Up to that time I had scarcely exchanged a word with him. I had said at once that unless I had my meals in my own cabin with Anna, I would eat nothing at all, and he said, quite courteously, I must confess, that I should in all respects do as I pleased, consistent with safety. From that time he said good morning gravely when I came up on deck with Anna, and made a remark about the weather. I made no reply, and did not speak until he came to me in the morning, and said quietly, That is the Lizard astern us, Miss Greendale. We are bound for the West Indies, the finest cruising ground in the world, full of quiet little bays where we can anchor for weeks. It is monstrous, I said desperately, for I own that for the first time I was really frightened. Some day you will be punished for this. I must risk that, he said quietly. Of course at present you are angry. It is natural that you should be so, but in time you will forgive me, and will make allowance for the length to which my affection for you has driven me. It may be 6 months, it may be 10 years, but however long it may be, I can promise you that, save for this initial offense, you will have no cause to complain of me. I am possessed of boundless patience, and can wait for an indefinite time. In the end, I feel sure that your heart will soften towards me. That was his tone all along. He was perfectly respectful, perfectly polite. Sometimes for days not a word would be exchanged between us. Sometimes he would come up and talk, or rather try to talk, for it was seldom that he got any answer from me. As a rule, I sat in my deck chair with Anna beside me, and he sat on the other side of the deck, or walked up and down, smoking or talking with that man who was with him. So it went on till the afternoon when we saw you. As I told you, he made us go down at once. I could see that he was furiously angry and excited. The steward came to our cabin early in the morning, and said that Mr. Carthew requested that we would dress and come up at once. As I was anxious to know what was going on, I did so, and he said when we came on deck, I am very sorry, Miss Greendale, but I have to ask you to go on shore with us at once. I had no idea where we were, save that it was somewhere in the island of San Domingo, but I was ready enough to go ashore, thinking that I might see some white people that I could appeal to. I did speak to some negroes as we landed, but he said, It is of no use you speaking to them, Miss Greendale, for none of them understands any language but his own. I saw that they did not understand me, at any rate. I was frightened when I saw that 4 of the sailors were going with us, and that a dozen of the blacks, armed with muskets, also formed round us. I said that I would not go afoot, but Carthew answered, It would pain me greatly were I obliged to take such a step, but if you will not go, there is no course open to me but to have you carried. I am sorry that it should be so, but for various reasons it is imperative that you should take up your abode on shore for the present. Seeing that it was useless to resist, I started with him. A short distance on, 2 blacks came up with the horses, which had evidently been sent for. We mounted, and were taken up among the hills to the place where you found us. Every mile that we went I grew more frightened, for it seemed to me that it was infinitely worse being in his power up in those hills, than on board his yacht, where something might happen by which I might be released from him. Those huts you saw had been built beforehand, so that he had evidently been preparing to take us there, if there should be any reason for leaving the yacht. There was bedding and a couple of chairs and a table in ours. In the morning, while still speaking politely, he made it evident to me that he considered he could take a stronger tone than before. "I assure you, Miss Greendale," he said, "that this poor hut is but a temporary affair. I will shortly have a more comfortable one erected for you. You see, your residence here is likely to be a long one, unless you change your mind. Pray do not nourish any idea that you can some day escape me. It is out of the question, and certainly no white man is ever likely to come to this valley, nor is any Negro, except those who live in this village. Its head is an Obi man, whose will is law to the Negroes. Their belief in his power is unlimited, and I believe that they imagine that he could slay them with the look of his eye, or turn them into frogs or toads by his magic power. I pray you to think the matter over seriously. Why should you waste your life here? You did not always regard me as so hateful, and the love that I bear you is unchangeable. Even could you, months or years hence, make your escape, which I regard as impossible, what would your position be if you returned to England? What story would you have to tell? It might be a true one, but would it be believed? I have my maid, sir, I said passionately, who would confirm my report of what I have suffered. No doubt she would, he said quietly, but a maid's testimony as to her mistress's doings does not go for very much. I endeavored to make the voyage, which I foresaw might be a long one, pleasant to you by requesting you to bring her with you, and I believe that ladies who elope not unfrequently take their maids with them. But we need not discuss that. This valley will be your home, Miss Greendale, until you consent to leave it as my wife. I do not say that I shall always share your solitude here. I shall cruise about, and may even for a time return to England, but that will in no way alter your position. I have been in communication with the Obi gentleman since I first put to the bay, and he has arranged to take charge of your safety while I am away. He is not a pleasant man to look at, and I have no doubt that he is an unmitigated scoundrel. But his powers are unlimited. If he ordered his followers to offer you and your maid as sacrifices to his fetish, they would carry out his orders, not only willingly, but joyfully. He is a gentleman who, like his class, has a keen eye to the main chance, and will, I doubt not, take every precaution to prevent a source of considerable income from escaping him. You understand, he went on, in a different manner. I do not wish to threaten you, very far from it. I have endeavored from the time that you set foot on board to make you as comfortable as possible, and to abstain from thrusting myself upon you in the slightest degree, and I shall always pursue the same course. But please understand that nothing will shake my resolution. It will pain me deeply to have to keep you in a place like this, but keep you I must until you consent to be mine. You must see yourself the hopelessness, as well as the folly, of holding out. On the one side is a life wasted here. On the other, you will be the wife of a man who loves you above all things, who has risked everything by the step that he has taken, and who, when you consent, will devote his life to your happiness. You will be restored to your friends and to your position, and naught will be known, except that we made a runaway match, as many have done before us. Do not answer now. At any rate, I will remain here for a couple of months, and by the end of that time you may see that the alternative is not so terrible a one. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away, and nothing further passed between us until in the afternoon, when you so suddenly arrived. Thank God, he behaved better than I should have given him credit for, Frank said, when she had finished. He must have felt absolutely certain that there was no chance whatever of your rescue, and that in time you would be forced to accept him, or he would hardly have refrained from pushing his suit more urgently. His calculations were well made, and if we had not noticed that brigantine at Cowes, and I had not had the luck to come upon some of his crew and pick up his track, he might have been successful. You don't think that I should ever have consented to marry him, Bertha said indignantly. I am sure that such a thought never entered your head, Bertha, but you cannot tell what the effect of a hopeless captivity would have had upon you. The fellow had judged you well, and you saw that the attitude of respect he adopted would afford him a far better chance of winning you than roughness or threats would do. But he might have resorted to them afterwards, and you were so wholly and absolutely in his power that you would almost have been driven to accept the alternative and become his wife. She shook her head decidedly. I would have killed him first, she said. I suppose some girls would say, I would have killed myself, but I should not have thought of that, at any rate not until I had failed to kill him. Every woman has the same right to defend herself that a man has, and I should have no more felt that I was to blame if I had killed him than you would do when you killed a man who had done you no individual harm in battle. We only want Mamma here, she said a little later, as she took her seat in a deck chair, to complete the illusion that we are sailing along somewhere on the Devonshire coast. The hills are higher and more wooded, but the general idea is the same. I suppose I ought to feel it very shocking, cruising about with you, without any one but Anna with me, but somehow it does not feel so. No wonder, dear. You see, we have been looking forward to doing exactly the same thing in the spring. I think we had better not talk about that now, she said, flushing. I intend to make believe, till we get to England, that Mamma is down below, and that I may be called at any moment. How long shall we be before we are there? I cannot say, Bertha. I shall have a talk with Hawkins presently as to what course we had better take. It may be best to sail to Bermuda. If we find a mail steamer about to start from there, we might go home in it, and get there a fortnight earlier than we should do in the yacht, perhaps more. However, that we can talk over. I can see there may be difficulties, but undoubtedly the sooner you are home the better. You see, we are well in November now. What day is it? He reflected. I have lost all count, Frank. He consulted a pocketbook. Today is the 21st of November. I should think that if we get favorable winds, we might make Bermuda in a week, 10 days at the outside, and if we could catch a steamer a day or two after getting there, you might be able to spend your Christmas at Greendale. That would be very nice. The difficulty would be that I might afterwards meet some of the people who were with us on the steamer. It would not be likely, he said. Still, we can talk it over. At any rate, from the Bermudas we can send a letter to your mother and set her mind at rest. The captain and Purvis, consulting the book of sailing directions, came to the conclusion that the passage via the Bermudas would be distinctly the best and shortest. The wind was abeam and steady, and with all sails set the Osprey maintained a speed of 9 knots an hour until Bermuda was in sight. They were still undecided as to whether they had better go home by the mail, but it was settled for them by their finding, on entering the port, that the steamer had touched there the day before and gone on the same evening, and that it was not probable that any other steamer would be sailing for England for another 10 days. They stopped only long enough to lay in a store of fresh provisions and water, of which the supply was now beginning to run very short. Indeed, had not the wind been so steady, all hands would have been placed on half rations of water. Bertha did not land. She was nervously afraid of meeting anyone who might recognize her afterwards, and 6 hours after entering the port, the Osprey was again under way. The wind, as is usual at Barbados, was blowing from the southwest, and it held with them the whole way home, so that after a remarkably quick run they dropped anchor off Southampton on the 15th of December. Frank had already made all arrangements with the captain to lay up the Osprey at once. I shall want her out again in the first week in April, so that she will not be long in winter quarters. On landing, Frank dispatched a telegram to Lady Greendale. Returned all safe and well. Just starting for town. Shall be with you about 6 o'clock. The train was punctual, and 5 minutes before 6 Frank arrived with Bertha at Lady Greendale's. He had already told Bertha that he should not come in. It is much better that you should be alone with her for a time. She will have innumerable questions to ask, and would, of course, prefer to have you to herself. I will come round tomorrow morning after breakfast. Anna had been instructed very carefully by her mistress not to say anything of what had happened, and in order that she might avoid questions, George Lackmere had seen her into a cab for Liverpool Street as she wished to spend a week with some friends at Chelmsford. Then she was to join Bertha at Greendale. Frank went to his chambers, where George Threckmere had driven with the luggage. The next morning he went early to Lady Greendale's, so early that he found her and Bertha at breakfast. "My dear Frank," the former said, embracing him warmly, "how can I ever thank you for all that you have done for us? Bertha has been telling me all about how you rescued her. I hear that you were wounded, too." "The wound was of no great importance, and as you see, I have thrown aside my sling this morning. Yes, we went through some exciting adventures, which will furnish us with a store of memories all our lives." "How have you been, Lady Greendale? I am glad to see that, at any rate, you are looking well." "I have had a terribly anxious time of it, as you may suppose, but your letters were always so bright and hopeful that they helped me wonderfully. The first fortnight was the worst. Your letter from Gibraltar was a great relief, and of course the next, saying that you had heard that the yacht really did touch at Madeira, showed that you were on the right track. When you wrote from Madeira, I sent to Wilde's for the largest map of the West Indies that they had, and thus when I got your letters, I was able to follow your course and understand all about it. You are looking better than when I saw you last." "You should have seen him when I first met him, mamma. I hardly knew him, he looked so thin and worn. But during the last 3 weeks he has filled out again, and he seems to me to be looking quite himself." "And Bertha is looking well, too." "So I ought to do, mamma. I don't think I ever looked very bad, in spite of my troubles, and the splendid voyage we have had would have set any one up." "It has been a wonderful comfort to me," Lady Greendale said, "that I have met hardly any one that I know. The last 3 weeks or so I have met 2 or 3 people, but I only said that I was up in town for a short time. Of course they asked after you, and I said that you were not with me, as you were spending a short time with some people whom you knew. We intend to go down home tomorrow." "The best thing that you can do, Lady Greendale. I shall be down for Christmas, and the first week in April, you know, I am to carry her off. So you see, this excursion of ours has not altered any of our plans." End of chapter 19. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 20 of The Queen's Cup by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 20. Christmas passed off quietly. As soon as it was known that Lady Greendale had returned, the neighbors called, and for the next few months there was the usual round of dinner parties. To all remarks as to the length of time that she had been away, Lady Greendale merely replied that Bertha had been staying among friends, and that as she herself had not been in very good health, she had preferred staying in town, where she could always find a physician close at hand if she needed one. It was not until they had been back for more than a month that the engagement between Bertha and Major Maude was announced by Lady Greendale to her friends, and it was generally supposed that it had but just taken place. The announcement gave great satisfaction, for the general opinion had been that Bertha would get engaged in London, and that Greendale would be virtually lost to the county. The marriage was to take place in April. "There is no reason for a long delay," Lady Greendale explained. "They have known each other ever since Bertha was a child. They intend to spend their honeymoon on board Major Maude's yacht, the Osprey, and will go up the Mediterranean until the heat begins to get too oppressive, when they talk about sailing round the islands, or, at any rate, cruising for some time off the west of Scotland." About the same time, George Threckmere, in a rather mysterious manner, told Frank that he wished for a few minutes' conversation with him. "What is it, George? Anything wrong with the cellar?" "No, sir, it is not that. The fact is that Anna Parsons, Miss Greendale's maid, you know, and I have settled to get married, too." "Capital, George. I am heartily glad of it," Frank said, shaking him warmly by the hand. "I never thought that I should get to care for anyone again. But you see we were thrown a good deal together on the voyage home, and I don't know how it came about, but we had pretty well arranged it before we got back, and now we have settled it all together." "I am not surprised to hear it, George. I rather fancied, from what I saw on board, that something was likely to come of it. It is the best thing by far for you. Well, sir, as I said, I never thought that I should care for anyone else, but I am sure that I shall make a better husband now than I should have done had I married 5 years ago. That I am sure you will. You have had a rough lesson, and it has made a great impression, and I doubt whether your marriage would have been a happy one had you married then, after what you told me of your jealous temper. Now I am sure that neither Anna nor anyone else could wish for a better husband than you will make. Well now, what are you thinking of doing? For I suppose you have thought it over well. That is what we cannot quite settle, Major. I should like to stay with you all my life, just as I am. I don't see that you could do that, at least not in your present condition. There is no farm vacant, and if there were one, I must give the late tenant's son the option of it. That has always been the rule on the estate. However, we need not settle on that at present. When are you going to get married? I should like it to be at the same time as we are. I am sure that Miss Greendale would be pleased. We both owe you a great deal, and as you know, I regard you as my closest friend. Thank you, Major, but I am sure that neither Anna nor I would care to be married before a church full of grand people, and we have agreed that we won't do it until after you come back from your trip. Miss Bertha has promised Anna that she shall go with her as her maid, and of course, Major, I shall want to go with you. Well, you might get married the week before and still go with us. George shook his head. I think that it would be better the other way, Major. We will go with you as we are, and get married after you come back. The next day Frank had a long talk with Mr. Norton. Well, sir, your plan would suit me very well. Nothing could be better, said the old steward. In fact, I was going to tell you that I was beginning to find that the outdoor work was getting too much for me, and that though I should be very sorry to give it up altogether, I must either arrange with you to have help, or else find a successor. I am sure that the arrangement you propose would suit me exactly. George Lockmere would be just the man for the work. We used to think him the best judge of livestock in the county, and he is a good all-round farmer. If he were to take the work of the home farm off my hands, I could keep on very well with the rest of the estate for another 2 or 3 years. And as he would act as my assistant, he would, by the end of that time, be quite capable of taking over altogether. I should then move into Chippenham. We have 2 married daughters living, and now that we have no one at home, my wife has been saying for some time that she would rather settle there than go on living in the country, and there is really no more occasion for me to go on working. So, as soon as Lockmere has got the whole thing in hand, I shall be quite ready to hand it over to him. Well, I am very glad that it is so, Norton. Of course, I should never have made any change until you yourself were perfectly willing to give it up, but as you are willing, I am certainly glad to be able to put him into it. As you know, he saved my life, and has done me many other great services, and I regard him as a friend, and want to keep him near me. Of course, he will go into the farmhouse, and after you retire, he can either move into yours, or remain there as he likes. Naturally, as long as you live, Norton, I shall continue the rate of pay you have always had. You were over 30 years with my father, and I should certainly make no difference in that respect. Well, George, I have arranged your business, Frank said that evening. Norton is getting on in life now, and he begins to find his work in winter a little too hard for him. So I have arranged that you are to take the management of the home farm altogether off his hands, and will, of course, establish yourself at the house. You will be a sort of assistant to him in other matters, and get up the work, and in the course of a couple of years, at the outside, he will retire altogether, and you will be steward. If you like, you can work the home farm on your own account, but that would be for your consideration. How do you think that you will like that? I shall like it above everything, Major, and I am grateful to you indeed. Well, I'm glad that you like the arrangement, George. I had it in my mind when I was talking to you 2 days ago, but until I saw Norton and found that he was willing to retire, I did not propose it. Toward the end of February, Lady Greendale and Bertha went up to town for a fortnight, intimating to Frank that they would be so busy with important business that his presence there would not be desired. He, however, travelled with them to London, and then went round to Southampton, where he had a consultation with the firm in whose yard the yacht was laid up, and the head of the great upholstering firm there, and arranged for material alterations in the plans of the cabins, and their redecoration. Everything was to be completed by the beginning of April. He had written to Hawkins to meet him on board. "You must have everything ready by the 5th, he said. "We shall arrive late in the afternoon, or perhaps in the evening of the 5th, and shall get under way next morning. I hope that you have been able to get the same crew." "There is no fear of their not all coming, sir, except Purvis. He has been bad all the winter, and I doubt whether he will be able to go with us." "I'm sorry to hear that. Tell him that I shall make him an allowance of £1 a week for the season, and that I shall give him a little pension of 10 shillings a week as long as he lives. I shall consider that all who went with me on that cruise to the West Indies have a claim upon me." The time for the wedding approached. There was some consultation between Frank and Lady Greendale as to whether the dinner to the tenants should be given on that occasion or on their return, and it was settled that it would be more convenient to postpone it. "I am sure they would rather have you and Bertha here, and it would be much more convenient in every way. We have so much to think about now, and there will be so many arrangements to be made." "I quite agree with you. I will put it all in the hands of Rafters, of Chippenham. I think that it is only right to give it to local people. We shall want 2 big marquees, one for your tenants and mine and their wives and families, and the other for all the laborers and farm servants." "And there must be another for all the children," Bertha put in. "Very well, Bertha." "Then of course we must have a military band and fireworks, and we had better have a big platform put down for those who like to dance, and a lot of shows and things for the elders and children, and a conjurer with a big lucky basket, and things of that sort. Of course at present one cannot give even an approximate date, but I will tell them that they shall have a fortnight's notice." "I wonder what has become of Carthew, Major," George Lechmere said, as he was having a last talk with Frank on the eve of the wedding. "He will gnash his teeth when he sees it in the papers." "I have thought of him a good many times, George. He is an evil scoundrel, and nothing would please me more than to hear that he was dead. When I remember how many years he kept up his malice against me for having beaten him in a fight, I know how intense must be his hatred of me, now that I have thwarted all his plans and burned his yacht. It is not that I am afraid of him personally, but there is no saying what form his vengeance will take. For that he will sooner or later try to be revenged, I feel absolutely certain." "I have often thought of it myself, sir. Perhaps he is out in Henty still." "No chance of that, George. Miss Greendale said that he told her that he had money sufficient to pay for a 10 years' cruise. That may have been a lie, but he must have had money sufficient to last him for some time, anyhow, and you may be sure that he took it on shore with him. He may have died from the effects of that wound you gave him, but if he is alive I have no doubt that he is in England somewhere. Of course, he would not show himself where he was known, having been a heavy defaulter last year, but he may have let his beard grow, and so disguised himself that he would not be easily recognized. As to what he is doing, of course I have not the slightest idea, but we may be quite sure that he is not up to any good." "Well, George, then it is quite settled that you and Anna are to go off with the luggage directly the wedding is over. You will come ashore with the gig, and meet us at 8 o'clock at the station, with a carriage to take us down to the boat. I will be there, Major, and see that everything is ready for you on board." When packing up his things in the morning, George Lechmere put aside a pistol and a dagger that he had taken from the sash of a mutineer whom he had killed in India. "They are not the sort of things a man generally carries at a wedding," he said grimly, "but until I know something of what that villain is doing, I mean to keep them handy for use. There is never any saying what he may be up to, and I know well enough that the Major, whatever he says, will never give the matter a thought." He loaded the pistol and dropped it into his coat pocket. Then he opened his waistcoat, cut a slit in the lining under his left arm, and pushed the dagger down it until it was stopped by the slender steel crosspiece at the handle. "I will make a neater job of it afterwards," he said to himself. "That will do for the present, and I can get at it in a moment." The wedding went off as such things generally do. The church was crowded. The girls of the village school lined the path from the gate to the church door, and strewed flowers as the bridal party arrived. And as they drove off to Greendale, tenants of both estates, collected in the churchyard, cheered them heartily. There was a large gathering at breakfast, but at last the toasts were all drunk, and the awkward time of waiting over, and at 3 o'clock Major Maude and his wife drove off amidst the cheers of the crowd assembled to see them start. "Thank God that is all over," Frank said heartily, as they passed out through the lodge gates. At 8:30, Captain Hawkins was standing at the landing stage, in a furious passion. "Where can that fellow Jackson have got to?" he said, stamping his foot. "I said that you were all to be back in a quarter of an hour when we landed, and it is 3/4 of an hour now. I never knew him to do such a thing before, and I would not have had such a thing happen this evening for any money. What will the Major think when he finds only 5 men instead of 6 in the gig, on such an occasion as this? We shall be having them down in a minute or 2. Jackson had better not show his face on board after this. It is the most provoking thing I ever knew." "It ain't his way, Captain," one of the men said. "Jackson can go on the spree like the rest of us, but I never knew him to do such a thing all the years I have known him, when there was work to be done, and I am sure he would not do so this evening. He may have got knocked down or run over or something." "I will take an oar if you like, Captain," said a man in a yachtsman's suit who was loitering near. "I have nothing to do, and may as well row off as do anything else. You can put me on shore in the dinghy afterwards." "All right, my lad. Take number 2 athwart. It is too dark to see faces, and the owner is not likely to notice that there is a strange hand on board. I will give you half a crown gladly for the job." The man got into the boat and took his seat. "Here they come," the captain went on. "We are only just in time. Upend your oars, lads. We ain't strong enough to cheer, but we will give them a hearty 'God bless you' as they come down." George Lechmere came on first, and handed in a bundle of wraps, parasols, and umbrellas. The captain stood at the top of the steps, and as Frank and Bertha came up, took off his hat. "God bless you and your wife, sir," he said, and the men re-echoed the words in a deep chorus. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you all, lads, for my wife and myself," Frank said heartily, and a minute later the boat pushed off. The tide was running out strong, and they were halfway across it towards the dark mass of yachts, when there was a sudden crash forward. "What is it?" Frank exclaimed. "This fellow has stove in the boat, sir!" the bow oar exclaimed, and then came a series of hurried exclamations. Frank had not caught the words, but the rush of water aft told him that something serious had happened. "Row, men, row!" he shouted. "Steer to the nearest yacht, Hawkins." "We shall never get there, sir. She will be full in half a minute." "Let each man stick to his oar," Frank said, standing up. "We aft will hold on to the boat." Then he raised his voice in a shout. "Yachts ahoy! Send boats! We are sinking!" "Don't be frightened, darling," he said to Bertha. "Keep hold of the gunwale. I can keep you up easily enough until help comes, but it is better to stick to the boat. We must have run against something that has stove her in." A moment later the water was up to the thwarts. The boat gave a lurch and then rolled over. Frank threw his arm round Bertha, and as the boat capsized, clung to it with his disengaged hand. "Don't try to get hold of the keel," he said. "It would turn her over again. Just let your hands rest on her, and take hold of the edge of one of the planks." "That is it, Hawkins. Do you get the other side and just keep her floating as she is. We shall have help in a minute or 2. Are you all right, George?" "Yes, I am at her stern. Do you want assistance, sir?" "No, we are all right, George." A moment later a man came up beside the Major, and put his hand heavily on his shoulder. "You won last time, Mollett," he hissed in his ear. "It is my turn now." The man's weight was pressing him under water, and the boat gave a lurch. Frank loosed his hold of Bertha with the words, "Hold on, dear, for a minute," and turning, grappled with his enemy, at the same moment grasping his right wrist as the arm was raised to strike him with the knife. In a moment both went below the water. They came up beyond the stern, and Frank said, "Take care of Bertha, George. Carthew, and then went down again. Fiercely they struggled. They were well matched in strength, but Frank felt that his antagonist was careless of his own life, for he had wound his legs round him, and, unable to wrench his arm from his grasp, was doing his utmost to prevent their coming to the surface. Suddenly, when he felt that he could no longer retain his breath, he felt arms thrown round them both, and a moment later came to the surface. Then he heard an exclamation of, "Thank God!" An arm was raised, and 2 blows struck rapidly. Carthy's grasp relaxed, the knife dropped from his hand, and, as Frank shook himself free, he sank under the water. "Are you all right, Major?" his rescuer said. "Yes," he gasped. "Put your hand on my shoulder. The boat is not a length away." A minute later Frank was beside Bertha again. "Where have you been, Frank? I was frightened." "One of the men grasped me," he said, "and I should have turned the boat over if I had not let go. However, thanks to George Thacmere, who came to my rescue, I have shaken him off. Ah, here is help." 3 or 4 boats from the yachts were indeed rowing up. The 4 clinging to the gig were taken on board by one of them, while the others picked up the men who were floating, supported by their oars. "Don't say a word about it, George," Frank whispered. The Osprey was lying but 200 or 300 yards away, and they were soon alongside. "This is not the sort of welcome I thought to give you on board, dear," he said, as he helped Bertha on deck, and went down the companion with her. Anna burst into exclamations of dismay at seeing the dripping figures. "We have had an accident, Anna," Frank said cheerfully, "but I don't think that we are any the worse for it. Please take your mistress aft and get her into dry things at once. Steward, open one of those bottles of champagne, and give me half a tumbler full." He hurried after the others with it. "Please drink this at once, Bertha," he said. "Yes, you shall have some tea directly, but start with this. It will soon put you in a glow. Oh, yes, I'm going to have one too, but a ducking is no odds to me." Then he ran up on deck. "You have saved my life again, George, for that scoundrel would have drowned us both." "I saw the knife in his hand as you went down, and knew that you wanted me more than Mrs. Mollett did." "How did you make him let go so quickly?" "I had a sort of fear that, sooner or later, that villain would be up to something, and had made up my mind that I would always have a weapon handy. This morning I stuck that dagger of mine inside the lining of my waistcoat, so that it might be handy, and it was handy. You were not 5 yards from me when you went down, and I dived for you, but could not find you at first, and had to come up once for air. Of course I could not use the dagger until I found which was which, and then I put an end to it." "Then you killed him, George?" "I don't think that he will trouble you any more, sir, and if ever a chap deserved his fate, that villain did." "Why, sir, do you know how it all happened?" "No, I did not catch what the man at the bow said. There was such a confusion forward." "He said that he had staved the boat in somehow. He must have taken the place of one of the men on purpose to do it." "Well, George, I can't say that I'm sorry." "I am heartily glad, sir. I am no more sorry for killing him than for shooting one of those murderous niggers. Less sorry, a great deal. The man deserved hanging. He was intending to murder you, and perhaps Mrs. Mollett, and I killed him as I should have killed a mad dog that was attacking you." "Well, say nothing about it at present, George. It would be a great shock to my wife if she were to know it. Now you had better go and change your things at once, as I am going to do. Are all the men rescued?" "Yes, sir, they are all 5 on board." "Hawkins," Frank said, putting his hand in his pocket, "give the men who came to help us a couple of sovereigns each, and tell our men that I don't want them to talk about the affair. I will see you about it again." Frank was not long in getting into dry clothes, and a few minutes later Bertha came in. "Are you none the worse for it, dear?" "Not a bit, Frank. That champagne has thoroughly warmed me. What a sudden affair it all was! Is everyone safe?" "Yes, they stuck to the oars, and all our crew were picked up. It was a bad start, was it not? But it has never happened to me before, and I hope that it will never happen to me again." "Some people would be inclined to think this an unlucky beginning," said Bertha, with a slight tone of interrogation. "I am certainly not one of them," he laughed. I had only one superstition, and that is at an end. You know what it was, dear, but the spell is broken. He had a long run of minor successes, but I have won the only prize worth having, for which we have been rivals. Some days later, the body of a sailor was washed ashore near Selsey Bill. An inquest was held, and a verdict returned that the man had been murdered by some person or persons unknown. But although the police of Portsmouth, Southampton, Cowes, and Ryde made vigilant inquiries, they were unable to ascertain that any yacht sailor hailing from those ports had suddenly disappeared. There was much discussion in the forecastle of the Osprey as to the identity and motives of the man who had first got into conversation with Jackson, and then asked him to take a drink, which must have been hocussed, for Jackson remembered nothing afterwards. It was evident that the fellow had done it in order to take his place. He had stayed in the boat, and, as they supposed, afterwards swam to shore. But the crime seemed so singularly motiveless that they finally put it down as the work of a madman. It was not until the day before the Osprey anchored again in Cowes, 3 months later, that Bertha, on expressing some apprehension of further trouble from Carthew, if he had survived the wound George the Khmer gave him, learned the true account of the sinking of the gig as she went on board at Southampton on her wedding day. End of chapter 20. Read by Grace Sylvie. End of The Queen's Cup by G. A. Henty.